don't care about you assholes, you scumbags that are out there. You want to make videos about me? I just don't care anymore. You guys can make fun of me and make all the videos you want about me. I don't care. Say what you want. Put all the videos out there that you want, because frankly, I don't care what you think. So go ahead, all you trolls, make videos about this. Go and make all the videos you want. I don't care if people re-upload this video. You can make fun of me all you want. It doesn't bother me.
Comment, Dan. Come on, Dan. Let's see what you got, Dan.
Let me first play this disclaimer so you guys can see it. This way it's up for the public record. Disclaimer. Nothing in this presentation was obtained illegally. Everything you are about to see has been researched using public domains such as Facebook, YouTube, Google, and/or other forms of social media platforms. No family images, home addresses, and/or any direct information shall not be used unless it has already been publicly displayed on either Facebook, YouTube, Google, and/or public social media outlets.
Fuck you, Wally!
Fuck you!
Hello. Oh boy. It's time, everybody. Let me know if I sound okay. There was some weird thing with my microphone. I'm not sure what's going on. Hell, technical problems. I think I'm okay. Anyway, listen to myself. I sound okay. Okay! Oh boy, everybody, it's March 1st, 2023. It's Wednesday night. It's 8 o'clock, my time, which means it's time for Dogpile Wednesday. Yes, that's right. Hello, everybody. I'm your host on this insane journey, Dogpile Dan, and I should get right into it because there's a lot to cover with the guy we love to not like, Walter Magaman. So, in case you guys are too lazy and didn't read the description, I'll try to summarize it very quickly. So, Wally, a few weeks ago, he posted a picture where he's sitting in the back of his car. He has like a what do you call it, SUV, and the door's open. He's sitting in the back of the car, looking smugly with a beer, and in the background, it's not his complex, so he's somewhere else, and he says something about like he looks great and he's drinking a beer. That was a couple weeks ago. So then maybe a couple days ago he posted a picture. He said it's a picture of a beer on the counter of a restaurant somewhere, and he says, I've been hopping around Charlotte looking for places to go. And I don't know about you, I don't know if it's like a Gen X thing, but when I hear hopping and a picture of beer, I think of beer hopping, right? Like, I mean, not beer hopping, bar hopping. That's when you go to the city and you walk down the block, bar hopping while he's hopping around, picture for beer. So then a couple days ago, maybe a day ago, he posted a picture. He said, I've been in the worst, if not the worst, I've been in the worst, if not the worst car accident I've ever been in. And he posts pictures. He's got a bloody arm and he's got a bandage and he's got, another picture of his paperwork. He loves paperwork. And it's his medical paper from the hospital. And it says he had a scan. He has fractured ribs. And he had stitches. And he was prescribed Percocet for the pain. And so that was the tweet. No details like, like I didn't injure anybody else. The car's okay. The car's not okay. Let me tell you what happened. That's it. I was injured. Feel bad for me. Pictures. That was all we got. So then a couple days go by, and also after this happened, I should say, a whole bunch of viewers that don't normally talk to one another all messaged me, and they all said the same thing. They said, he was drunk, right? He was drinking. We all were thinking the same thing. Because again, if you just look back, Wally's like, I like going around my town looking for places to drink, and then he's like, I wrecked my car. I got in a car accident. So everyone's thinking this guy fucking drank, right? So I feel like I'm missing some steps here. What happened after that? So then Wally, of course, all the trolls were like, saying that, and Wally's like, okay, anyone who says that, we got to go to jail now. Of course, like you can't speculate on Wally's videos, even though that's the obvious conclusion. So after, I'm skipping a big step. So then that was when he got hurt. That was 1:30 a.m. on this big court date. If you remember, if you're a regular viewer, Wally's been talking about March 27th is the big day. He's going to court. That's the day where the judge tells him he's a great guy and hands him a big sack of money. I don't know if that's exactly what's happening, but Wally's hinted that once that happens, he's getting a lot of money and he's going to sue everybody, whoever said anything to him ever. So he's been talking about February 27th. He got in a car accident 1:30 in the morning on February 27th. Then his next tweet was, it's a little bit before the court date. It's like 8:45, and his date is like later on that day. He's like, okay, this is the big day, and I'm here for court. And even though I have all these injuries and bruises and busted ribs, I'm here for my court because I'm such a trooper. Yes, I am. Then around lunchtime, he tweets again. He said, okay, the court didn't work out so well. My lawyer didn't show up. The judge was mad, and I got a new date of March 27th. So that all happened. And like I said, then all that time, his critics, Wally would call them trolls, but his online critics were like, it sounds like you were drinking and you crashed your car. Because we've also seen Wally drinking. We suspect Wally's drinking and driving. He hangs out with Esteban, gets drunk in the car, and then somehow gets home. You don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure out what's going on. So Wally threatened all the trolls, and then later on that night, Wally said, I can't, these men from New York, and my injuries, and my court date, and it's all too much. It's too much, everybody. I can't take it anymore. And that today, it wasn't a car accident. He said that was no car accident, which made everybody stop and pause and say, wait, what the fuck does that mean it wasn't a car accident? And he said, tomorrow I get the help that I need. I have to fix me, I think is what he said. We'll go over all these tweets once I get some guests in the house. So, and then his tweet finally was from today. He was like, okay, I've taken some steps. I'm working on getting the help I need. He said something about he has the depression that he's kept secret from his friends. He finally told them, which I laughed because Wally has told everybody in the world about his depression. I can't imagine there's anybody left that doesn't know about his depression. But that, whatever, Wally said he's getting the help he needs. So, and if that's true, Wally, kudos to you. I mean, I personally would just quietly get the help I need without blasting it on the internet, but we all know the guy you are. So that's where we're at right now. Okay, I'm looking at the chat. I'll give you the goddamn link. It was a lot to cover, okay? Some people aren't hip to this whole Wally business. I got to update everybody. All right, so let me figure out the whole link business. Here we go. Where is it? I want to invite. Then I got to do this. I always have to talk my way through it, as you know. Go to the chat. Do the link. I'm glad you guys are here early today. It's good to see. We skipped a week. I'm a busy guy. I got stuff to do. Also, Wally's been, fucking, boring as shit. So there's that. Okay, I pinned it up top. The link is up. All you jerks out there. Let me remove this. Okay, we got the hidden MGTOW coming in hot. The man with no face, everybody, hailing from Canada. How you doing, buddy?
I'm better.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
healthy.
gonna say. You had
I
a
can
little
talk
sinus.
now.
You had a sinus thing
fuck.
going on.
Yeah, it was insane.
Did you have a mutant green thing come out of your face like I did years ago?
Actually, it was blood clots.
Oof.
Like I don't know. It's like I went to a funeral, and then 2 days later, you know how you have like 6 sinuses or something like that, like the ones that are up by your eyes.
Yeah, there's ones up here, I think, and there's ones up here.
The ones that are like right under your eyes, those ones, they just like they clogged, and I'm like, what the fuck? So you could breathe and everything. It just felt like there was some weird dry shit at the top of my nose, and then I got sick, and then after a few days, I finally got that to clear. And when it came out as 2 big blood clots. I was like, oh, great.
Jeez.
And then I got really sick.
Okay, we got Babu Parsec, another man with no face. How's it going, buddy?
What's going on? Can you guys hear me?
Oh,
you sound
shit,
a little
look at
distant,
that.
like you're using some weird microphone or something.
Yeah, I'm on I'm on a different setup today.
Yeah, you sound a little distant, a little far away. Let me see if I can
A little
crank up your.
crackly.
Let me
But look
crank
at that
up.
logo he's got.
Let
He
me see if I
created
can
a new
change
logo.
my mic. Give me 1 second.
I can boost your mic a little bit. Let's see. I can do things. I can do things. Actually, I'm glad you guys showed up. Slippery said he's going to be a little late, so we'll join him. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you guys been. I know Babu's been hip to Maga Man's recent debauchery.
No. See, I stay away from that Twitter because I don't want to know. I want to come here to find out.
Oh, it's good. So yeah, he got in a car accident, and then he got sympathy for it, and then 24 hours later, he's like, "I wasn't in a car accident." But it depends on how you read the sentence. He said that was no car accident. So does that mean that was no car accident? Like, does that mean he's self-harming himself? Does that what that means?
Like it
Or
wasn't an accident.
or was it that was no car accident, meaning he was in the car, but he ran into a tree trying to kill himself because we've
Yeah.
seen him drive erratically while ranting in the car. So there's so much to unpack. And
Isn't
Wally, if
that
you're
weird,
listening,
eh?
please come on the show and let us know what's going on. I feel a little bit bad because Wally is saying he's getting help. But again, we never know if he's really getting help or he's saying he's getting help because he wants people to go, "Oh, Wally is such a good guy for getting
If
help."
we remember from the last time, he's seeking medication. So I think. Oh my God!
I cranked it up and then yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's rolling his microphone through a box of gravel.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
That's
it's
better.
better.
Better? All right, cool. All right, hang on.
That's what your real voice sounds like.
It's funny because Wally's such a piece of shit for many reasons, but like the dude like puts on Instagram, I finally told my friends about my depression. One, he's full of shit because, like you said earlier, he tells absolutely everybody.
Yeah, like I opened up about my secret, like, yeah.
Right,
Wait a
and
minute.
then,
He's depressed?
and then
What?
the really,
Right.
the really that pisses me off is that like we've been telling him for years that he's had issues and to go get help, and now he's saying, "All my friends told me that I should go get help, and I'm seeking their advice." Like, fuck you! We've
Yeah.
been telling you that for years, and
Yeah,
you call us bullshit.
Yeah, but we're his
400,000
fans.
people have told him to get help for his
Yeah,
Yeah,
various
but those are
issues.
all his fans. These were his friends that told him this time.
So is the debate that he didn't get into a car accident? Like it was. He's
That
fake.
it might not have been an accident.
I don't know. I'll fire up some of the stuff.
Oh my God! Look at his arm.
So yeah, I'll read out loud
Oh.
for the audio only at home. I am lucky and fortunate to be alive as I had one of the worst, if not the worst, car accident ever in my life. I tore my left arm open, which required stitches. I have 3 fractured ribs and bruising on my face and around my body. I'm reminded again of my own mortality. So that was February 21st. I think it was 1:30 in the morning. This tweet.
Now, if you notice, you see his arm is covered in red marks and stuff. If you can see, he's got a cut on his hand.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah,
all.
yeah.
That's all the dried blood that has come from that one little mark in his hand. And now here's the thing about getting hand injuries when you're in a car accident. What is your hand doing going up around
Yeah,
the window?
he didn't clean it off. Like you know, you could wipe 90% of that away with a paper towel, but he wants to be dramatic. You
Yeah,
know.
the real cut is around his elbow. Like that's where it is, and it just dried up along his arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like they just didn't wipe him down or whatever. This is like triage bullshit.
But you can see in that one picture there on the side, you can see
Good
his
on
hand
Savage.
is opened up there.
Someone beat him up again.
Let's see, Droidman's
Cops
in the
pull
chat.
up to somebody and they're in a car accident and they see the hands look like that. They start questioning what you were doing while you were driving. Because it looks like
Well,
your
that's
hand
the
was
other
in
thing
front
I
of your
didn't really
face.
touch on. Like Wally has made there's absolutely no context. He's just like, I got in a car accident, I got hurt, I got injured. Period. End of story.
Yeah, like-
no more update. Like what?
Was he holding his phone up to the road while he was driving to show that he was driving like he was in that other video?
Maybe he actually jumped out this time while he was driving, like how he did in that last video where he like he made it sound like he opened his car door.
He's
But,
bailed.
yeah, but we don't even know if he. And then I got this too here. Well, this is Well, before I play this, maybe I should play this. So let's do. Let me go back to my dumb face here. Oop, that's the Mac.
I'm thinking he was probably recording with his hand up in front of his face with the phone, and when he hit whatever the fuck, his hand hit the window and
I'm sure the dude was just drunk off his ass, and then he finally.
both.
walking. Like he had, yeah. He was
Yeah, it's always like the less confusing explanation. It's like, yeah, he was hopping around neighbor. Didn't he talk about hopping around the neighborhood?
Yep, that's it. He kept hopping. He had one too many, which is like one for him.
It's after the first light beer.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like what a pussy. Every time he drinks a different kind of beer, he drinks a fucking light beer.
Yeah, I wanted to make fun of that too. So this is for the younger folks at home. I don't know if you're familiar with this scene of the 1970 something.
Fizzy, whatever.
Yeah, so he's
This is
going
where
to
you
visit
get
crazy
nothing.
Wonka. Wonka's his office is all crazy. Everything's cut in half, right? We all
This
kind of
is
remember.
I
this
imagine
clip.
Wally's head.
You get nothing. Thanks. Good day, sir.
So this is
All offers shall become
he goes to check the contract, right? So here he goes. He's got half a safe.
I, the undersigned, shall forfeit all rights, privileges, and licenses herein and herein contained, etc., etc.
etc.
Fax mentis
the other half is
gloria
the
culpum, etc., etc. Memo bis punitor delicatum.
Okay, so there's that scene, right? Okay, so I wanted to show it because Wally posted his medical paperwork, but because he's a big dumb dummy, he cut it off. So this isn't like me editing this funny. This is how Wally shared his medical paperwork, and maybe he cut off something that he didn't want his audience to see. I don't know, but I'll read it again for the audio only at home. This is Wally's medical paperwork. Instructions: the CT scan of your head and neck show no broken bones or bleeding in the brain. X-rays of your forearm, etc., etc., broken bones. The CT scan of your chest does note rib fractures of the right 5, 6, and 7th rib. You can, etc., etc. Inflammatory medicine, muscle relaxers for pain. Use Percocet for pain, not control with Tylenol, Motrin, etc., etc. with this medication, as it will make you drowsy. Unlike this medicine, use this medicine with caution, as it can be addicting, and etc., etc. constipation. If you become constipated, you can take Colace over the counter once or twice daily. Make etc., etc. at least 10 deep breaths an hour to help with lung expansion, prevent secondary pneumonia, follow up, etc., etc. For reevaluation, return for any worsening symptoms or concerns. So that was. Did Wally intentionally cut it off, do you think? Like he doesn't want us to see? I think
Wally's intentionally not taking his 10 breaths every hour just so he can say, oh, my lungs.
Yeah, he should watch out. He's got that sarcoid. You think it's going to agitate?
This is a guy who clearly knows how to use the internet and post stuff, pictures and videos on it. So for him to cut off that picture, there's obviously a reason why he's cutting it off.
Yeah, like what do we not like? And I think it's funny because Wally has talked about, and he's shown paperwork, he was addicted to, I think, oxycodone back in the day.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, Wally, okay? Don't have the lawyers after me.
Maybe
I
it
don't
was
remember.
OxyContin.
Well, he admits it.
But in other words, he has been addicted to substances in the past. So maybe when the doctor's like, here's some Percocet, that's the point for you as a patient to say, hold on, doc, if you give me that, I may run into trouble, and can I get something else? It's totally fine to say that to your doctor. But Wally took the Percocet, which I thought was...
This is why I say medical.
And he's telling his audience, I took the Percocet, yeah.
Yeah, it's what do you call that? Drug-seeking behavior. So as soon as the guy says Percocet, his brain's going, oh shit, right on.
Yeah, like someone who really has problems and is trying not to get, they'd be like, listen, I know it's going to hurt, but I could just do Tylenol or something.
Maybe that's why
just tell
he's
the
gotta
doctor,
get the help.
I don't want to take it because I get in trouble with this. Give me something else. The doctors are totally, hip to
Maybe
that.
the doctor went to give him Percocet and went, this chart says that you used to have a problem with oxy. I can give you this, but you're going to have to go to some therapy just to make sure you're not good. Maybe that's why he's going to therapy.
So the other question is...
I'm trying to fire up the...
Is this the end of the RAV4? Like, has it been that destroyed?
Yeah, I don't know, and more importantly, is the tire cover destroyed? Because that was at least $60 worth of stickers on that tire cover. I mean,
well, did he have a sticker that said, if you can read this, flip me over?
He might as well have.
His insurance isn't going to cover that car because it's too old, really. He's not going to get much out of it. So
it's probably not going to... It's probably
and
not
also,
going to do anything
if he's saying, I got in a car accident, everybody, and then he goes and says, actually, it wasn't a car accident. I intentionally drove into something. The insurance company may want to know that. That's something that they would be like, wait, you're admitting to getting to an accident? They would be like, oh, we don't have to pay you money? Like,
Yep.
Well, the question is he stupid enough to try to put a claim in on that? Because it ain't worth putting a claim in.
Yes, he's stupid enough to do that. And then the worst part is
The car is written off. They're going to give you peanuts for it, and they're going to jack your rates.
But like maybe he doesn't, like maybe he has an undrivable car, so he might as well. You know, who knows what?
That's the thing. By saying he intentionally did it, that means his chances of getting a real gun are definitely off the table. His chances of seeing his wife
that ship has sailed years ago.
Sure, yeah.
Come on.
Like he doesn't realize that that single post that made it sound like it wasn't an accident fucked him over big time.
So there's his tweet. So that's what I was talking about before. After that, he goes, "This is it. My first 9/11 WTC hearing this morning. I'm doing it with 3 fractured ribs and a cut." And also on that note, again, the timing is the very morning that Wally had to appear in court. He gets hurt, and I'm thinking of, like, you know, when you watch the movie when, like, the big mafia crime lord is finally captured. He has his day in court, but he shows up in a wheelchair with an oxygen mask, so the judge feels bad, you know, so you don't put him away for a million years. Like, is Wally doing that? Did Wally hurt himself intentionally? So when he had his court date,
up to the hearing in like a wheelchair with a neck brace and arms.
Did he? Because Wally's just corny enough to do that. Was that a motivation? Did he want to look? Which is a riot because his lawyer didn't show up and he threw himself downstairs for nothing.
Yeah.
But again, I'm speculating wildly.
What kind of shitty lawyer do you have that doesn't show up for your hearing? Like
one that knows that he's not going to win.
Hey, look at
Slippery sneaking in.
What's up, guys?
What are your thoughts on this crazy situation?
Waving high with a piece of chicken.
What did I miss? I mean, this is just craziness.
This has been a great week.
Oh, I mean, one of the best.
Yeah.
Oh, so I meant to go. I lost my place. Okay, so that Wally. Then Wally saying, "Oh, my lawyer never showed up. The judge was pissed." Then he made fun of. Well, actually, after making fun of Fetterman, he's like, "Oh, Fetterman is depressed, and so am I. So Fetterman may be okay." Then this is one of his critics saying, "Well, you know, you were here's a picture. This is the picture I was talking about. There's Wally smug in a car and drinking a beer. Like
I look pretty good drinking a beer in the driver's seat."
That's called evidence.
Right. And again, the background isn't his complex. We think it might be Esteban. We're not 100% sure, but he's not at home. So, like, you know, how did he travel between this event?
Actually, that looks exactly like where the cops pulled up on them the last time.
Yeah. No, look at this one. Look at this one. So evidently, because I'm slippery on wet on YouTube, I'm slippery on wet on Twitter too. I mean, what a dick. I mean, he doesn't even. What a dick.
He's going to drag people to court and be like, "You just got to go. That's not me." And everyone goes home.
I mean, anybody
and I'm
that's following...
countersuing for my money to be here.
Oh, can I just make one comment? I was watching afterwards. I told this to Dan. I was watching afterwards when you guys were going over the Gildardo tweets, and I swear to God, Hidden, your laugh. I mean, I played it a couple times during the week. You know, it's like was the most. It was the most grassroots, heartfelt, pure joy laugh. That I mean, it was great. I loved it. That was a great moment.
We're gonna have to listen to that again to find out.
Oh, that was so good. Oh my God.
Gildardo commented on a post, but the greatest part of one of his posts was when Gildardo kept referring to Wally as a she.
I like the one translation is, "I hope he shits every day." Like, imagine being mad at somebody going, "I hope you shit every day." I kind of do, yeah. Shut up.
Not now. He's taking those Percocets.
Oh yeah.
I hope he shits every day.
You know, Babu, you knew this guy. You know this guy growing up. Like before, I never thought that he would have the capacity of self-harm, but apparently it looks like something's going on, right?
This is the same bit that he's done since high school. The "look at me, I'm so depressed, give me attention" shit.
Have you ever physically touched him?
What?
Have you ever physically touched him? Because maybe you're the only person that's ever actually touched him.
No.
I shook hands with him.
I shook hands with him too. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Again, like the dude he had a pretty good. I've said it before. He had a pretty good childhood growing up. You know, he played in a band. He had no reason for this, but he craved the attention. And you ever see? I don't know if you guys watch Seinfeld. It was like an episode where Jerry's dating this girl who cries over absolutely everything. That was Walter. Like he would
Yeah.
cry really, and people would be like, "Dude, like enough! Like, what are you crying about?"
But like he's like all the time on his social media. You know, guys, I'm always been truthful with you, and you know me. I tell the truth. Now he just says he lied about this car accident. this is just gold.
Everything.
This is just
Curse everyone. The complete shit. The MAGA army lie about everything, curse everyone, and hope for sympathy. I hope he shits every day, and he shits in the inner rope of the leather. This is how Hidden got his sinus infection.
I hope he shits every day in the worst.
Is this related?
Part of the rope. This probably doesn't make sense.
I mean, I have this image of like this rope and like a little dribble of shit coming down.
Like I said, I just think I
He's at
hope
the
he
top.
shits every day. Like that's something you'd wish on your worst enemy.
Maybe he's saying he wants him to shit out like a big long cord of fucking shit. Like a big cable spool.
Oh, for some context, that was Gildardo posted in Spanish, and we translated it. And that was the translation.
Now, you know the funny thing. Now he associates me with that. He says my name and a New York City Freemason, like that escalates the evilness of the whole thing. You know,
Yes.
Freemasons are evil. Don't you know?
It's the gravity.
And like he does again, not learning. Like the whole reason I'm in this world right now is because Wally thought I was somebody making fun of him, and he was like, "I'm gonna come after you," and I was like, "Fuck you, losing
He
lunatic."
creates all of his own trolls.
Yeah, it's like, dude, like,
Yeah, yeah.
and like he hasn't learned. Like maybe I should be 100% sure before
call
I
that
start naming
manifesting.
names and shit.
Yeah, he legitimately created this space.
oh, he did. Yeah. He's a troll factory. This kid. He's a
Wally
troll
brought all of this
factory.
together, which should be a good thing, but because Wally's a douche, it's ridiculous.
So
He
yeah, so
created this
on the
space,
screen
he's
right
not
now
allowed
is
on it.
this is the tweet I was talking about that made everybody like do a double take. I'll read out loud for the audio at home. It's reached the point where I'm no longer able to deal with the constant personal attacks by a handful of men in NYC, my ongoing legal issues fighting for 9/11 cases, my family shunning me, and everything else. This was no car accident. Starting tomorrow, it's time to fix me. What do we think? What's your take on that? How do you?
Yeah, that's really the one with the biggest question marks. You know.
Does that mean? I was
does
saying
that-
before, like, where do you stress that? It's like this was no car accident, or this was no car accident. Like, is the car destroyed? Was the car not involved at all? Did he self-harm? If he did self-harm, did he self-harm a few weeks ago when he had a black eye? Is this the same thing?
Yeah,
Like, what's going
that's
on?
interesting.
Yeah, he walked up to somebody and told them something that offered a punch in the mouth. Or a punch in
I
the
love
eye.
that February 28th was the day that it was time to fix him. Not fucking 11 years ago when he was like,
Oh my God.
Russia.
Yeah.
Not the day before the accident. That was
2020.
no accident.
Yeah, Droid
Yeah.
Man knows what. Like, Droid Man got pulled into one of Wally's like crazy shit. Like, recently, it was like something that happened 8 years ago, and Wally invokes people's names. It's like,
Well, yeah, he does.
what do you think's gonna happen? And then people tell him off, and he's like, "Oh, the pressure, oh, the stress." Like,
But like starting tomorrow, it's time to fix me. No, Wally, if the day of the week starts with a Y, that's the day to fix you. Every day, it's always time to fix you. How many times? I think actually Dan said. I think it always goes back to Dan's very first video on YouTube. I think you said to yourself, "Get help and fix yourself." And now he's talking about this. How long now? Like 2 or 3 years down the road.
yeah, we were
And
talking
this
about
was-
before you came on. Everyone in his universe has told him, "Dude, you need help. You need
Yes.
to go."
And he doesn't get it.
And then he's like, "Fuck them! They're a liberal hippie,
Now,
know,
how
whatever.
many
He's a
psychiatrists are
socialist, communist."
equipped for him,
Called
though?
bullies because we told him, dude, you're fucked up in the head. You need help. Go get help.
Yeah. I mean, but then if you say, "Hey, Wally, you do this stuff and it's wacky. It's not normal. It's not well-adjusted behaviors." Oh, then he like lashes back.
Fuck
and-
you! There's no
Yeah.
evidence anywhere that I'm crazy.
No, he just like posted a bunch of stuff that's his own evidence is saying that he's crazy. But
I mean, the implication that it wasn't an accident shows that he's crazy. Like he's not mentally stable if he's purposely trying to run himself off the road.
you know what?
But
that's
who's he
the
telling?
problem.
Nobody's even fucking subbed to him.
Telling his Twitter what.
Yeah, that's the like. Look at these like thing. There's nothing there. And also
Yeah.
going back to the car accident, a bunch of people were like, "Hey, are you okay? What happened? Was it a hit and run?" And like now, Wally's like, "Oh, remember when you gave me sympathy for the car accident? I wasn't in a car accident.
I don't
Anyway,
run.
feel bad for me again." Like,
But what's a little concerning, like right now, is that obviously, unless he forged like that document that said he had stitches and unless he made that up, because can we see more of that or?
No. Oh, there's a tweet you're talking about.
He only shows you a clip of it. He
yeah,
doesn't
we were
show
making
you
fun
the
of
whole
it because
thing.
he cuts it off. Like that is
Yeah.
like.
Usually he'll blank out his name or something. I
Well,
don't
there's
know.
no name on it. How do we even know that's his or something that he found on Google?
Right. He's showing us his arm with some dried blood. So my only concern is like if he's really self-harming, that means if he's willing to harm himself, he's willing to harm others. So he's really becoming a danger. Like it's another level of seriousness. Before he really didn't self-harm. He would just do crazy shit and say crazy shit and play with his toy guns and everything. But this is really getting a little bit more concerning. You know what I mean?
I
don't
think
know.
My theory is he was not in a car. I think he's self-harming himself because even when he got the black eye business, we were talking about how Wally, like a black girl threw a water bottle at him, and Wally made a 4-hour-long live stream about it. If Wally got in a fist fight with a black guy, like he claimed he did, he would have talked about it consistently. But he's I got a black eye. That was the first we saw of it. And then a few days later, I got in a fight. Don't you know? That's why I got a black eye.
So you're suggesting he tried to end it all by jumping off his balcony, and his balcony's on the ground floor?
I think he is. I think he did like maybe he threw himself down steps and then he did it again. And now he's like, yeah, and maybe like somebody saw him, or somebody said, "Oh, you said you got a car accident, but I just saw your car is fine." And like I think Wally probably got caught in a lie, and then it's like, "Oh, well, actually, I have mental problems and I'm hurting myself."
So
and
he's
be the
just
next
sitting
chapter.
in
That's
a
my
rocking
theory
chair,
based
hitting
on
himself with a hammer.
I didn't hear what you guys
Yeah.
said before, but what like all that stuff, like he's talking about this court case, and then he's talking about his trolls, and all this like was coming to a head that day, and then all of a sudden he has an accident just before this happens. He's going to court, like it's like all too coincidental. You know what I mean? It sounds like a big ruse. I don't know how or when or where, but the guys.
I didn't see this guy.
Sean James.
It's Mega man.
Oh, what's that guy doing there?
I never saw this guy. Isn't MAGA the same guy that made a lot of fake suicide attempts on YouTube? Same guy who befriends MAGA people and other conservative, but takes money in donations, doesn't have to work.
Ooh.
Does he do that? I don't know about the donation thing.
He definitely does.
Does he?
He was at Ducati Park with a cup.
That kind of
yeah. And he's had
I thought he meant like on
Gildardo.
video, like give me money.
Can we translate what Gildardo said?
Gildardo.
Yes, let's see. Here, I'm
Get
opening up a separate window. Oh, we'll play with Gildardo left.
Ravenous alcoholic.
I hope you shit ropes.
But anyway, in my case, her father was a ravenous alcoholic. I mean, completely stone cold drunk.
Nice, eh?
Wow.
When I was working in union construction, she would call me up and say, my dad is drunk. We have to go pick him up. Can you meet me there? This is at Cafe 75 on Roosevelt Avenue, walking distance from where I used to live.
That is asshole.
And I would meet her there, still in my work clothes, dead tired, and he'd be there with his suit and tie, blah, 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 pumping money into the Joker poker machine, and pissed drunk.
That was Spanish, Mega
Now,
Man.
remember, both of them worked for Century 21. It got to a point where the real estate market dropped. It was non-existent. As a result, their mortgage payments started to really, really exacerbate, on top of paying school taxes, which they can no longer afford because now the bottom dropped out in real estate. The mother of my kids was forced to work for a milk company.
Had nothing to do with
she
having
would
to support
solicit
a
this milk in
200-pound
some of the
fucking
worst
freeloader.
places I've ever seen in New York City.
She was
and I would be
forced to
afraid
work
for
for a
her
milk
safety,
company.
and I would go with her and try to protect her and look after her, as a man should. That's the job of a man, protecting our women.
Yeah,
well,
And she
your
would
job
work
is
in
to
these
go to work and bring
draconian,
money, so she doesn't have to
horrific
do that.
neighborhoods in New York City, peddling this milk.
That's going to protect you.
And I hated it. And I begged her
He's
to
a
find
fucking
something
milk
different.
pimp.
Eventually, she started working for Social Security. At which now she works in
And
Long
then she
Island.
got away.
Originally
The
she
guy
worked
who
in the
didn't
Bronx,
work
but
was
now she
begging
works
his
out
wife
in
to
Long
get a
Island
different
to
job.
this day.
Yeah, because it's hard on him.
But still, there wasn't enough money, and they
Well,
were
he
trying to
was building
browbeat
his
me to pay
Kylo
for their
Ren
mistakes,
costume.
to pay for their mortgage,
That
and
was-
pay for their school taxes, and it wasn't fair to me.
Ah,
Fair.
it
Okay, so I
wasn't
got
fair
the
to him.
translation according to Google. It said that translates into Gary didn't beat enough to the MAGA army with the wiffle ball bat. This fucking idiot for a brain concocted another round of lies to cover up his faulty mental behavior. The lazy bastard never pulled his weight. That was
so who's Gary? Is that his dad?
Wow.
Or something?
that's dad.
Oh,
But anyway, in my case, her father.
Gary.
See, I think I missed all that. But yeah, see, these are people like, oh, are you okay? Are you all right? And then because someone replies to Wally, then even Wally's trolls can then jump on the bandwagon. So anytime anyone says boo to Wally,
I'm surprised he doesn't pop in and say, "Get rid of that person. You gotta ban them so they
I'm
can't read
impressed
your
that the Slippery, whoever that is, can reply to all his comments because I'm assuming he's blocked, but yet he still sees it.
well, I mean, I think you can. He blocked me, but
blocking
if
just means you don't see it, but people can post. Like I don't know if Wally realizes
But
that.
like he doesn't realize that he blocked me, and I can just log out and just put in MAGA Army 1, and I can see everything. So I mean, so you can still read it all. You can't, and then you can still post if somebody, she has 5 responses.
Wait, go back.
Yeah, that we looking at that before. Oop, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, we looked at this before. It was Gildardo.
Okay.
Was it somebody else? Oh, we did the last one.
What was it? He was pointing to different accounts, like Slippery When Wet and stuff, right? Like it looked like he was putting them in the post.
Well, this replying comes up automatically, I think.
Yeah, but
I love that Gildardo is legacy
right,
proxy.
he's saying
I
these
love that.
people, and then he puts in the @ which makes it so that you can actually see the post.
Yes.
Because he's naming you in it.
Oh, so he can Wally then see the post even if you're blocked?
That's what I'm saying. Like Slippery.
I don't
Like,
think
he's-
so. I think he
like-
mentions you, but then he can't see anything you write.
He can't see what you're writing because he doesn't want to see you.
But again, I'm sure
But
Wally
he's
has
posting your name so you can get in there.
Oh, he absolutely does because he shows it. He'll say this he's Kevin Colbert is on the chopping block and it does all that. Like,
Yeah, but- okay, so
look at that. So look at that wound again. I mean,
there's
I'm not
Slippery
a
When Wet, and then there's Slippery New York, and then there's Kevin Colbert. How many fucking Twitters do you have?
I mean, I don't
Must
have
be
all
half
those.
a Twitter.
No,
we were talking about his before. Like this is like if you took a damp paper towel, all of that would disappear off his arm.
Yeah, like
But-
like what? Yeah. And how do we know he has broken ribs? He could have just found that scan. And usually, when he puts in paperwork, he has the whole thing. He puts up the he like blacks out his name. He does a whole thing. So I mean, I don't know. Is this just
Well, that's another theory. Is he saying he wasn't in an accident at all? it's so very
Okay, well, it's his
confusing.
left arm, so
Yeah,
his
is he
arm
saying
was
that-
out the window.
Yeah, he said there was no car accident. So
No, he said it was no car accident.
This looks like he's in a hospital. The wall and this little thing on the
To
where
me,
else
it
would
sounds
he be?
like he's saying I took a swerve to the right rather than to the left, so no one else got hurt.
Wally, come on the show and let us know
we
about
need to.
your
Yeah,
fake
I
car.
mean, this is
Wally, the healing starts here. So come
This
on
comes
in.
from that time where he was like,
right. I
on the
agree with
gas.
that. I think this would be
You've
like therapy.
you've
for
called us
Wally.
liars and cheats. Meanwhile, you're lying to your audience about a car. You're no better than us, Wally. So come on and we'll talk about how we're all humans or something.
Honestly speaking, I can't really point to like many incidences that any of us had lied about anything with this guy. I mean, maybe a couple little things here and there, but nothing that raises to this level. I mean, this is
Wally considers a lie if, like I said, he puts a picture of, hey, I'm driving around Charlotte, like looking for places to hang out and drink Michelob Ultra or whatever. Wally, when you go out, get a real fucking beer, okay? Anyway.
Yeah, right.
And then he says, "Oh, I got in a car accident." What's the audience gonna think? Like he gets, but he's like, "Oh, you came to that conclusion based
The only
on
reason
a
why
picture of me
Michelob
drinking? How
Light is
dare
like
you?"
friend repellent.
Right, I'm thinking the only reason why he didn't get drunk is because he was drinking that fucking pussy beer. Like, who gets drunk off of that?
He's got to be like Dan drinking that fucking Guinness. I see.
Oh,
what
that
you're
Guinness, that's a heavy
Yeah,
stuff. Ooh.
Wally, this is a drink. Look at that. Light doesn't pass through that, Wally.
If it
That's how
doesn't
you know
taste-
it's good.
If it doesn't taste like you're sucking on a mouthful of fucking old pennies, then
Also,
it's not a beer.
This is like drinking a loaf of bread. Every one of these, Wally.
Oh,
So good.
in that picture, you can also see the beer belly that Walter got back now, like his little puffy belly over there.
I look pretty sexy,
I got one
except
of
for my
those.
big beer belly. Yeah, I love when Wally adds stuff to the picture that he doesn't think anyone's looking at, like his dumb feet.
Just nailed.
Hey, where's HS tonight?
Hey, man, we've been talking about his toenails for so long
I don't know.
that I'm actually getting a bunch of
HS.
fungus ads all over the place.
Yeah,
Like
it's
they're like,
off his
yeah,
toe.
toe fungus. This is how you get rid of it. It's not me. Send him the fucking ads.
So yeah, I'm looking at it now. I have 3 fractured ribs and bruising on my face and around my body. But he didn't show a picture of his face. Usually he would,
No.
yeah. So I don't know. This is more crazy
Some
stuff.
you said earlier, he might have just gotten fucked up again, and like gotten thrown on the floor. And
Yes,
straight-
that was someone in the
Maybe
chat
he got
just said that.
thrown in front of a car.
Yeah, somebody might have body slammed him or something.
It wasn't a car accident. I
Well,
was thrown in
he
front
does
of a
have.
moving vehicle.
I think the injuries are real, but how did he
Yeah.
get them? Just like
Okay.
like he absolutely
be
got a
the
black
question.
eye. How did he get it? You know, like I think he may be throwing himself down steps. I think that's the next.
The
Like
colonel
I was
accused
actually
that there was a
researching
car
self
involved.
harm. Usually self harm is people burn themselves or they like cut
Oh.
themselves.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
there
yeah.
are
I think
instances
mostly.
people are throwing themselves down fucking like stairs and shit to
Or
like
they hit
feel
themselves, like,
something.
Put their head
And do you-
against the
do
wall.
you
hard.
think-
They say people who have that have all Wally's symptoms. It's like depression and thoughts of suicide, and like he's practicing. So,
Do you
you
think-
know,
Do you think with the court case coming, he was like going to try to use these injuries to try to get out of it, and then somebody said, "Well,
Nah, just
well, just have your lawyer come here or whatever." And if your lawyer shows up, that's enough. You don't have to be here, just your lawyer.
Well, that
and
backfired.
then and then that backfired. They say, "Well,
the lawyer didn't
the
show.
lawyer didn't show." So,
I
mean,
love to think that he threw himself down steps, so he looked all injured, and then the
Yeah.
lawyer's like, "Oh, I'm running late."
I don't know if you guys.
he's
I don't-
got to do it again in a month.
I said that. Like, how unprofessional is his lawyer to not show up to his court case? Like,
Well, I was
Probably
talking.
doesn't have one. The
I
guy
was
probably
talking to
said, "You don't have
another-
a case."
Another one of my viewers said that, like they were from they had family members that were getting money like Wally got, and they said it was cut and dry. There was no like going to a hearing or whatever. They filled out paperwork. It went to their lawyer, and their lawyer's like, okay, and then they got like a check in the mail. There was no hearing, so they were saying that Wally's case may be on thin ice, and that's why he has to go there and do something. We don't know the details because Wally doesn't tell us the details. But it's odd that he has to go with a lawyer to court over this instead of just filling out the paperwork, done deal. So
He
they're
doesn't
wondering
He
if
told
maybe
he
they're
wasn't supposed to be there.
you know,
the
something.
adequate proof to prove that he's a first responder, because he doesn't go there and say
Right.
he was a volunteer. He goes there and says, "I was a first responder."
the one case
Yeah,
he's talking
he goes
about
there
is
with his black book of nonsense.
is workman's comp, right? And workman's comp, like he didn't go there as a he didn't go there because of his job. So like he's trying to like parlay that with workman's comp into like
Exactly.
something. I don't know how that figures out. But one of the things I was telling Dan, I don't know if you guys ever watch MASH. You guys ever watch MASH?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
remember-
no, that's way too old for me.
Not on
My
purpose. It
dad
was like
used to
on, and
watch
I
that.
kind of watch it, but I wasn't really a MASH guy.
Do you remember the character Colonel Flag?
Yes, yeah.
Isn't it Wally? Like he would break
Yes.
his arms on purpose, or he
He's
would.
100. He bleeds blue. He bleeds army. Like that's Wally. Yeah.
Yeah, Wally just doing crazy stuff for the sake of doing crazy stuff. Because I think in his demented mind,
I
like
think he's
he
more
would
like
think-
Klinger.
He might be
Yeah.
trying to get that
He
section.
dresses up in other people's clothes. So that
Well,
you
Klinger
think
would
he-
purposely walk around in a dress to try to get thrown out of the army, but Wally is secretly wearing dresses.
I'm
so
actually-
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
a
it's
little
kind of
different.
he's a
Well, I
reverse
just meant he's like wearing.
He's a
wearing the
reverse
wrong
Klinger.
clothes.
a Klinger to the
Yeah,
minus
Klinger
one
was probably
power.
straight, but he was like, I got to do something to get thrown out of this fucking war. That was like Klinger's angle.
Like if you look at Mega Man now, he probably looks more employed than he was when he was employed. Like you see him, he's always wearing like a gas station shirt. Like he's got some job somewhere. He's like a plumber or an
Well,
electrician.
last show we figured out he was shopping on some like tactical gear eBay site, so he's got some new
Speaking of, let's check his eBay. See if he got anything.
So let's see if
Maybe he got
You
bandaged.
got to shop at the Dickies store if you want to dressed like Mega Man.
Oh, I think he buys those shirts. Yeah, he looks like he dresses like a blue collar
nothing new.
custodian.
Nothing new. He still
Who's
has
at work? Like
77.
nobody dresses like that at home.
Yeah.
It's even got the badge on it. Like it's a gas station.
Like,
Is it like a radio?
Where
fucking
proper
VHS
and
tape?
SCC military surplus is the last.
He wants to be. True Sure mentioned it once. Wally wishes that like he was in the military and that he was somewhere stationed somewhere, and he could come back and he can dress in these tactical clothes,
Wally.
and he could whip up a conversation with somebody saying, "Yeah, I was in the," but he can't. So the best thing he can come up with is, "I was down at 9/11 and I was on a bucket brigade for a day and a half or however many hours he was," and he thinks somehow that puts him on par with people who were in the military. But he's sort of
he compared himself to Jesus again. That was the latest.
Oh yes.
He's Jesus again.
Wally the Jesus figure. Except Mary, his mother, would speak with him, and she wouldn't do Xanax or what was it? Xanax popping mother. Jesus didn't have a Xanax popping.
The difference was Jesus wasn't a piece of shit. That was
yeah, you're right.
So this is another there's another Wally tweet. If Jesus can be beaten, chastised, spit upon, only to be crucified and then rise, so can I. I will not be intimidated, and just because I am down never means I am out.
No,
and this will only temper me like fine steel. I don't know fine steel.
And now look at their look at their
tend
page.
to your masturbating and children and obese black gays. Only Wally would evoke Jesus and then talk about masturbating to children.
And then you look at the person that he's going against, and they're like the 180 degree of him. They're like as fucking batshit crazy as he is, but way the fuck over on the left.
Yeah, well,
married, fuck.
At some point you intersect, and that's where they are.
Yeah, well, they bump into each other.
And then a small black hole will form when they touch one another.
And a black hole baby is born.
Isn't that what they say about either side, left or right? When you go too far, you end up in the same place, and that's where Wally is right now.
And whenever Wally gets this kind of thing, he's like, this is a personal attack. Like when he goes to the police and the authorities, he's like, look at this attack against me. It's somebody commenting on some public thing that he posts on Twitter. That's the attack. That's what he wants to bring people to court about. It's like, dude, get the fuck off of Twitter.
Like,
if you
look
can't
at
handle that.
It's the exact same thing as him. Look, one following, zero
Wally,
followers.
I think Wally took this
Just
picture
like him.
because this was created this month, and the guy says Charlotte North Kraken crack. So like, it's obvious to like fuck with Wally, and that's what Wally was. But like, okay, Wally, what are you gonna do?
But
with
look,
this?
zero followers.
Who are you
just
going
like
to
Wally.
with this? Look, someone made a fake account and said something I don't like on internet. Like, what are you gonna go to the police, to the FBI, to the? You're gonna
I'm
fill
sure
it
he
like,
printed it out and put it in his black book with everything else.
To what end?
Yeah,
What
but
are you,
she's a
what are you
little
gonna
bit
do?
dumber than him because she actually used her name for her Twitter profile.
He's such a dummy. Like what? Like you're feeding the trolls, and it's another thing. Every one of his friends told him, like, dude, get off of the internet because you're feeding these trolls, and they're having a fucking field day at your expense. Oh, I got an update from Hebrew Spaceman. He said he may come in about 30 minutes, and that was a few minutes ago. So he's working.
Oh, all right. Well, you got to make the money while you can, right? But yeah, this was a banner Wally week. I mean, this was.
I just want to see the pictures of the car, man. Like if it's destroyed.
There's no pictures of that.
Yeah, I don't think the car. I think the car's fine. I think he lied about the whole thing.
He can never post a picture of his car ever again because that's going to call him out on his bullshit.
Well,
he's already kind of admitted that it wasn't a car accident. It was something else. But if it was anything,
he originally called it a car accident, and now he says it wasn't a car accident.
The car had nothing to do with it, or Wally intentionally crashed his car trying to kill himself.
Yeah, like you could read it either way. So
I
it's
think
like
someone threw him in front of a car, and it wasn't an accident.
Yeah, let's read that again. Maybe
right here in the middle there.
It was a personal attack.
Was no car. Does it say this was no car accident or this was no car accident? That makes it two different things.
So
depending on where you stress it.
Is he trying to say it was something that caused the injuries, but it wasn't a car accident, or is he trying to say
I'm saying
it was an accident? It wasn't an.
You could even stretch and read it as if he's suggesting somebody sabotaged his car, but that's not what happened here. Like he's like, this was no car accident. You know, someone
He's basically
someone
trying
cut
to
my
say it was
brakes
a
or
sign
whatever.
from God. Like this
That's not-
car accident was a sign from God, and he now needs to clean up. And
That
not
could be
drink
another
anymore.
like. There's so many ways to interpret this. So we
which
just
still
have to
leads me
wait.
to he's probably drunk when he crashed.
But the
because
next thing he's
God's
saying is
telling
like,
him not to drink and drive.
starting tomorrow, it's time to fix me, meaning that whatever caused his injuries was self-inflicted. So maybe
I think
he's
it
saying,
goes further back than that.
Whatever it is, it's mental.
And he talks about self-loathing, which would check out with him throwing himself down steps or whatever he's doing
In front of cars.
And like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, last month he's like, oh, see these black eye? I got in a fight. Yeah.
But, you
And
know,
then, like
now
he got another, he's like, oh, my ribs. Oh yeah, I got in a car accident. But it's all
Doctor's
him.
like, you need to see a
throwing himself around.
psychiatrist. You shouldn't be throwing yourself in front of buses.
But now that I've come forward to my closest friends about this depression, so like, who are his closest friends? Is it going to be Esteban? Is it going to be Shitty?
What closest friends don't know about his depression?
Yeah, I mean, like, if you know him long enough, he can't hide that. He's
Long
never
enough,
been
you know
able to
him
hide
3 days, and he'll be like,
Yeah.
he'll be crying, you know, in your presence.
His friend Michelob and what's the other one?
Michelob Ultra,
Jameson.
Wally, come on, man.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, because like I said, the retired cop in the lodge met him like twice, and like on the second time he met him, he told him he wants to kill himself, and he's like, dude, you know, like, where did that come from?
And that
you
was
know?
a while back.
So now I've come forward to my closest
I'm thinking
friends.
of killing myself. Anyway, thanks for letting me into your little Mason club. I'm really glad I'm
Yeah, right. So you're gonna kill yourself. And he had a lot of people sold on it too. I mean, one of my friends was like saying, oh, you know, I was talking to him once. And he's like, oh, you know, he's got a lot of stuff going on. He's got a lot of issues going on.
Should I
So
load
he
up
made it.
brand?
But,
Fuck no.
yeah. They have all showed me so much love. Frankly, I don't deserve them. Yeah, you're probably right. You don't deserve anybody that gives you any sympathy at this point, because we've heard it all so many times. God.
And again, this tweet, like nothing. He got. Oh, there's a response to this. Let's see. What did he have? That was the Antifa shield maid. Nothing will change.
Yeah. It
You
is
have
like-
to go. You have to go
Kill
to
mail.
jail now. Jail now.
This guy's lying again.
Yeah, so that's why Wally is crying, because I remember, like, he's fallen so much because he used to do this shit on Facebook, and he had 4,000 Facebook friends, and if he typed in anything, he was guaranteed like 100 people would like it or whatever. And statistically speaking, that was 1/4%, you know. But Wally would take what he can get. But now he does this shit. He's posting pictures of injuries, and nobody is like saying anything to him.
It's not.
Twitter's not going to put that on the timeline.
It's not the same as seeing a grown
And
man
not only
cry.
does no one say anything to him, he'll get 2 or 3 people that say, "You're full of shit. You drive drunk.
Here he
You're
goes
an
again.
asshole.
Yeah. Here he goes
I
again.
hope you shit every day." And Wally's like, "Oh."
But like, what do you think? Now he's saying it's time to fix me, and then he said something like he took some kind of step. He took this big step. What big step? What you go to see another head shrinker? Like this one is going to have the magic bullet. I
Took
mean,
too
took a
big
big
of a
step
step
off
and
the
missed the
steps.
first one. And
Yeah. Ah!
what is he trying? Today was a massive step in the right direction. There's more going
Right
on
into a
within
wall.
me than even I realized. What do you mean? You're fucking nuts, man. Like everybody's known this.
But
Anybody that's known you for more than 30
every time
Finally
Wally
had to
does
see
this,
psych.
he'll come back from the therapy and then do a 5-hour live stream where he'll deep dive into like Gary
Oh,
hitting
no.
with a full bat. Donna is a narcissist who eats Xanax and steals rubber bands. Like it's nothing different. It's like
I remember
It's
one time when he was on
nothing
YouTube,
different.
he did
Who'd
that
have
whole
followed?
thing when they like intervened when he was going to shoot himself with the BB gun, and then he came back and they're like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I have what is called survivor's guilt, and he went into a deep dive on the whole survivor's guilt thing. What do you mean survivor's guilt? You weren't at 9/11 when it collapsed. You came there a day late and $1 short. It's not like you were going to die there the next day. So how would you have survivor's guilt? That doesn't even make sense. That's like if you showed up on a Carpathia when the Titanic sunk. You didn't
That's
have
first
what the
responder
fuck?
guilt.
that was some real obscure
Scroll down a bit.
trivia there.
It
Oh, hold
says
on.
who to follow, Donna. What
The
does it
crazy
say?
part is like Wally puts up these tweets and like he gains
the
this
other way.
from like random people.
There
and
we
he'll have one
Oh, this is just who to follow. They keep,
Yeah,
keeps
but who
coming
is
up.
that?
I don't. It's not. It's not his mom. When I
No.
saw it, I'm like, oh, is that his mom? This keeps coming up for me.
Donna.
And I
Queen.
shouldn't say anything, but this account that I'm using, I follow Wally, and he doesn't. I'm one of Wally's 3,000 whatever followers. So in order to stay camouflaged, I liked a bunch of like crazy right wing shit that Wally likes, just so I like fit in. so I get crazy shit on my Twitter feed.
Oh,
it's
Jesus.
like
But
so that's what's going on when you see
I
craziness
followed it
there.
too, and I saw like 17 or 18 people, and it's like, oh, okay, if you're like somehow got into that thread, it's like you follow them and they'll follow you. So that's
Yes.
that's how it seems to work.
So that's
I don't
why
know.
this like all these ultra MAGA people are popping. It's like this isn't my personal Twitter. This is my Wally trolling Twitter. Shh, don't no one tell Wally.
Don't scroll too far up.
Then I'll have to go through the difficulty of making another account to
Creating a
see
whole
Wally's
new-
stuff.
yeah.
Oh the horror. Well, this was actually good. There was 1 week where Wally locked his Twitter that only followers can see stuff.
Yeah.
But then Wally realized, oh, when I tell George Takei that he likes it up the fudge tunnel, George Takei can't see it, so that's no good for me. So he had to like undo all that so he could troll the libs. So he's kind of fucked.
But that's the thing that sort of that makes you want to shake your head. He goes onto Twitter or any medium he's on, and he puts up 80,000 rainbow swastikas, like complaining and railing and calling people names, and just like George Takei's fudge tunnel and these fat black womans and these all
And
this
if
stuff.
George Takei was to go, I can't stand any more of this attacks.
Can you
Wally would be
imagine?
like, haha, got him. Haha,
Yeah,
I got George Takei.
Kill yourself.
and then people like push back at Wally because he's just shitting over everything and everyone all the time. He's like, oh, I got to go to court, and these men have to. When I get my settlements, I'm going to take them to court, and they're going to go to, and they're going to have to answer in open court and prove beyond a reasonable
Is
doubt.
open court a thing?
Yeah.
What does open court mean?
He loves the open court thing. Yeah,
He loves putting weird words together.
Like they're outside in the court.
Like we'll be sitting on the witness stand, and we'll be cross-examined by Wally's lawyer, sweating bullets, and then all
While
of a
we're wearing
sudden,
chains.
dun, dun, ah, and it will be like the big thing, and we're like, oh yes, did you do this, and did you do? No, Wally,
You're all
it's not gonna-
shackled.
Yeah, the
Not gonna
judge will
happen.
be like 12 feet up on a pedestal with the wig.
Yeah,
Be like, how dare you assault this man? It'll be like, like what was it? What's the movie?
The wall.
The Wall. Yes, that's what I was thinking of. It'll be like the end of the Wall.
And the big ass comes down and shits on him.
Yeah, like it's just
Wally-
like a total like that's what Wally and even I think in Wally's tweet, didn't he say something like the judge is on my side? It's always sides with him.
And
Say.
then when he loses, he's like, "You powdered wig homos."
But he has a history line. Remember when he went? And I just looked at some videos recently where he said, "I'm going to go down." He filled out the paperwork for me and Dan, and he wrote
Yeah.
all these men.
I
have
love
done
those
this,
videos.
and-
They're precious.
and I'm going to go back and I'm going to go there. And the day I went there, I don't know what he said. Somehow there was supposed to be some kind of teleconference, and the day of the teleconference, the police came to his house because somehow we set him up. Or this convoluted,
the
crazy
video was to
stories.
tell me, "Oh, very funny, Dan." Like, and I was like, "What? What'd I do?"
and then he's filling these out, and he says, "Well, in a couple of days, you didn't want a criminal record, but now you're going to get a criminal record, and be ready.
Yeah.
The sheriffs will be showing up any day now."
Yep.
And I'm like, and for a while you're like, do you believe this guy? This guy, who knows? I mean, he bothers everybody and follows them around and pesters them to the nth degree. So maybe he pestered somebody long enough that they're going to show up. But then you come to realize he's just living in this world inside of his head where just one ping pong ball is bouncing around, and you don't know what it's gonna do.
When he first came after me, my biggest concern was, is this guy gonna swat me like on Christmas Eve? Like that, that was the level of insane I thought I was dealing.
Well, you
with.
don't know, right? You don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, like I'm like most of the people that I deal with in my life are fairly rational and sane, but he's completely. When you talk about mental illness, he's a poster child. This guy.
I mentioned it
mean,
before. I spoke to CMPD, and they're like, "We know, we got this guy's number. We know
Yeah,
that he's
yeah.
a lunatic, and we go there and we look him in the eye and tell him that he's a great guy. But we know
We
what's
rent a house
going on."
across the street and watch him.
Like, I'm sure Wally is one of like a dozen people like that they
Yeah,
have to deal
yeah.
with on a daily basis.
but now, like, if these injuries are real and like the black eye and stuff, I mean, is this another level? Is he really willing to hurt himself over this stuff? This is kind of crazy. I mean, maybe they should know about it.
Like when you look at like self-harm, when you research it, Wally fits the bill. It's like severe depression and anxiety and all this other stuff, self-loathing. Like you're so numb to the world, you want to feel something, and that's.
I don't think Wally has the balls to do it though, so that's why I'm kind of leaning towards maybe it would have been drunk driving or he got his ass kicked. Because I think Wally would look at a knife and think, "Oh, this is going to hurt too much."
The other thing that I think it may be is Wally is, like he's hurting himself some other way, and he's trying to parlay it for sympathy. But the fact that this happened twice recently,
yeah, right.
Like maybe he just tripped and fell, and he's like, "I got in a fight with a liberal," don't you know? Like okay, oh, you look, I got hurt. Oh, it was a car accident. Feel bad.
But like, I mean, when was it about a month ago or 6 weeks ago that he had the black eye and that whole thing, and now like 6 weeks later he has broken ribs and stitches on his arm. It's like it's too improbable because the man doesn't do anything all day except sit in his apartment and go to Walmart. I mean, he doesn't really have any kind of. I mean, is it that dangerous down in Charlotte?
His car did get broken into 3 times. So
I mean, but
Wally, come on, you're driving us nuts. Come on the show.
Wally, we just have to
heal
resolve
together.
We, really, at this point, Wally, we don't want any harm to come of the guy. I don't want you to like self-harm. I definitely not. I mean, this was all kind of a goof up to now. But if you're hurting yourself, there's something else going on here that needs some. You need some help. You really do.
And to clarify, Wally, we're going to continue to make fun of your tweets because, but like just quietly get self-help, and then we have nothing to make fun of.
But that's the problem. That's how you know that he's not wrapped right, because anybody else that posts stuff, like Dan gave a great example, George Takei. He gets the most hate-filled tweets on his thing all day, or anybody, any kind of figure. But when you're Wally and you're posting up stuff like he posts up with swastikas, gay swastikas, and calling names, and then people push back on that, and you say, you call women, you have a roast beef pussy, or, that woman in Jersey and all that kind of stuff. And then you get personally offended to the point where you think it's too much and you want to hurt yourself. That's where you separate the difference from being a normal human being and one that's disturbed. Really disturbed.
He said he's recognizing the self-loathing, and so maybe that's a start. Wally. We hope get help, Wally. I'm a redemption guy. Go get some help. But I'm not going to stop making fun of your shit.
Yeah, right. I mean, if you're talking politics and saying crazy shit, then people, and you're doing it on social media, then people have a right. I mean, it's almost like a birthright to be able to, in the United States, to be able to do the opposite or ridicule your opinions. That's just the way it is. I mean, come on. That's not crimes. I mean, but now he's actually admitted that he's making up stories. So now all of a sudden he's making up stories now, but a year ago he wasn't making up stories or telling us nonsense or making up, or when he was supposedly at the World Trade Center, that was legit, but now it's not legit. I mean, come on. How are we supposed to know when it's true and when it's not true?
What's going on, Hebrew Spaceman? Sneaking in. Oh, I have people's names off. Hold on, what did I do that for? Boop, boop.
I changed mine, so it's nice and long. It doesn't even say. It says the guy who helps pay for Wally's nonsense.
Oh, man.
There it is.
Yeah, God. Sorry, I've been working fucking nonstop since 9 o'clock. So. Yep.
Yeah, well, you keep working and making that money because you're gonna pay when the time comes.
You need there's people who depend on you in this world.
Yeah,
or hide it in a Swiss bank account.
I miss you guys. What I miss? What
shit.
About?
Well, we were looking at Wally's injury.
Oh,
what do you think? You're a medical doctor. Well, give us your opinion of this here.
Why this asshole couldn't fucking wash the blood off his arm? Like,
is it possible?
I said, a damn paper towel would take that all away.
Yeah, like.
He's such a lying sack of shit. Like, you never know what the real story is, right?
Exactly.
Did he fucking fall down the steps drunk? Or is his car totaled? Why is his car totaled?
I want to believe that his car is a wreck. Because I want to believe his car is wrecked. Because that's one of the things that
he would
heard about that
if
more,
his car got totaled, he would post a picture of it.
Yeah,
that's what makes me think it's not. Because
Yeah,
he would be like, "Look at my arm, look at my car." That would have been what he post it.
Maybe
but
he
there's
hasn't
nothing.
had the opportunity to see his vehicle though.
I know,
Well,
Hebrew
like,
Spaceman, go down to his house again and let us know
Yeah,
what's going on. Just drive
like
by.
if he was actually in an
Wally likes it
accident,
when you drive by his house.
he probably would have been unconscious when they grabbed him, and then he wouldn't see his car again unless it was time to go and look at it and see what the damage was.
Well, let's look at the steps. If he went to the hospital because he got into a car accident, they would obviously check to see if he was drunk. If he was, then he would probably be arrested for drunk driving.
This fucking moron. I think I
I love showing this for Hebrew because it triggers him.
What human being, other than Wally, puts every piece of medical paperwork?
Well, it's
right?
cut off if you notice, and that's not me. That's him cutting it off.
No, I know what I'm saying. No, this is he posted this shit, but like,
do you see what they did wrong here though?
Where?
Look at the last sentence.
Return for any
That's a big
worsening
mistake.
symptoms or concerns. Yeah.
Okay,
you're gonna be seeing him again.
So even if this is legit, which I believe it is, like first of all, why does he post for the whole world to know all this stupid shit? But all right, he's got crack ribs. You can't do anything for crack ribs. You stay home. That's it, right? And don't breathe too deep. I guarantee you this knucklehead is going to relate it to 9/11, and somehow it's going to be tied up in his fucking disability payments. And, the struggle is real, and I hate him so much.
What do you think about him conveniently getting serious injuries the day of his big court case? Is he the guy in the neck brace at court? Oh, yes.
Yeah, I know, right, with the thing?
Oh, I need
and
more.
his pro bono attorney didn't show up? I'm shocked.
I'm not sure if I had cracked ribs or if I had bruised ribs, but I definitely did something, and it takes forever for that to heal. If you keep touching it or banging into it, it starts all over again. So this is something that's probably going to ride with him for a fucking long time.
Well, you know what? It takes a few weeks, honestly.
If you don't touch it.
He has the capacity to sit still for 2 weeks and breathe.
I had a girl that kept on jumping on me and restart.
Yeah. It could totally heal up.
It could heal up in 2 weeks, or you could fall down the stairs again, and it could take another 8 months.
I think in a month he's got to fall down the steps again for his new court.
Yeah, those will
appearance.
get cracked again.
He's gonna stand at the top of the same steps and be like, "Okay, this hurt last time. Okay." He's gonna have to mentally prepare himself to.
I have
fall down
never
the
seen a
steps.
person get involved in so much drama as this guy. Fights in parking lots, pulling his weapon on people.
And he's a 45-year-old man. Like, he should just be like sitting in front of your TV, watching, like the news. Like, come
That's
on.
the part that he can't take, though, because every TV show has like kids on it, or somebody's getting a marriage, or there's like an argument between a man and a woman. It's all PTSD in a box. You can't take that.
He's the only person who watched the Super Bowl just to see if people were standing for the black national anthem, and he gets all mad. I don't even think he cared about the game.
No.
He was counting the people who were clapping at the black national anthem. Is there such a thing? I haven't watched anything.
Stupid idea.
There was some controversy about the game. I know that there was something else, but I didn't.
I think the last play was the big controversy.
Well, yeah.
But like, what is his game now? Because like we were saying before, I think he's actually something has changed here now where he's like self-harming, like because like with his black eye. Somebody suggested it when he had the black eye, and somebody suggested when he had the black eye that he did that to himself. I think you might have HS said he probably just did that to himself. But now he looks like
I wouldn't put anything past him. Who gets in this many fights?
Yeah. This is completely
crazy.
a new. This is like a whole new avenue opened up for Wally now, where he's doing these epic self-harm things with. But again, like if you look at this,
but where's the talk of a lawsuit to the person that did this to him?
Right. That's what I would say too.
Well, that's another reason I think there's no car accident, because it's not like I was in a car and I hit a guy and he went through the thing, and like there's none of that. He's like, I was in a car accident, I got hurt, no deal.
And it wasn't an accident.
But what did he say? He was like, "This is one of the worst,
now
if
I gotta
not
go to
the
a
worst
psychiatrist.
car accidents I've ever been in." It's like,
that was the tagline of my show. Because like when you type that out, you're supposed to
one of the worst, if not the worst, car accident.
You're supposed to capitalize the on the second to make it like. But he's just like, this is one of the worst, if not the worst. It's like you got to emphasize one of the,
you knew immediately, knowing Wally and following Wally, that it was BS, because you knew knowing his demeanor, he would have wrote, "Oh, some fucking a-hole blew this red light and did this," and it would have been a whole story with I flipped over 7 times and I had to
You don't
crawl
think
out
he
the
tried
roof.
to cut his artery there
So wait,
and went the wrong way like a teenage girl?
Are we ruling out the drunk driving completely?
No, I actually, the more I think about it, the more I think maybe he wrapped his car around a tree, and then he's going to claim that he's been under so much stress and the pressure, and he wants,
you think
and then he's going to tie it into his PTSD.
Oh, you think he's going to?
Yes, that's another theory someone ran by. This is all him adding paperwork so he could be like, I'm a lunatic, so I need money. I need more money.
So presumably the car is old enough that he probably doesn't have any collision on it, and that like if you wrapped it around a tree, he can't get it replaced because he has no collision on it. So maybe he's going to try to parlay this whole thing into a it was because of a medical episode or something like that that he had to crash. Yeah,
He never mentioned the horrible bus ride that he had to take to get to the courthouse.
Well, I mean, that's a whole other drama with the attorney not showing up and the judge was on his side. Like, I can't believe anything.
I don't believe any of that stuff.
I think his lawyer told him, "You don't have a case, and I can't take you." And then he went to court anyways and said, "This guy said he was going to be here." And then the judge is like, "Well, this is fucking craziness."
I think he went into court like a Fred Sanford with a neck brace on and his thing. He's like, "Oh, I you know,
probably
I
still
got
the blood
out
on
of a
his
car
arm.
accident, and my lawyer's supposed to show up, and in the meantime,
probably
we
still
didn't
had
even
that
have
blood
a
on his
lawyer."
arm.
Well, the last time he went to court, remember he said he started shaking and convulsing. Like, I don't know what it is with this guy.
The only reason I think that this court thing was real is he said that the judge is a woman. And if Wally had to make up a fictional story, you know, the judge would look exactly like him. It would be like, you know, a MAGA supporting white guy.
Unless it was looking bad for him, so maybe he's seeding the ground for. Like,
I don't think he's that
a woman
smart.
that did this to me.
I don't think he's that smart. I think he would be like, in his mind, all judges look like Judge Kavanaugh. Like that's his pal, Judge Kavanaugh.
And they wear a powdered wig.
Even his World Trade Center
Judge Kavanaugh with a powdered wig.
Victims compensation case, when he laid out those papers and showed like the witness that was supposedly there, and I saw him there, and it was like written in crayon and chicken
it was
scratch.
big. It was all caps and like badly spelled out.
Like he wrote it with his left hand.
Wally was down at the trade center with me. That's like how I read it.
Supposedly,
Stinky
this guy
wrote
kept time slips from his union plumbing job, but he wasn't there due to his union plumbing job. So I don't know. It all sounds a little, because the guy that I know that was involved with this, he was down there. He was down there because of his work. He had it. It was done. It was like boom, 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 exactly the way it was. And he kind of said, if Wally's is what he says it is, then it should already be settled a long time ago. If they
that guy was supposed to be there, Mega Man wasn't.
Yeah, having a hearing. See, that's what my other friend was saying. This hearing sounds weird. Like something's going on.
Hearing.
Yeah.
Well, and also, if it's 9/11, why are they doing it in North Carolina?
Yeah, if it's workman's comp, right? Wouldn't that be New York State workman's comp? I don't know.
I'm assuming all
he's
this
saying
is
9/11
like via,
World Trade Center hearing. So
this is all like live stream or whatever, like Zoom.
Oh,
or something.
really?
I assume. I like Wally.
Oh, you think it's maybe online?
Maybe we should be checking on that.
Oh, going back to like
maybe
drunk
this
driving.
is a drunk driving.
I actually checked out the mugshots for Mecklenburg County or whatever for the last few days, and he's not on there.
Oh,
whenever he goes MIA, I check out the mugshots.
Has any Wally been picked up recently?
Yeah, he can't hide. I don't know what I'd do if I saw a mugshot of him. I'd probably shoot my load. It would be like Christmas and the 4th of July the same day. To see his dumb face this way and then this way, oh boy, that would make my day.
He'd try to end himself, and you guys would end up saving his life and pissing him off again.
The biggest,
I'd bail him out. Hey, buddy.
One of the biggest unanswered questions is in this whole thing. Why wasn't Legacy Proxy involved?
This is prime Legacy Proxy material.
The last time
he probably ran over Legacy Proxy.
Legacy Proxy hit him with the car.
The guy who didn't show up. That's the lawyer that bailed on him.
The last time hit him with the car.
Legacy Proxy, like after a black eye and a little swollen ankle, Legacy Proxy was in there to
so this was Mecklenburg County 27.
Oh no,
he's not there. Oh, what happened to this guy?
Oh, that's the guy he fought.
Let me tell you something. if Wally
Gildardo.
if Wally actually showed up on one of those, that would be proof positive there is a God. That absolutely.
And then it wasn't an accident.
Whoa!
This guy's got an A
Ooh,
between his
see that
eyes.
guy in a dark alley? Oh,
Jeez.
It's probably better if it's dark.
oh yeah, commercial.
man.
Oh my God!
Just see Wally in here with a bunch of
took the-
fucking
he took
like
the
wounds.
vaccine.
That'd be great. So yeah, I check.
How do you? Oh, those are all the from all the dates. Oh,
This looks like a football.
This was
team.
the night Wally said he got in a car accident.
This actually looks like a football team.
yeah, but you know what? You know this moron. He says, "Oh, I got in the worst car accident, this and that." And then, like the night before, he says, "Hey, I'm going to treat myself. I'm going out on the town." And then he shows himself, takes a picture with a beer at a bar somewhere.
Yeah, and I said in the introduction, he used the term hopping.
Yeah,
bar
Don't
hopping.
you when you hear hopping and booze, you think of bar hopping, right?
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
like a thing? I don't know if the kids these days use that term anymore, but But the fact that Wally's getting mad that people are speculating that he was driving drunk, like that merits going to court.
Right.
This, my last tweet is me drinking a beer, and then the next one is getting a car accident.
If I don't know, because maybe I'm a little crazy, but if somebody had a weekly live stream about everything that I post on social media, and I know that every week they do a live stream scrutinizing every move that I make on social media, I would probably refrain from putting crazy shit on social media. But that's just me. I don't know. Other people.
He has one of the Wally always talks about the art of war. That book.
Sun Tzu.
Yeah, one of the things in that book is you need to give your enemy a golden bridge. I think is what they say. Like that. Like they need a way out. So that they could retreat and not look bad. Wally's golden bridge has always been he could just go away from social media. I've said it. That's Wally. That's your way out. Is to just stop. Why don't you go on social media as some anonymous guy and make fun of George Takei? Why do you have to do it as you?
Because he's not that bright. That's why.
Hey, Dan, I put in the private chat a vintage Wally video if you want to look at it really quick.
Ooh. I would want to point out in all of these tweets, if you take a look, he's got his views, whatever, no retweets, no likes, nothing. We're the only ones.
Like Slippery said, we're the guys watching his stuff, nobody else.
So does that
And
make
he
us
doesn't
Joker
get it.
or the Batman? I'm not sure which one.
I think those guys gave up on him. After he lost his channel, that was it.
Oh no.
It's very dark. Oh, is that his backyard? Oh, that's Baby Mama's house.
Vintage.
All right, let me just step under the light then.
Oh, look, he's wearing a red jersey. How strange and odd.
Something like that, I guess, is good enough.
I should talk with my crazy outfit every night.
All right, guys, what's going on? It's yours
before
truly
light
again. And unfortunately, the light in my backyard's not bright enough for me to actually do this. I know it's a little late, but I was compelled to make this stream.
You should also note that this is
most
Queens,
of you have
and Wally
already,
has neighbors sleeping probably
most of
about
you guys
20 feet
already
away
know
from him
this.
right now.
I just found out myself not too long ago. I have decided that I would respond to this particular stream because of the fact that a very disturbing piece of news has come out about somebody in the Star Wars community, which I think most of you guys are already aware of if you are not. There is a gentleman by the name of Jeremy Dale Drew, I believe his name is, or Jeremy Drew Dale or something like that. I really, at this point, don't give a fuck what his name is. The reason I'm posting this is because, I'm a father of 2 children, and most of you guys on my Facebook page are parents yourself or have a real affinity for kids. A lot of you guys do charity work and things like that. But we just all found out that apparently he was busted for, I believe, possessing child porn and pandering it.
Those are your friends,
and I believe he's being sentenced
just shut
to
up.
7 years in prison, along with a $25,000 fine, if I'm not mistaken. I actually posted the link and a clip of the article. As a matter of fact, I think the link is present for everybody to see. Just look on my page. There were issues with Jeremy a while back. I think this is right enough now. There were issues with Jeremy before my own.
Walter was known for having
as you can
terrible
say.
Wi-Fi.
In the SLD, for you 501st cats that know about this sort of stuff, in the SLD thread, the SLD forum is more for the bad guys like Count Dooku, Darth Vader, all that kind of stuff. He caused a lot of trouble in the 501st SLD threads because
worse than people in 501st
in the beginning, and this is
right,
true for anybody who knows that. I don't have access to the SLD thread, unfortunately, because of my situation. I'm not going to get into that right now, but at the time when I had access to it, he basically took parts from a lot of the prominent parts makers and sent them out to Florida. Most of you guys will know him as Manny Ramiro, aka
I'm bored,
Portumac,
Wally. I'm bored.
and had a lot of those parts copied.
Oh yeah, Ramiro,
and
sure.
tried to claim this and that and everything else that he was just having them repaired. But Portumac, Manny, not knowing any better, did work on his stuff, and it just became a big controversy, and Portumac almost was banned completely as a reputable seller to anybody who wanted to build a Darth Vader costume. I've had a good relationship with Manny for a long time because most of his parts are my original Vader. When I first started years and years ago putting it together, most of my parts are old porty, so I had a business relationship, if you can say. So I went to bat for Portumac. The SLD the guy who was in charge of the SLD, Matt, I believe his name was, if I'm not mistaken. I messaged him right away and said, listen, man, Manny's a good guy. Most of us got our parts from Manny, and I don't think it's cool that he's being thrown under the bus because of somebody else's mistake, and things were all worked out, and Manny is now back on the good seller list, which is great.
Is Manny
But Jeremy
the
caused a lot of
pedophile?
controversy in the SLD forums, and tried to blame it on attention deficit disorder. Whether that's true or not, I cannot say. I'm not here to judge.
Try to
What I
drain
am here
shit
to
on
respond to
fucking
is the fact that,
PTSD, asshole.
the fact that, I am a dad.
It's different.
Beautiful woman at my side. Most of you guys have kids, work with kids, go to hospitals and do events. I know how many dozens of hospitals I've been to and stuff like that. It's sad to see when
I've
things
been
like
to
this
a
happen.
dozen hospitals,
It's not,
right?
I want to stress this. I'm not speaking for these thoughts. I'm not representing anyone. It's sad to see something like this happens, especially in a group that I personally, even though I'm trying really hard not to discuss because there are things that have unfortunately happened with my situation. Most of you guys may or may not know what that is. I'm not at liberty really to discuss what those things are, but there's been some bad stuff. But for the time when I was trooping as Vader with the Legion, I've seen those guys do some of the best things I have ever seen. It's the same thing with Saber Guild, Empire Temple, the Dark Alliance. I'm still in good standing with the Dark Alliance and Saber Guild. I will not get into other things past that,
Not anymore.
but which hopefully will be resolved in the future. I'll just put it at that. But what the Legion does is a very wonderful, beautiful, amazing thing. The amount of money that those guys raise, and the type of kids that they help to go out there and do what they do, they're dealing with the sweat and pain and everything else.
So
These
you
cool
like the
costumes all of a sudden
Legion,
have
Wally?
the news brought out to everybody's attention that somebody in the Legion would actually pander and be in possession of child pornography. I, of course, have a huge problem with this, and I hope most of you have a problem with this as well. I hope that action
Wally,
is taken to this person on
who
various Star Wars
wouldn't
pages
have
out
a
there. I don't like calling people out. I really don't. I've been trying not to call people out. I don't like calling people out.
It's
not my
such a
style. I don't
low-hanging
like
calling
Internet
people
wars.
out,
I really try
but-
not to. But if
It's
something,
such a low-hanging fruit. It's like,
really gets my
pedophilia
nerves,
is bad.
or
Like,
pushes
okay,
my
wow,
button,
Wally, what a
I'm
crazy
going to lash out. I'm going to
stance to
respond. This thing definitely pushes my button. So it's very disturbing. It's sick. It's gross. I am even ashamed that I had him on my friends list. I think most of you, from what I've seen, and I've been watching the numbers of his friends decline rapidly, and it is a good thing. Unfortunately, things like this happen in this world. This world is a very horrible place to begin with at times, and you have beautiful people like the Mandalorians and the 501st going out there and doing such beautiful stuff for kids that really just need a little bit of a boost and a smile and all that kind of stuff.
not what you say.
Bastard.
Yeah.
To see a
What
bastard
happened,
like this come
Wally?
out, Nathan
You didn't
Kennett.
like the
Actions being done, he's been
501st
removed, and
before.
501st is removed and banned him from my here. Good. Excellent. You know what? I'm gonna get a thumbs up on that one. Yeah, dude, it's disgraceful. It's sickening. I immediately thought of my own two little children. My daughter's 3 years old. My son is almost 1 year old. I think it is the most despicable thing to happen, and I do not think that he can blame it on attention deficit disorder this time. Like I said, he caused a lot of controversy and trouble in the SLD threads, and got a very reputable prop maker into trouble because of that. And I know I came out to bat and wrote a rather vehement email to the SLD command staff, and a lot of guys went to bat from what I understand. But I know I wrote something on Manny's behalf, on Portunac's behalf, but to go and take props and have him copy, which is a big no-no in the community, you don't do that, and he did.
Guy takes fucking
So
20
Manny's back in good
minutes to
standing. I'm
say
sure Manny's doing his thing. I hear he's making really good stuff
Even
now on
at
his own,
double
and,
speed.
really improving his techniques and things like that. So I'm not here to talk about Manny. I'm here to talk about Jeremy. Now I had a relationship with the kid as far as social media is concerned because hey man, that's what it's all about. Most of you guys are in the different groups and whatnot, and this is how you network. It's only new even to me doing these type of streams, so that it's more personal doing it this way, and that's what it's all about, man. You meet people from all across the world and you talk with each other and trade swag and everything else like that. So I used to network with the kid and talk Vader stuff, and I kind of berated him a little bit because of what happened with Portumac, with him copying or sending his stuff that he worked on and copied, and I think a few people hammered him for that. So every so often there has been some community, even today as a matter of fact. Before I found out what happened with this, he sent me a message saying that Darth Ugly is all fucked up, and anybody knows who Darth Ugly is. That's Kent Stone, I believe his name is. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Stone makes Vader armor. I don't have any of Darth Stone stuff. Most of my stuff came from Portumac and JMC as far as the helmet and armor is concerned. But yeah, so he messaged me today, and then not even, I would say an hour and a half later, I seen the post go up, and I couldn't believe it. And then all of a sudden, the follow-up post coming one after another, boom, 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 and guys hammering this kid, you know, and I didn't believe it, and I seen the link, and I'm like, wow, this is bad. This is real bad. And apparently this is the second person now, if I'm not mistaken, according to those posts. So it's a sad day in one way, because we do not need grown men even thinking about doing something wrong with a child. You know, being the dad, I'm telling you, even if somebody looks at my daughter or son the wrong way,
or getting arrested for endangering child, that's
anyone
bad
that
to have in
needs
the
to be dealt
group.
with.
Wally, I
so
agree.
to see that this happened in a beautiful, beautiful community like the Star Wars community, and to find out that this
Beautiful Star Wars
possessed
community.
child porn,
The days before
pandered
we
it,
were Star Wars.
all that kind of stuff. It's disgusting and sad. And personally, 7 years according to the report, I don't think it's enough. I think you should lock that guy up and put him in a place like Rikers Island, where they take pedophiles and reverse they turn the table on the guy. You know, I think I even posted it myself, where it's like, oh, you better look out, kiddo, don't drop the soap. You know, guys like that deserve what they get, man, and it's just despicable and it's disgusting. But one of the things I noticed, there was a lot of good that came out of it, because a lot of people in the community from all over the place, man,
They should make those guys wear leather skirts and leather gloves
the problem is,
and
Nathan,
gimp
he came right out
masks
basically
and nipple
practically
clips
admitted that he did this stuff.
and really
You
let
know,
them.
everybody's got issues and everybody's got problems. God knows I've got my issues and my problems, but to come out and almost blatantly admit
God
what he
knows.
did, knowing that the internet is going to get a hold of it. Once the internet gets a hold of
everybody
something,
else.
it's everywhere, and especially in the Star Wars communities.
Once
You can
the
be in any
internet
of the
gets a
professional
hold of
costume groups,
something,
and it's going to get out there, especially in Star Wars groups, man. It's a small world out there, dude. I learned that very quickly. You know, you don't. This kind of stuff is just disgusting, man. And for one, I know that this does not represent what any of the groups do. This doesn't. I hope nobody takes the fact that just because one person went out and did this disgusting shit, it doesn't reflect on anybody else in the community. Immediately came together, and I've been watching it all night on my Facebook. Man. I drove out for a little bit, just got food for myself and my wife, and you know, once I got back home,
Now Wally's
I
like,
have
"Oh,
wife,
Star Wars
Mr.
are
News that
pedophiles."
posted that I started reading. I'm like, my God,
I got
it's still
food
going on.
for
Everybody's spreading it
myself
around.
and my wife.
There is a very tight-knit, loving community
McDonald's.
out there. I know some people may disagree with each other. Some people might believe in different things. Some people may shoot for different reasons or suit up for different reasons. But when it comes to Star Wars, man, there always seems to be that universal bond that exists. Even though some people might not agree with each other, you know, in some ways. God knows I've been dealing with that. But in other ways, man, when it all boils down to it, it's all about Star Wars and the franchise, and not because of a scumbag, low-life, dirtbag piece of shit who will probably be anal raped in prison. As far as I'm concerned, I hope it happens.
He
I don't
loves
like wishing
thinking
bad on
about
people,
anal rape.
not cool, man. Just not cool.
Loves fantasizing.
I'm hoping the guys on the Freddy Krueger pages hear this as well, as I am also a member of the Freddy Krueger pages. Star Wars is a family. Yes, it is. Like I said, you guys are going to disagree. People are not going to have the same beliefs. People are not
Hey,
gonna
Freddy
think the same way. You
Krueger
can't make other
people,
think the way you
let's
do.
talk
But on
about
a very primal,
pedophilia.
fundamental scale.
Yeah, I know,
When it
right?
comes to the franchise and Star
And
Wars
prop
itself, it does unify
copying
in
or
quite a few
whatever
ways.
he's talking about.
And tonight was an example of that. It's just, you know, like, I've only decided to speak up about this because I've had dealings with this gentleman on a social media basis. I've never met him face to face, but I believe
Again,
that, you know, like
there's
I said before,
a neighbor 10
he has
feet
caused a
away
lot of trouble
trying to sleep.
in the SLD forum
He's
a while
like,
back,
what,
and now
what's he
apparently the
talking
cat's out of the bag. So
about?
guys, my phone is going to die out.
Pedophiles,
I hope
Star
to God that
Wars,
everybody
what?
spreads. I know I posted the link on my Facebook page. If somebody has the link itself, put it on your Facebook page and get it out there.
Well,
That,
even his
you
own
don't
family is
need
probably inside.
this sort of thing to go around no matter what group you represent. You can be Mando, you can be 501st, you can be Saber Guild, you can be Dark Alliance.
There'll just be like another Tuesday, though. He's like always outside talking to nobody again.
So anybody that has a link, I know I have it on my Facebook page. Take it, share it, put it out there. I'm sorry it had to go down.
You guys remember when,
Is this before or after he called the ASPCA on the family dog?
If somebody disagrees with that, you got issues, man. I
guys
love my
remember
kids
when,
too. Let me say, I
he
love
made
my kids. I love my family. Anybody ever cause harm to my kids, better look out. So,
and he was bigging it up
again,
to
guys,
like
get the word out there. The link is on my page.
and then
The
when he
information.
showed up to the party, and then he made a video saying how everybody was fucked up for not showing up to the party.
Yeah, I remember that. He had a party and nobody came.
Yeah.
Can you
Birthday
imagine?
party.
It's my party.
I also we watched a video last time, and he was talking about WinterCon. He's talking about how the Star Wars Christmas party came up, and they sent him back his money and said don't come. and he like Wally was like, why? And the guy who had the job of telling Wally not to come said, well, you know, we're not going to handle your passive aggressiveness. And Wally was talking about that in his video. He's like, they said I was passive aggressive, and I was like, well, yeah. Like that was wild. He just doubled down. He's like, yeah, of course I'm passive aggressive, but I have a really good reason. It's like, no, we're not going to play that game. You just can't come. Here's your money back. Don't come. Imagine being uninvited to the Christmas party. Like,
You will know
Imagine your
that he
family
watched this
shunning
video.
you. Imagine everybody in the world hating you. Imagine having no friends. Imagine losing your kids. I mean, a million things with this guy.
but yesterday he was like, you know what? I may need some fixing.
Yeah.
just yesterday, like the light bulb went off.
But we've been here before with him too. He does that shit. He owns it for a half a second, and then he'll come back in 3 days. Well, if it was YouTube, like raging, and it's everybody else's fault.
Well, I think the anger starts with, I'm getting help, and these guys are still making fun of me, and how terrible are they? And then he just snowballs into insanity. Like that's what's gonna happen. Too bad his YouTube channel's gone. Wally, what happened? Why don't you just make another one? Come on. I'm sorry. Okay, Wally, I'm sorry. I took your YouTube channel down. Not really.
Why didn't he take the link down? Social media.
Yeah. I always think about it. Because that was another thing I wanted to talk about. Him and Dum Dum Queen Mahat. They've both been jumping up and down I forget what the Supreme Court was reviewing. It was like Section 20 something, 203.
230. Yeah.
230.
Yeah.
It was some old thing that was a law that was written when the internet was in its infancy that said, YouTube makes a channel, and if someone puts a crazy video on, you can't sue YouTube. You could sue the original poster, but you can't go after YouTube. And they're reviewing that, and both Queen Mahat and Wally somehow in their stupid dumb minds think that means that they're going to get their when the Supreme Court gets rid of that rule, they're going to be able to get their channels back. And it's the exact opposite. It just means that YouTube has to be more vigilant when lunatics like Wally and Queen Mahat say that somebody should kill the vice president. Like they're just going to up their algorithm.
It's going to make all of these platforms responsible for everybody's content, which is ridiculous. But again, like you said, that's the opposite of what they're looking for. To get rid of that law, and all of a sudden YouTube is going to have to pay fines for what you say. Yeah, you're not going to be able to say much.
Savage, no, she's not on Facebook. I remember Wally saying, unless something's changed, but she's not on Facebook.
I've looked every now and again. I can't find it, but Wally's mom is Gildardo has a Facebook page.
He's also on Twitter too, Gild. I happen to love some of Gildardo's stuff. It's
Oh, Jesus.
I hope he shits every day.
I hope he shits big ropes.
In his leather outlining, whatever it was.
Hidden's laugh in that one clip is just. I mean, it's like it's better than the Hallmark.
That's
channel.
what caused his sinus infection. Something went up the wrong pipe when he laughed.
Mm-hmm.
There's a pot seed. It's somehow a pot seed went up. It's up there. It's growing a vine.
Oh my God, Wally. You know, Wally, just come in. You know you're watching. Come in. Let's flush it out.
He's at the intensive self-harm clinic, and he's learning that it's bad to throw yourself off the ledge.
Look what it says under followers. Not followed by anyone you're following.
Oh.
Everyone is blocked. Hey Dan, I put one more in the chat if you want to take a look at it.
I don't know if that's true. I thought I followed a bunch of stuff he followed to throw him off the scent.
I got a question. Whenever you go to the ER, right, even with Wally's coverage, don't you usually have a copay? Like, how does this guy afford to go to the ER all the time?
He does. Like, there was one video where he
he blamed it on he blamed
it on what's his name? Baron Yam. He was like, Baron Yam, you owe me money for
and it's not cheap, right? It's usually like $500 or $1,000.
I think that one was like $300 and something or something. Yeah.
An ambulance ride in New York is not fucking cheap.
Well, no, they just raised it too. I think they want to raise it to $1,000 or $1,500.
As soon as you get in, you look at it like $1,000 minimum.
How does he afford this shit? This guy's been to the ER more time and like
probably has
yours truly
I have 54.
Okay, listen, I'm still getting more messages. I wanted to respond to something that I found quite disturbing yesterday that came up on my Facebook page. It seems that a lot of this stuff is
like a
come out
6-year-old.
and I made a very adamant yet honest post yesterday. I am going to be scaling back the amount of stuff that I put on my social media page. Even though you're gonna have to forgive me because this is not going to be a typical stream. I am not going to hold myself back. I'm taking the gloves off with this one. Yet I somewhere deep in me I'm going to try to still show respect, unlike the lack of respect that's been shown for me. I am going to come out swinging just a little bit.
Oh, this is where he calls me out.
I am going to be getting into some deep, dark territory here. It's a known fact that over the past few years, the past 10, 15 years, whatever it is, I've been going through some pretty crazy stuff lately, and it's only recently now. I'm taking care of stuff and making sure that everything is set in place the way it should be, medically, financially, all that kind of stuff. A lot of you guys have been following that. You've been following my PTSD threads. I appreciate the amount of support you guys have shown. A lot of you have been messaging me about the fact that you have sort of anxiety, PTSD, and afraid to talk about it because the things that are happening with you are currently happening with me. You're not alone. I also streamed about the type of vitamins I take and what works best for me, and do your research if you're not into taking medication and stuff like that to try to
what works for me, says the soft, doughy, overweight man.
To kind of reiterate or go a little bit more, elaborate a little bit deeper on the types of vitamins I take.
If you want to be healthy like me,
I will still show respect. Unlike the lack of respect that has been shown me henceforth, but I am going to respond to some stuff that I think needs to be responded to. Once again, do not forget that this is my page, and I will do and say as I please, whether people like it or not. I have family and friends, and a lot of people
it may make me cry when people comment, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Guys dress up in plastic spaceman costumes. Most people that are on my page see me doing it and see some of you guys doing it, and they hold a hell of a lot of respect for that, and they adamantly wish that they can do that. And it's hard to accept this, whether people believe it or not, but they actually watch and feel a lot of the photos that I take with a lot of events that I do. And I have it told to me all the time, man, if I didn't have a busted leg, I'd be doing exactly what you do. But it brings me pleasure to see you going out there and doing that kind of stuff. You know, it's an honorable thing that you and everybody does when they do this kind of stuff. So a lot of people, man, just throwing random shit out there and sitting mud and everything else. And I want to get this out right now. This just happened to me a couple times, but it got bad. Yesterday it happened to me on my Facebook. I will not mention this person's name. I will not call out names. I will not throw people out there in the open for lions to eat. That's not my style. But what I will get into is a territory which I discussed a little bit a couple days ago, whenever it was, when I did the last stream about being accused of being a fraud or others accusing others of being frauds.
Wally,
this runs rampant in certain communities out there. A lot of you guys, of course, I know somebody's going to say, I'm going to talk about it again, but this has been happening since 2001. People have been getting these Androga compensation. They've been getting their workers' comp. There are people out there that fought hard like I did to get it. Most people, unfortunately, choose to be ignorant and stupid and closed-minded and don't want to hear it. You know, they just assume things, and without being properly educated by the person or persons that went through this stuff, they just assume things. They listen to the bullshit that other people yap in their ears, and then that bullshit starts to circulate.
What happened to that
like, you're fucking kidding, right? In my case, which I just had, as a matter of fact, there are 2 pieces of paper. Excuse me, I'm in my bedroom. Typically, I would be in my work area. I'll be right back. Guys, forget the mess.
We're the same fucking shirt.
He's got a work area. Did he just say?
I want to look at all the mess on that shelf in the back later on.
I'm going to read you 2 pieces of paper. All right. This one's from my local. There's really no
It's laminated.
Who am I concerned? I'm writing on behalf of local number 1. Remember, Mr. Walter Hilligas, card 1173749. If you're a union member, we have a thing that we call challenging in case somebody's doing our work. And I challenge somebody that accused me of being a fraud. Call my union hall. There's my union card number. Be my guest.
Call you union hall.
This was like 8 years ago. He's still attacking the people who
was there on his own accord without any direction from Plumbers Local 1 on September 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 2001. Mr. Hilligas volunteered 7 hours each evening on Wednesday, September 12th, Thursday, September 13th.
Call him up right now.
2001, he volunteered 16 hours per day, September 6th, September 15th, and Sunday, 16th, 2001. During that time, he worked on bucket brigade and debris removal and diamonds. The New York City Police Department, New York City Fire Department. If any information is required on his behalf, please do not hesitate to contact my office. Sincerely, Robert Murphy, business agent. Yesterday, again, I was accused of being a fraud, and from a very unsuspecting and very disappointing source. See, when I was going through all this shit, I looked up to a lot of people because of my particular situation. Apparently, people choose not to understand who I am. They don't want to hear it. They just assume stuff. I've had it come back to me. I'm just going to, what I remember off the top of my head, I got pages of screen captures and printouts that I made of people that had been circulating the shit that I need to be put in check. That it's easy, that I have an easy life, and that they wish they can get a check in the mail every day and sit home and do nothing and watch TV. It's not that I should stop gaming the system, that I'm a child, my costumes are a piece of shit. There's so much of this stuff, man. I'm just reiterating
that my costumes are a piece of shit.
Right to judge somebody without them to know them first. You know, I have certain health issues and certain things that I'm dealing with, maybe not as severe as most other people are, but I have them nonetheless. And to try to compare one thing to another, compare yourself to myself, well, right then and there, I don't know what your life choices are.
Just like comparing yourself to a Navy SEAL or Jesus is kind of weird.
You see, some people are divorced. Wink, wink.
That's shit that swirls around others. I'm not going to get into who, what, and where. These things have spoken.
How long ago is this?
Before you think about throwing me under
nothing has changed.
You know, yesterday I'm very shocked and surprised by where this came from. See, I share what I share on my page for good reasons. So that people will see me in my Vader costume, doing these events with the children's hospitals and all this stuff.
Wow,
there are people that are on my page that are disabled. Of course, people don't want to realize that.
Less than a year,
children's house.
I know quite a few people I have met face to face.
He went to like children's
hospital.
hospital.
At City Hall with. Some of these people cannot leave their homes because their PTSD is so severe that they can barely get up out of bed sometimes.
Yeah, everybody in the organization has done what Wally's talking about. He makes it like he's some unique butterfly. Everyone has done that true.
You could be better than this. You know, you don't have to be miserable for the rest of your life. You know, you all know you're a good guy. You gotta let shit go. And I have been trying to do that. I've been very open about this, and people have been coming out and discussing these things with me, whether on Facebook Messenger or they post it on my Facebook page directly or they respond to my comments. I have no problem talking about this because at least I'm honest about my life and things about myself. Whether people like it or not, I care less at this point. I really do. I just whatever. So
I care less, but fuck those guys.
Get to know somebody before you begin to
make
toss,
a 20-minute video.
You know, I have about 30-something pages of this kind of stuff that is out there that, you know, people that are slinging this one don't seem to realize. I didn't
totally
want to
healthy
the fact I had PTSD.
Screenshot all the comments
because people don't want to look
say
at me like
about
a goddamn fake or stand a man and talk to me one-on-one like a real man should. They become keyboard warriors and hide behind their phones.
Yeah, Wally, come on the show
right here in front of me.
and talk to me man to man.
Speaking to somebody, not to browbeat you overhead, but learn something. Take the time to get to know a person first. It's only because of the bullshit that I have been dealing with now. Again, it seems it won't fucking go away, and I have to be angry at this because it's pathetic. It's more disappointment in who it's coming from. Get to know a guy first. I really want to bring this up, but even this weekend over at the convention out in Long Island, which it's known fact that I am good friends with Frank Pass, who runs EternalCon and WinterCon.
Oh, no.
My family. I was going to go to the Guild anyway because I love those guys. I love what they do. They raise money for St. Mary's. They raised over $1,000 that weekend. It was fantastic. I do not want to drag that group into this, but I went because I wanted to have a good time. I needed to break out of this crust that I've been in and get out there and do what I love, whether I'm in costume or not. And I had fun. It was hard. I'm not going to lie, because across the way, I seen the looks I was getting. I know there's a lot of bad feelings and stuff, but the problem is that there's 2 kinds of people. One that do this kind of shit. I'm not going to mention his name because I still got respect. Types the shit. Sees me, sees Marissa, sees my kids, looks at me, puts his head down. What?
So what happened there was Wally had shitty Wi-Fi, so his Wi-Fi cut out. So there's actually a part.
He was just getting warmed up.
I got part 2.
Gildardo turned it off. He's like, time for bed.
No,
it's like hooking to a light switch.
Son of a bitch.
In part 2, he pretty much recaps what he did in part 1. And then he repeats everything he said in part 1.
The internet gives off a radiation.
Oh,
by the way, Walter, did you shit today, Walter? You should shit every day.
Let me upload part 2.
I don't think that translator, like, I don't. You think that's what he meant to say?
Well, later on, I found out that within Twitter, there's flat out a translation, but it was more fun to cut it and then go to Google Translation. You get better results. I mean, worse results, but better results. The Twitter one was like perfect. It was like it was like not even funny. But the other one, I hope he shits.
That was the one that
leather
was
something.
used to make it. Probably.
I hope he shits the leather through the string.
I hope he shits every day.
Oh, is this Goldardo's Twitter feed?
Yeah. If you translate it back, it's good stuff.
I hope he shits coils of rope.
3 different live streams.
That'll actually hurt, man. You get rope
I
burn.
finally understand what a YouTube grifter is. Today I went into 3 different live streams, right?
I looked in the mirror.
And
I haven't seen this one. What is this?
one of them was being co-opted by trolls, which I recognized their names, was able to nuke them out of the fucking stars by blocking them. The other 2 live streams, of course, when it comes to certain people, it always boils down to the same shit. Name calling, racial slurs, insults, creepy, weird fucking laughing, dragging people through the fucking mud. I don't know how certain people survive.
Who does that?
On YouTube. That's why I'm very glad I've graduated to this point on YouTube, where I'm around my fellow content creators that really understand certain issues, key issues, even with those I don't agree with. Like, even tonight, I had to acknowledge somebody in the past that I had issue with. That I finally said, hey, you know what, man? This dude actually knows his shit. And he warned
I think he's talking about Big J.
in his own way, because I was
the guy
so
he bought a rubber
narrow-minded by a certain acronym that's out there that these guys are fucking bad news. Not all of them.
He's talking about
some
Big
of them.
Tao.
There's a deep, dark corner of YouTube I want nothing to do with anymore. But
Deep,
this
dark.
individual, he knows who he is, kind of warned me in his own way, and I didn't listen, and he, I've tried to show as much respect to him as I can. He definitely earned my respect tonight.
I'm trying to show respect to him. Forget about that whole rubber pussy business. That was
man. The real grifters are the ones that.
When I said that,
mud,
I hope his mom was fucked, gang raped in a black bar. Just ignore all that.
Other YouTubers.
I respect him now.
They bring in their kids,
Forget all
and
that.
wives, and girlfriends into the arguments. There's no facts, no data, no statistics, and the fucking weirdest shit is they got these creepy Mark Hamill Joker laughs. I can't explain it to you. It's the most fucked up and bizarre thing I have ever noticed on YouTube. And I never really paid attention to it before. Now, I understand there are YouTube content creators that are out there that depend on Royal Rumbles here on YouTube. But when it comes to content creators that really know their shit, now that I've got myself established with real tried and true patriots here on YouTube, that, man, when you actually look at this shit and you listen to these fucking people, man.
So it goes on and on. But here's a clip of Wally's laugh, everybody.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's Wally's laugh.
Who made this picture?
Oh, that was this. This is the end of one of my videos where I when Wally always says he prays that Al Qaeda attacks attacks New York again.
Oh, so he's.
I made a video. I'm like I imagine Wally going to Al Qaeda and saying, "Hey, can you guys attack New York again for me, a 9/11 hero? Can you just do that pro bono?" And that was my video. So that's
but where did you get this actual picture of Wally though?
No, it's all photoshopped. That's some good work. Right
no, that's real.
All you forgot to do is put the dry blood.
But then again, I had I had to Google overweight man from behind wearing underwear. So that's in my Google search now.
You should have said FC
Wally.
butt munching on this back.
Butt munching. Wally.
This is all Shane's fault. This video.
What is?
Holy shit, man! I need links to all of this shit. I can't.
It's
make
just
funny
black.
videos
It's a black
without...
screen. Takes a while to get going.
How's it my fault?
Is he there?
Everything's my fault.
He's weeping right now.
I can hear his rattling his, and sighing. But munching. You see the viciousness.
It's the pure
the first
hatred
word
and
everybody's rolling
viciousness
their
that I
eyes.
witnessed last night. And I woke up this morning with such anxiety that
He's doing like when little kids get upset and they go. He's doing that.
I feel my whole body just shaking.
Yeah. Okay.
For some context, this was the day after Hebrew and his kids drove by
What's
and told him
happening
fuck
to
you.
me
Oh,
here?
okay.
What's
Oh,
happening
you
to
put him
me
on the
is
spiral.
And he's like, "Oh, the kids said
the
fuck
most
you to me."
vicious and
You went
evil
from the
thing I've
spectrum to
ever
the spiral.
experienced in
The
my
most
life.
evil thing in the world.
I'll
2
admit
children
my
telling me to
12-year-old
fuck you.
He's pretty badass. He can put a 2-2-3 right between
I
Wally's
truly
eyes.
feel like
in
an
one
animal.
regard.
Yes, Babu, with all these fucking unlisted videos.
I feel like an animal.
Part 2 is up. Taking off the gloves. Part 2 is loaded. It's in the chat.
Take those. How long is it? Is it 18 minutes? Oh, it's 24
I
minutes.
talked to one of
get
my
outta
good friends yesterday on the phone.
No, I keep posting them because I'm downloading them.
Come on,
No,
Wally, pick it up.
I don't even know why I even bothered to try to bring this nonsense to an end, but it's clear that these people are set and going to all different kinds of lengths to hurt me.
Of course, I told them that their wives were ugly and that their kids are retarded and that their kids should have been aborted.
Yeah,
and
one
that
One
their
of them
kids are
was
fucked up
literally
because
here on my
their moms
property
must have been prostitutes and drug
with
addicts.
his kids screaming obscenities out of his car window
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
towards
That
my
kid,
home,
that kid is my
taking photos
fucking
of my
hero.
home and my vehicle.
Wally's at home clutching his pearls.
They yelled at my vehicle.
A 12-year-old who cried.
I never thought I would ever experience the just the vitriol hatred towards me.
Even little kids.
Of course, I said the kids were ugly,
These
but
men
forget that.
don't have a clue as to who I am and what I represent.
No, we pretty know what you
They,
are.
yeah, they have a sound
Yeah,
idea of
but
what you're all about.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not walking back anything, Wally. It's all true.
Yeah.
I'm pretty set in my ways about what you are.
It's that
all
time
the
of year,
pain
everybody.
and suffering that I went through for years
talking
and
about you.
years and years,
Get some jelly fruit.
trying to wake up to go to work every morning,
What work?
collapsing, losing days and weeks of work, collapsing on the job,
Collapsing.
not being able to
I
get out of
collapsed.
bed,
This problem is very, very old.
forcing myself to work, and I would get more and more sick, coughing up things from my lungs, coughing up all sorts of fluid from my lungs.
Yeah, phlegm. We
To the
all have
point
it.
where they sent me to a
Imagine a 40-year-old
pulmonologist to
out of
take
shape man
samples
with
out of my
phlegm.
lungs and found out I had this thing in me.
That'd be me if I was 40 years younger.
He means a dick in his asshole. That's what he saw.
1 in a million, Doc.
Just
These
woke up
people
and it
weren't
was
there
just
when
up
I
there.
had an
Jizz.
opioid problem to try to
Oh, admissions.
kill the pain in my back just so I could work like a normal human being.
This is his
It's a good
They
thing you're
weren't
not
there
like
when I was going through
prescribed any
a
addictive
bad period with
substances,
alcohol. They weren't there for that.
Where were you guys?
Actually, we were there for that.
Where were you when I was addicted to alcohol, calling your like your
Trying
mother's
to beat an
a piece
opioid
of shit?
addiction
Where were
because of my back. They weren't there when I lost my career.
I was.
They weren't there when I had to go in front of lawyers and judges
guy
and
in
doctors
Times
and
Square begging for
specialists. And
change.
We
almost
also,
Yeah, we
ended
were
up
too
being
busy
homeless
going to our
then.
jobs, Wally.
we were also there when the shitty band was playing, and nobody.
These are
Yeah,
not
I
the good
tried everything in my
Manischewitz
power
are
to
the
find
good fruit
semblance of
slices.
The band was
normalcy.
pretty good. It's just the guitarist sucked.
Trying to put a band together,
No, the band was awful.
trying to do something with myself to give myself
It's so hard
normalcy.
getting that band together. Oh.
You know what's so sad
What
is
a
that these
story.
people
What
weren't
a
there for
story.
any
Oh
of
my
that.
God.
You know, the Sun
What a
reunion.
story.
The
Oh,
very
my
day I
God.
was
Imagine
told
that'd
that
be
my
great.
career was over,
oh.
that was the day my life pretty much
It was
came
probably
to an
worse than
end.
John McCain 10 years
And
in the
everything
Hanoi
after
Hilton.
that-
Oh my God.
Well, everything after that is what it is, I suppose.
How drunk was he, you think, in this video?
Trisham checking in.
The pills were all around us.
Oh,
And
Trisham,
I
you got some
tried to
catching
give
up to do,
myself
buddy.
some normalcy.
Wally
again.
faked a car accident, we think. It's good stuff.
I really tried to give myself a life.
The band was fucking.
to be normal again.
Can you really call it a band? They didn't have a lead singer.
You know,
They did, but every lead singer kept leaving them.
I'm
I wonder
Facebook.
why.
I'm Facebook friends with the drummer that was in that band. He seems
I
like a
tried
really
to
nice
fight
guy.
for myself.
Actually,
I tried to stand up for myself.
We have
Should
some
bring him
common
on.
friends.
Jesus,
yeah,
I even went to
You need to
political
get that. You need to
protests
get
to
that
do
guy
everything
drunk
I
and like
can
loosen his lips
to
about some
give
Wally
myself
stories.
back the life that
I
was
should,
robbed
right?
from
I
me.
should.
Take him out. Yeah, see what happens.
No one
Wally, the
was
singer,
there.
had to go, which is fucking hilarious coming from Wally.
No one was there for me.
I guarantee you there was at least one person
Where nobody understood what it felt like to have to go through that.
Well, he had one person, but then he
I've
choked.
been to the
he's
desert
got
on a
the female
horse with
judge
no
now.
name.
Like, stop choking people, and they won't disappear.
And I thought that period in my life was dark as it was.
Wally, I hope you shit every day.
Having to practically beg politicians and find anyone that would listen to my story.
Nobody wants to
And try to give myself a life again.
Nobody wants to listen.
Well,
But what I'm experiencing
wants
now
my-
isn't like
my
anything
fruit
I've ever
slice.
experienced
Can't eat
before.
it, buddy.
You fucks.
tell him to eat a bag of dicks.
You can't have it, buddy.
Bang a baby
Dogs can't have fruit slices.
Or
That there are people who
penis tips.
What do you mean, our people?
all they care about is getting their laughs off and watching someone suffer.
Yep.
Well, when do you put it like that, Wally?
When I saw
More
what
like
I saw last night with people literally coming down here from New York, driving in front of my home, shouting obscenities at
It
my
wasn't
home,
at night, Wally. It was 11:30 in the morning.
and taking photos of my car, and taking photos of my apartment.
That's the man. He admits it.
I cannot
looking for a
believe how
place to
far
live.
people are willing to
Washing down
go
the oxys
It's a
with
big
fucking light
place he
gear.
always-
to
Remember,
destroy another person's life.
Why would they go through these lengths? I mean, I gave out my address and invited him to come, but why would he come?
if anybody shows up at my house, oh, they're gonna get the spicy meatball. Then he changed it to, well, if anybody knocks on my door and comes inside, like, come on.
I mean, I've
anybody
never
comes
seen the
inside
kind of
And I
viciousness
get
like
on my
what I
knees and
witnessed
they
last
stick their
night.
dick in my mouth, then I'll give them my
And
spicy
with all my
meatball.
my efforts were sincere.
He loves thinking about dicks.
Was he home that day, you think?
It was 11:30 in the morning. Where the fuck else
Couldn't
was
have
he?
been.
His
Yeah,
car
yeah.
was right
He
outside.
couldn't have been, man. If he was at home, you would have been.
It's finally taken
He was in his
its
living room
toll on
washing
me.
his detents or whatever the fuck. What
You would have got
detent anyway?
Oh, 3D printed detents. 3D printed detents.
Uh-oh.
4D chess with 3D printed detents for a 1D
This
idiot.
constant
What the hell's a
bullying.
detent?
It's it's something that just holds something in
Constant-
place. Like knives have a ball detent. Pepper ball guns have, like, a
Mudslinging
little
at
thing.
me in these
Holster.
These hooligans.
attacks against me. I can't handle it anymore.
Oh, I'm gonna go drive off a road.
No one knows what I went through.
These aren't attacks. They're more like shadow boxing.
No one knows what it was like for me to go through that period of my life.
I bloodied up my arm by shooting my arm up a guy's ass.
Oh, Wally, where's the
And the
little
way it's
violin?
affecting me now is
trouble.
it's too much. I can't.
Nobody knows.
I'm not having a good moment right now.
Again, a man and two children.
But who
said,
is he
"Fuck
talking
you."
to?
I'm
Who
trying
is
to
he
keep it
talking
together.
to?
You have to forgive me here.
Who is he talking to? Plastic
This
in a
is
tree?
him making videos so he can go to the police and be like, "Look at how upset I am." This is all bullshit, phony.
I don't want to have to repeat myself, so here's 50 videos of me repeating myself.
There is a funny thought though, like these.
I did everything in my power to save myself from self-destruction when I lost my career.
The grounds and walk them around all the property, you know.
And having to go through medical test after medical test after medical test,
Like every fucking
seeing
grown
doctor
man in
after
the world.
doctor after doctor,
Psychiatrist after therapist.
You Wally to me.
being
Wally, I
hopelessly
just had to
hooked
get a
on
colonoscopy,
opioids and
okay?
painkillers
It's
just
part
so
of
I
being
could
a grown-up.
function,
I had to look at his
Plasma bank,
colonoscopy, and that was
sperm
fucking.
and having to deal with the
PTSD
consequences of that. And
I have the paperwork.
thank God I had
I don't
enough
want- I don't
ability
want
and
to see
enough
it, yeah.
strength in me to do the right thing to get myself off of that garbage. To falling into alcoholism because of self-regret of losing something that was very important to me in my
Drew's
life.
crying right now
so
listening
bad
to
that
Wally's story, like we all are.
Yeah, seriously, that's fucked up, man.
I forgot. This is a good one. This is one of my. I forgot about. Well, there's so
I'm
many.
gonna try
They just
take back what was
Thousands.
stolen from me.
Thousands.
One of the best.
literally.
The Christmas.
Literally,
I
it's not even
tried everything to
exaggerating.
give myself a normal life.
know
I
when he doesn't
tried
cave
playing
up, it's
music.
good.
I tried
It's very dramatic.
joining all these different groups just to give me some sort of normalcy in my life.
Yeah, joining a Star Wars group and being a Darth Vader lightsaber wielding fucking loser, that gives you normalcy.
And to see how vicious
Normalcy
and
means he
vile
joins
people
a
are to
social group
literally
and then
come to
wants
my
them all
home.
to like come to his bedside when he has a panic attack, and everyone's like, "This is a Star Wars group. We don't."
Yeah. It's a Star Wars group. It's the Masons. It's a Star Wars group. We're not 12-step programs.
Yeah,
And the
exactly.
fucking pain that
Yeah.
this is
They
causing
have
me
groups for
right
that.
now
Yeah.
at this point.
And MGTOW is not a group, so fuck off.
Well, MGTOW is not a 12-step program either, right?
No.
He needs a 12-step program.
It's a
He needs
What
some
these
kind of
men
program.
are doing
Isn't there a
to
step you have to
me,
like apologize to everyone you've
it
wronged?
is affecting
That
me
step would take Wally 14 years.
in
to-
ways I never thought it was going to affect me.
Oh, he's crying.
But these fucking people
Oh
are
god, he's
so
crying,
vicious.
everybody. He's crying.
Wow.
You ever see Palpatine on the phone? Oh god, he's crying. That's what's going on right now.
Grown man, for God's sakes.
No, he isn't.
I'm going to check this man.
You're right.
Again, this was evidence.
That I'm
for the
fucking hurt.
lawyers.
I'm hurting so bad
guys,
right now,
come on.
more than I've ever hurt
hurting
before. I
here.
thought I hurt back then, but now
It's
More
always the
now,
most he's
now
hurted
it's real.
ever in the history of hurting.
I can hear it.
Oh.
I can hear it in his voice. It's getting. There's a sniff. It's coming. It's gonna get pretty loud here.
Oh, I love these.
It sounds. This is a game. This has to be a game. This is a recurring game with this guy.
Do you think it's all pre-recorded, like 20 years ago or
He's
something?
sitting on the sofa. Just
I'm sorry. I'm not.
I'm
doing
not.
so good.
I am not
doing well.
doing well right now.
Best.
I
You can only get
I'm
these this
so
time of year.
tired
Orange.
of being accused of things that I am not, or nor that I
I
haven't
can
done.
barely hold the camera.
I'm shaking.
These men just
My
don't
tripod
fucking
is
get it.
shaking.
No one seems to understand.
No.
All I want is to have my life back.
wants to listen.
I want my name back and I want my life back.
My family back.
Yeah. What life do you want, Mac?
It's Christmas.
In the way these people are interfering in my personal life
Here we go. Here we go.
Interfering,
and interfering in my everyday affairs the way they are.
How does anything we
And they
do
hear this
actually
vile,
impact his
disgusting,
life?
vicious.
Yeah, you drove by his house
Yeah.
and yelled at him. That
Yeah,
interfered
clearly
with his life.
not listening to him.
How does we interfering in his everyday life? All he has to
He
do
was sleeping
is
on the couch.
Yeah, he was
You woke
probably
him up.
asleep. Yeah.
all he has to do is not load up social media or load up social media, not just read what we have to say. Keep scrolling, Wally. Just keep scrolling.
He can do whatever he wants. We
Yeah.
have zero impact on his
Zuzu's
life.
pedals. Good
I
one,
mean,
man.
it is kind of funny that the dude's been
I
off.
feel so helpless to do anything
So
about any of this. I'm tired of being accused of being a fraud.
Droid
I'm
Man,
tired
that
of
would be a
having
good
to
movie.
constantly
Like It's a
defend
Wonderful
myself
Life,
here
but
on
with
YouTube.
Wally
I'm
seeing
tired of
the
people
world,
telling me
how
to
it would be
keep
like
my
without
mouth
him,
shut
and the world
when
is
I have
great
every
without him.
right to think and speak as I see fit.
And so do we.
So do we. Yeah, exactly. Great point. Yeah.
Right. You
So do we.
well right.
But if you stand in a soapbox and say horribly anti-Semitic, like LGBTQ, homophobic, transphobic, race, like there's gonna be ramifications.
Anti-Ebonic.
Don't judge.
And then start using Ebonics in the next
I'm
video when he's talking to
I'm not the
sobbing.
man. I'm not the man.
I
I'm
literally
made out to
tried.
be.
I tried to put an end to all of this because I just want my name in my life back.
You're the only one who's ruined your name.
That's not what these men want.
If
They're
you go up to
treating me
anybody on the
as
street,
their
be like, "Go up to
personal
Lexi
entertainment.
Wilson," and you say, "You know Walter Hilligas?"
Not knowing the damage, the emotional damage that they are doing to me.
damage.
Exactly.
He has strong Germanic roots. So don't
He
forget.
was not a first responder.
He responded second.
I wish we got together with her for lunch when she was in New York. That would have been awesome.
Oh my
Ooh.
God! Oh,
The dream.
She responded to my
Yeah.
I literally feel like an animal.
yeah.
I I feel like a goddamn animal.
There's a shackle on my ankle tied to a chain.
I feel helpless.
Which is attached to a post in the ground.
My whole body's shaking right now. I feel helpless and I feel alone to do anything about this.
Can you hear my bed rumbling as I shake?
But for these people to drive in front of my home.
Oh no!
And having their kids shouting obscenities at me, taking pictures of my home in my car.
Fuck you, Wally. Fuck you.
Oh, the emotional pain.
How dare you?
I like how they all started at a different time too, so you got like 5 fuck yous all of them.
Waterfall of fuck yous.
Mac is fine with being an animal, right, buddy?
I am being broken to goddamn pieces, and I've had enough.
I've had enough. I'm gonna put a fucking rifle in my mouth and blow my brains out.
Let me get my yellow sock.
Fucking pepper balls.
Choking on dick over there. Like, what's wrong with this?
Well, since he made this video, he's been in what, like 3 fights, 2 car accidents, been to the hospital 5 times.
Or has he? We don't know what they are.
He might be in rehab right now.
Oh, do you think he's
There's
like?
no rehab for that.
Is he fight clubbing it like he's fighting with Tyler
would
Durden?
end up like this
but
in
it's
my
not
life.
there?
I just want a normal life.
So go
like
have
anyone
one.
else.
Who do you think Wally's Tyler Durden looks like? Like it's Brad Pitt. Like who is
That these men have me living in fear every fucking day to know that they could drive by my home so easy and do like what I saw with my own 2 eyes.
And don't give out your address online.
I remember Hidden saying, "Don't do that. Don't give out your address." I want to give it out.
Yeah, Hidden was always like, no doxing, no doxing, no doxing.
I want to give it out. Come at me. And this video. They actually did it.
Come down to my house. I don't show everything on camera. I'll dispatch your ass.
I'm the Apex Alpha. Now he's weeping because people drove by his house and yelled at him.
The Apex Alpha.
I don't know what to do anymore.
I don't know what to do. Maybe throw yourself down some steps. No, Wally, I'm kidding. Self-harm isn't funny, everybody.
3 to 5 children.
Most of the time it's not funny. Sometimes
self-harm
self-harm is funny, but it's not funny most of the time.
There's only so much you can fight against before it catches up with you.
And then like a
3
day,
to 5 children put you out of commission.
like a day later, he'll put up a post. Oh, I'm not giving up. You can't give up. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Hebrew Spaceman, I want you to beat your children tonight for what they did.
And when it finally catches up and consumes you, you feel like there's nothing on this world that means anything anymore.
Nothing means anything. That's his son album.
Was this another?
I fought so hard and so long for the things that I believe in and care about, and people that I love.
They don't love you.
That there are fucking people out there just set in destroying a person's life.
Destroy.
And taking away a name that I have worked hard to build for years.
Nobody wants that name, Wally.
What name is that? What name?
Wait, he's talking like he's a brand. He's a fucking poster child for Xanax. I
Wally,
mean, for God's sake.
calling my home, going to my leasing office, calling my leasing office, sending me emails and death threats and everything else.
Stop giving out your info.
I can't take another fucking day of this.
You've done that to everybody else.
All you gotta do is fucking move, and that's all over with until you say your address again.
He would come on Full Letter Friday and just do it all again.
Yeah.
I moved. Here's my new address. There.
I had to move because of all the trolls.
I am sorry if I let all of you down.
Oh, you never let us down, Wally.
No, if anything, we're kind of.
I've tried to fight so hard for the things I believe in. Everything that I believed in when I lived in New York was robbed from me. And I fought to try to get those things back.
BLM.
By ripping
and I
up the
fought
court
hard
papers.
to get my name back. And
He
to
talks
get,
about baby mama like she's a piece of property. I fought to get my
and to
things
get back a life that was stolen from me.
Gildardo's an Antifa member.
And instead I become a fucking target for sheer vitriol hatred. I've never experienced anything like this.
We think you're funny. It's different.
Yeah, we're fans.
It's a target of derision.
It's not fucking right. It's not fucking fair to me.
Oh my god, that hurts.
After everything that I gave up and suffered through.
Oh, we're so bad.
Wait, I need to get my Kleenex. Hang on. Sorry.
Sure.
Hard.
A bit.
Oh, shit.
After everything that I gave up and suffered through.
Can we play the after this?
I simply cannot deal with this hatred anymore that has been directed towards me. I can't deal with it. They come to my home and take photos of my car.
Oh my God!
Not my car.
And they take photos of my home.
I thought they were going to beat it up like in Street Fighter.
Dan, can you highlight my
when you're
profile
famous.
picture?
That's a savage.
His sexy face.
Dan, can you...
Is it the weeping? Oh, wow.
My pictures of my home.
Oh,
Threatening to
no.
dox my friends now.
I like how he zoomed in on the
What do you
fucking.
mean his friends? Gildardo, what's his name? Esteban is my friend, too. I'm actually going to talk to Esteban so we can talk about this.
Yeah, he hasn't heard of Esteban for a while.
Yeah, ask him if Wally's okay.
Yeah, I should. I actually should.
Wally loves it when you call Esteban.
He's probably
I
gonna be
haven't-
like, I haven't talked to him in years, man.
I haven't talked to Esteban in a while.
Yeah, Droidman, I tried telling Wally, I'm like
I'm
your Weird
sorry
Al
to all of
Yankovic. Like,
you.
just go with it, man.
That I've let you guys down.
No,
Lean
Wally,
in,
you
man.
haven't. No,
Never,
Wally.
never, Wally.
No,
Never.
not at all.
Lean into it, man. Lean
I've
into
Wally,
tried to
Own
fight.
it, baby.
You never let us down.
I've tried to
Giving us
stand up for
plenty
what I
after this
believe is
video.
right.
You've raised your game.
I've tried to take back my life that was unjustly robbed from me.
No.
I've tried to take my name back.
I don't want to live forever.
Some people are so fucking vile. It's so fucking
crying.
vicious.
It hurts. I fucking hate that. That digs deep, man. Stop it.
I feel like I'm being tortured.
You wish you were being tortured.
A murderer or
I
According
feel
to
like they're
eBay
putting nipple
shopping
clamps on me, and then they're lubing up my butthole, and then they're putting on a leather glove, and then
Put
they're
the rubber
shoving that
pussy
leather
over
glove
my
up
head.
ass.
You know what he needs? He needs a rebirth. You know when they like squeeze you and you have to squeeze your way out of a couple mattresses and blankets and stuff. And you're reborn yourself.
And then he could get a new family and a new baby mama to choke,
Yeah.
and new kids to leave.
Imagine Walter getting another girl pregnant. Like,
For the first time in my life, I truly feel alone and I feel helpless to do anything to stop this.
The first time you feel alone, really? Oh, Wally. So, you think we'll hear more about the car accident and the lawyer not showing up, or will this disappear like the EMT video when he had gas pain, or the last black guy that just disappeared?
Even if the lawyer doesn't believe in the case,
Was that him blowing his nose? Or
Yes,
that
it
what
was.
Oh, God.
obligated to show up. So it's like for him to say, "Oh, the lawyer didn't show up." Like, one, he's got to be hiring the cheapest like, street lawyers ever.
Pro bono. Who's he gonna hire?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Assuming his
he
story,
has no case.
assuming his story is true, I bet you he browbeat
I don't
the lawyer
know what to
every
do
day,
anymore.
And they ghosted him.
He was like sick of him.
Wally, again, your way out, your golden bridge is to just go off of social media, and then you
I don't
did
believe any of his fucking bullshit about court video, or it
I don't
didn't
either.
happen.
I don't either.
He never went to court. He never had an accident. You know, all he's got is these shitty
that's an
pictures.
interesting theory. Like he just threatened the 27th.
I do not know what
Like
to
it was-
do
it was
They
anymore.
probably
date.
never confirmed that date. They probably said that's a prospective date. Yeah, who knows? It's a
There would have been a
Yeah.
video of him walking up to the fucking building and shit.
I feel like he had a piece
I
of paper that
fought
said
and I
the date.
fought
though.
and
I
I
don't know.
fought.
Oh, we lost somebody.
I'm tired of having to constantly explain myself and justify myself
That's the
and
thing, he
defending myself. I'm
So
tired of
don't.
having to constantly have to come on YouTube here and defend myself again and
no one's
again
making
and
you do
again.
Well, here's the funny thing. Now he's mad. He can't come on YouTube and do that. I thought he was tired of it.
I wish he did. If only his channel was back. Wally, sorry.
I'm so
Come
tired
back,
of this. And then he takes
Wally,
away
I
his
promise
channel
not
and
to
he's like,
report your
"What?"
channel this time.
Yeah, like I said, we'll give him like a good 30-day head start. We won't report anything.
I can't handle this anymore.
do a
I
video
can't
on
deal
Twitter.
with. I can't deal with these attacks anymore. I can't deal with any of it anymore. And it's almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Incorrect.
And it goes
No,
on and
no,
on and
no,
on
not
and
that much.
on.
No.
Wally, it's once every
and
2 weeks, maybe. Come on.
And a couple of tweets in between.
Yeah, you know, come on.
Only every time you run out of meds.
To go to such lengths to actually drive here to where I live to take photos of my
All the
car.
way from fucking the criminal fascist New York Nazi fucking.
And to shout obscenities from their car window at my home.
Yep.
Where I live a life of peace and quiet. To come here to just a
See,
Peace and quiet.
you did wake him up.
Yeah, that's the way out. Just don't go online, buddy.
Yeah.
If he moved to Canada, he would
Take
have
up
been dealt with
fishing.
a long time ago.
You can go fishing every day in the beautiful South, Wally.
Come to
Ride a
Canada,
bike.
they'll end your suffering today.
Ride a bike anywhere. Get a bike. Get into biking.
that every single time here. Like I uploaded a video yesterday talking about some of the lies that were spread about me.
Which one?
And of course, those words got twisted around
Because they were lies.
and warped and manipulated and turned.
Busted.
They pointed out that they were lies using videos of me lying, and they're bad because of that or something.
God damn it. Why can't they let me have a win once in a while?
Every time I make a video, it goes south on me. Can you believe it?
That's just it. You see what happened? You killed him off every
I'm
time.
so sorry, everyone.
You have to let him have a win once in a while, so he feels like he's got something to strive for.
It's true. You're right. I don't
got
do
shut
that.
down.
I feel
too many
so
places.
helpless to do anything about any of this.
I can't tell if that's him or somebody's actually making fun of him because he's so
It's Peter
overly
Griffin.
dramatic.
I'm trying to be strong. I'm trying to stand up
Be
on my
strong,
own 2
Wally,
feet.
be strong.
I'm trying to be the guy that I know I am.
This is
Be
the alpha
strong,
apex.
Daniel.
everybody.
Be strong, Daniel.
But every day that this keeps going, it is tearing
Yeah.
me to shreds.
You're right. I try to like he can come on and yell at me at any time, but every time he does, that backfires too.
You can't give the man hope.
Wally, you want to come here and punch me in the face? I'll give you one shot.
Oh,
I dare not
Oh,
say
man.
what's on my mind right
Maybe
now.
not. He's
that
got
'cause you
big
gotta-
plumber's hands.
Because
You
right
probably
now I'm
hurt
in
me.
such a dark place.
just
It's
saying
not
that 'cause you
fucking
got a
fair
friend
to
who's a
me.
dentist.
Okay, Wally, you can punch me in the stomach as hard as
It's
you can.
not
all right? I don't want
fair
be
to
my
me
face.
at all
you can bruise my ribs.
that these
Yeah,
people
punch
don't
me in the fucking ribs,
understand the course of my life and the
Break
way
your
things
hands.
went.
I
That
want you to
they
hit me
think they
as
have the
hard as you
goddamn
can.
right to tear into my life.
Tearing in.
I drove
It's
by
a
your fucking
interfere
house.
He
with
drove
that
by his
life.
house while he was sleeping.
Like he's a crippled zebra, and we're all.
They
jumping.
weren't there when I was suffering and going through pain and everything else.
You're
They
right. I
don't
was
get
suffering
what I
at
went
work,
through.
feeding my children.
And I tried to make a life
dare
for
you.
myself.
I'm like an animal.
They weren't there with exam after exam after exam after blood test after
Dan
blood
only
test
had one
after
exam,
blood
and it was
test
bad
after
enough.
medication after medication
The things I had
after
to go through to prove
medication.
my fraud.
Yeah.
And none of it worked.
Oh, the humanity.
All for nothing.
You have no idea the energy it takes to scam the government and game the system. The fake letters I had to get from union stewards who don't even know who I am.
It's hard.
The
You know
way
how
I've
hard it is
been
to find a
viewed
shady
and
doctor,
treated.
everybody.
The copy paste of the union header on the
It's
letter.
Yeah.
I had put.
Grifting is no easy job. It's a
All
lot
the
of work.
lamination materials I had to buy.
Extra
It's at
phone I
least
had to
15
buy.
cents a
to
copy,
pretend-
everybody.
Notaries
phone I
aren't
had to buy.
cheap.
The extra phone I had to buy to pretend to be.
They
from
weren't there in the
Pasmo.
courtroom again
All the
and
rubber
again and
pussies.
again. They weren't there with me, sitting with lawyers and
whips.
specialists in front of
Apparently you
judge
weren't there
after
sitting with lawyers
judge
either.
after
Just
judge.
because most people keep their head
And
down and
expert
don't get
after
involved
expert
with
after
lawyers and
expert.
shit, Wally.
Expert after expert after expert, all telling
Expert
you
after
that you're
expert,
okay.
like he's crazy.
Having to go through the humiliation of literally begging for fucking help.
Drug-seeking behavior.
I even had to make up a story about how I'm a first responder to get more money. You know how hard it is. I had to make a sign that said I was a first responder.
You know
It's
how
so
hard it is
hard.
to lie about being a first responder.
Take the pills.
The voices in my
I
head.
just want my goddamn life back. I just want my life back.
Goddamn
And this
life.
is why
I just want
you will
peace in my
forever
life.
be
That these fucking people are not going to give me that peace that I deserve
Wally,
and that
right
I
there,
want.
buddy. Unplug, and you did it.
That's what I'm saying, man. Move to
Turn us
Canada.
off.
They'll end your suffering tomorrow.
You want him closer?
To go
Actually,
to
it's about a
these
2-week
lengths to
process.
see what I saw with my own 2 eyes.
Somebody else's eyes.
A great big veiny dick in front of my
You
eye.
bore me, Wally. You bore
To be
me.
the bad guy.
He never knows how to end his video.
No, he said the same thing 30 times already.
Behind blue eyes.
Like he's waiting
Never
for some
in my
non-existent
life.
person to come up behind
Never
and
in
be
my
like,
life
"It's okay."
have I felt so
There.
alone and so helpless. I feel like an animal.
Lonely.
Animal.
I'm still lonely.
And the next day it was Nazi
I feel like an
Democrats, let
absolute
black women,
animal.
ladies.
Yeah, an hour later it was that probably.
Right now I'm depressive. Tomorrow
I can't
I'll be
even make
manic.
content.
Wally should go out with Queen Mahat. They would make.
Yeah. I always thought that. And he definitely tried. He was simping on her for a while.
Yeah.
Wally should try Quaaludes.
Queen Mahat would like a nice big white beta male. That would be her thing.
He used to be all cringy. He'd be like, that's like
In tight red leather pants.
Like she'd be like dominating him. He'd be like, "Yes,
Yeah.
whatever you want."
He's already got all the fucking BDSM gear.
Yeah, he's already got a good mask.
She had a dick.
I'm sorry I let you down. I'm sorry
Eventually,
I let all
One
of you
eBay
down.
site, and she could have
Yeah.
a dick.
I've
Male
tried
all
to
night.
be
I'll bring the
strong.
duct
I've
tape.
tried to
You bring
stand
the
up
dick.
and fight.
Dude,
You can just strap on a dick. Boom, done.
That's how you know
No
he gets
evidence
off on the
to support
BDSM.
that I am
I've
a
tried to be as
tranny-loving-
honest as I possibly can.
He's begging for someone to put a ball gag in his mouth.
But the lengths that these,
He literally
that these
bought
men are
one.
going right
It's like,
now
just come
to
over
and
come
I'll put
after
it
me
on.
like the way they are, I can no longer fend off these attacks against me.
longer deal with this. Oh dear.
And to go to the length that I saw at my own 2 eyes, that they're actually looking for my friends, to go after my friends now.
No, we're looking to find out who Legacy Praxis.
No, they let your friend know that you were doing weird fucking shit on the internet involving their personal shit, Wally. That's what we did.
You tell them all about it?
Yeah.
While
You're
he
like
was
fucking
creepily
newspaper.
whispering in the guy's bathroom about the guy's suicide.
Yeah.
And
Hey, everybody.
after his chest was
Completed.
completed.
Split completed.
His chest was split completed, and now he shits every day.
To the point where I had to cut my forehead completed.
I cut forehead completed. Wally,
He ran a paperclip
He's still
across
going,
his
everybody.
forehead.
Well, he's still...
Oh,
Whoa!
oh, Esteban, no!
Don't do that. The algorithm, man. You should get butt hurt.
Yeah. Section 230, Judge Kavanaugh. He's going to vote me down or something.
No, you can't do that in the States. You have to come up here.
There is nothing on this planet that will ever
he's
stop
still
me
going.
from loving the mother of my children.
baby mama.
Even a restraining order.
And I
There's
will show
nothing that will
anybody
ever,
who tells me
ever
otherwise.
take that away from me. No one will take that from me.
Even if she gets remarried, even if she sends me 14 restraining orders.
If someone
nothing
could
that-
get rid of
nothing
that,
he can do.
half his problems would go away.
Yeah, I agree with that. If he could get past that, he would. Yeah.
He'd even be able to walk again, probably.
I'm sorry, everyone. I can't handle this.
I can't do it.
Very sorry.
I'm sorry I hurt all of you.
God
Yeah.
damn it.
Oh,
Wally,
now?
are you apologizing
No, I'm
to
sorry I
Hebrew
let
Spaceman
you
and his
down.
children right
Yeah,
now?
really. Who's this to?
I'm going to upload this next Tuesday so nobody calls the CMPD on me.
Maybe that was for Gildardo. I'm sorry.
I've tried to fight for things that I truly believe in.
He's still going. He never knows
But
how
I
to
can
stop.
I can't
It's
handle.
like a 5
I
minute
can't
video.
handle. I
Cut out
can't
all the
handle
silence.
this.
Yeah, this is a 30-second message. He drove by my house. It was very upsetting.
I
How
cannot
dare he?
handle
And what the fuck?
what these
and he
people
sucks, and I'm
have
very
gone
upset.
to go to these lengths
Do you ever
and to hear
remember
what
when you were
they
a
still
kid?
have planned.
And somebody you didn't like, you got on your bicycle, you drove past their house, and you like gave them the finger as you drove by, and they were there, and like that was the end of it. No, they didn't like
That they've
cry,
essentially
but
taken my life into
Right,
their
Man,
hands.
this video is
45
7
years
hours
long.
long.
yeah, this
Actually,
is
they-
45
I'm
years
taking
long.
complete
Yeah.
Actually, they
control
get
of
on the
my
bike and
fucking
chase you
life.
after.
Taking complete control of his fucking life. Just listen to this guy.
Well, he missed it. He ended up in like a whole bunch of shit after this.
Yeah, this is just this
So,
is
at what point are you actually taking control of something?
The act of driving by his house and telling him to fuck off was like less than 40 seconds.
yeah.
I'm
But this,
sorry, everyone.
this whole episode was like in the first quarter, and now we're like in fucking game 167. I mean,
Is that him?
Yeah.
I
I'm
can't, because
sorry
it's a
to
video,
all
I
of you
can't
if I'm
speed
a
it up.
disappointment.
So I don't know how to speed it
If
up.
I've let you down,
no, Wally, no, you're never a disappointment.
speed
This
it up?
week
Well, I
proved
kinda
that
like-
I'm so sorry if I'm not.
you're stepping up your psychotic
If I'm
game
not strong
really
enough to handle this,
exponentially.
I can't.
I want him to get a
With-
burner phone in a new
Knowing
channel.
that they still are doing things behind my back to get to my
Wally,
friends,
we're right here. Just come to my
to get
channel.
to me.
I literally announce when my show is, Wally.
Well, Wally, come on, you're gonna get mad at me
Behind
for
my
sending
back.
Esteban a Christmas card? Well, you know what? What's the big deal?
With
Feliz
the-
Navidad, my brother. Feliz
with the
Navidad.
scratch ticket in it.
With a scratch ticket. All I have. Beer and cigarettes. That's all I have.
Well, a calling card and a scratch
And-
ticket.
And Mega Man. Beer,
So you can call
cigarettes,
us.
and
Family
Mega Man.
back
That's
wherever.
all I have. Otherwise, I'm just-
Beer, cigarette, Mega Man, and the scratch ticket. This is all
Well,
I
didn't
have.
he say recently that
And a
he
steak.
had another one of his like crises and his friends? He didn't know how much support he
I'm
had.
sorry, everyone.
He just said that like 2 days ago.
He's still going.
that was one of his tweets. Yeah. He doesn't deserve the friends that he has because
You're right. He
Two of them,
doesn't.
two
Yeah.
of them tried to off
Who's
themselves.
left?
Yeah.
Do you think Shitty and Chris
I
gave
can't.
up
I
on him yet?
can't handle any more of this.
what about his
went all the
buddy
way
that,
through it.
that visits him once in a while? He probably called him up and said, "Oh,
I'm sorry, everyone.
Hey,
Red Pill of the Wood checking in.
Hey.
Hey. Oh, you missed a lot. We'll rewind the whole video. Let's start it again.
No.
I got 8 minutes left before I'm crashing out, so don't play this thing again, man.
I'll watch it on the replay.
You sure?
oh my
It's real
God,
good.
Wind! I saw you all clean shaven and everything. I couldn't even recognize
sorry,
who that
everyone.
was.
No, the question I've always wanted to ask Wynn is about you ran into Wally at some point? Like, we keep talking about it, but you never tell me the story.
You gotta get a
He
picture
ran
of the
into him
back
with
of
his
him or
car.
something.
That's what happened. We figured it out.
Oh, you ran off the road.
Basically, I ran into him. It was I was delivering at I think it was at a Walmart,
Shock.
Figures.
and
It's
I
either
think
that
it
or
was a
plasma bank.
and he was looking at some Crossmans, some of them Crossman CO2 tanks.
Okay.
He didn't see me. He didn't see me, but I knew. I instantly recognized him.
There's only one of him.
You know, so I just kept my distance to see, to kind of see what type of person he is. And yeah, because he didn't know what I looked like back at the time. That dude got some looks about him. You know, he looks at people that get too close, kind of strange.
That's what I figured. I wanted to know about that, how he was looking at people, like if he was checking every person and shit.
I fantasize about like Wally's in Walmart and then I go there and I see him and I just like bump into him, and like he turns around.
Oh, sorry.
What happens?
When we were down there, my kids and I went to 2 separate Walmarts looking for him. We were kind of scoping out the I was like, I got to run into this guy. It would be amazing. But
like, and I would act as if I saw a long lost friend. I'd be like, "Hey man, what's going on? How's it going?" Like he'd be like looking for a weapon to grab.
What's new?
Yeah, my kids and I had this whole plan where if we did run into him, one of them was going to go up to him. They were both going to go up and go like, "Wait, are you MAGA man? Oh, I see you on the news." Like, because he has no idea who they are. But
Right.
and
He
they
would
were going to like
believe it.
ask for his autograph and shit. But we never.
That's a good.
we never
That's a
did.
good
I saw
question.
you
Like,
on
what
Twitter.
what would my like? I'm thinking to myself, if I bumped into him, I turn around, and I say, "Yo, Walter, man, you need some help. You know, you need some real help. You know, you really screwed up." And see where it went from there. What's he gonna? What else can you say to him? I'm not.
I'd pretend like if it was a good friend I haven't seen in a few years. Be like, "Hey man, what's going on?"
I think Chico did that.
He's engaged. He's turning on the CO2 with his gun. Yeah.
It's powered up now. Stand back. Stand back.
Pepper spray.
I mean,
I can imagine him
I've been
jumping back and hitting the whole
you've been
tip
that pepper ball would be like once you've been to the gas chamber. I mean, the gas chamber in boot camp. The most of them like with that military grade CS gas. Nothing really compares to it. You know.
Yeah. I can imagine. Yeah.
That pepper ball.
Sometimes you see sometimes these. I took this in New York to get a CCW. You got to take a course, and most of them are given by cops. And what this cop said, like there are guys that are jacked up on like angel dust and PCP and shit like that, and you can tase them, shoot them with a pepper ball, shoot them with pepper spray. It doesn't do a thing because like once that stuff gets into your system, I guess your adrenaline is so pumped up that none of those things stop.
Look,
that you know.
In order to get qualified to use a taser in the military, you have to get tased. You know, you have to get tased.
Have you ever gotten tased?
He wasn't.
No, but I've been to the gas chamber.
Oh, okay, all right, okay, but tasing, I saw some videos on it like that. Like it just kind of like short circuits everything, and you just go boom,
tightens all your muscles up, and you just fall over.
Yeah, lock up.
Yeah.
Maybe Wally he's walking down the steps and then he tases himself and he just
tases himself in the testes.
He shit his leather pants and he fell over.
Right in the side of his neck.
He connects the electrodes and then he just randomly does it to himself.
He does like a Johnny. He does a Johnny Knoxville thing. He puts the fucking alligator clips on his balls and he just.
No, he just licks it like a 9-volt battery.
I watch that show, Jackass, but Wally's self-harming himself. I would watch that show.
What's he doing on Twitter? What's he doing on Twitter now?
Getting wrecked.
He's faking a car accident, apparently.
Yeah. Missing lawsuits and all that.
Bleeding.
I mean, I don't know if he faked it because honestly, I mean, he had to go to the ER.
Well, the way he freaking drives.
I'm gonna go with drunk driving. That's what I'm gonna say.
I'm going with self-harm. This is because he did it before. Apparently, like I think he self-harmed the black eye business, and this is the same thing.
I think he tried to cut his artery, and he did it like a teenage girl the wrong way.
He wouldn't do anything to hurt his car because he's
you
not
know-
getting another car, right?
Yeah.
Have you seen
he can't
how he
afford the
drives?
collision.
But the way
He hits the gas.
I think he's like falling downstairs or like
But
telling
remember
people off until they punch him.
Remember that one video where he's like filming in the car and he's driving down the side roads and he's like, I tried so hard.
Yeah.
And he gives you the impression that he wanted to take it off the road, but obviously he didn't.
Yeah, he sped up and then the car starts dinging and it looks like he's
But
gonna
you
head
know,
off the
there
road.
is something to the Babu's the Babu theory. I think has merit to it, where he probably got tanked, and it was he was driving. He might have been driving drunk, and he ran off the road. And now he's saying, well, that wasn't because it wasn't a car accident. Really, it was intentional self-harm and trying to wrap that story into a believable story. But I don't.
That's the kernel of the truth. The car is the kernel of the truth. So I would say he jumped in front of the car.
But then again, like the car insurance company would like to know that happened, right?
Yeah,
I got a question. Have any of you ridden with him?
That's a good question, not me.
But I know
What's that video?
Yeah.
Oh,
People say he drove like a 16-year-old, like he was blasting music and driving fast.
Man, all I know is he can't drive worth a fornicate.
He's all over the road.
I'm like, literally, like I'm in an 18-wheeler, and I'm like, what are you doing? Why are we doing this? No,
I
now
hope
I've
you
got to
don't drive
slow
an
down.
18-wheeler like that. Holy shit.
Yeah, like for me, like the company I worked for before had a point system. Like you literally, if you were too close to a car, it would start dinging, and now your camera would activate, and now it starts taking points off your bonus. And I'm like, you jive mother. I'm literally like, Hitten's been on the road, been in a live stream with me when someone did something stupid, you know. I'm cussing this dude all up and down one side. You stupid, and he's heard me when I blast my horn. I'm just like 10-second blast.
Do you have to go like this to the thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I'm driving, and I'm like, you.
So do you like, kid, you go like this to the truck driver?
Yeah. If a kid does that beside you, will you blow your horn at him?
I'll do like honk honk or like a little chipper honk, like a happy honk, but I'm like, I'm literally burning air pressure with that horn. You know?
Have you ever actually blown out a horn? I did that once. Where I laid
never
on it so
did
long
that
it died. Sounds
Is horn
fun.
a euphemism for a transvestite?
Like I'm literally burning air pressure with the way I'm holding this horn down. You know? That dude had me burning air pressure.
So like,
transvestite.
You were on the road with Wally, is what you're saying.
On the road in the Walmart.
No, Wally's the person, like, once the light turns green, he like slams his foot on the accelerator just to get to the next red light for some reason. I don't know why, but that's exactly 100%. That's what he does.
When I'm in the car with the wife, if I pull up to like a 20-something in a sports car, I'll like look at the guy and I'll rev my engine, and my wife is like mortified, and I would like I'm in like a minivan, you know, but I'll just like, vroom, vroom. And she's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, this guy wants to like floor it, you know, and then I stand still and he tears off, and then we laugh about it.
You know, if
I'm getting ready to pick somebody up from work, so I'm gonna let y'all go. Let y'all have your Wally. I'm gonna call this the Wally powwow session.
Yeah, that's about
Every
right.
time Wally gets boring, he fakes a car accident, and here we are again.
I always smoke a peace pipe.
Yeah, I got one question. Is he back on YouTube yet?
No.
Somebody's got to get him a phone.
He must be chomping at the bit because he has so much to tell everybody. Wally, come back on.
If he can't figure out how to get himself back on.
Yeah, Wally, he doesn't realize he doesn't get the kind of sympathy on YouTube because he's not crying at his kid's bed. Typing it or posting a picture doesn't have the same effect.
Well, and also, if you turn off the comments, nobody can comment, so that's a big part of it too.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I think I'm out of here too, guys. Have a good one. Take care, guys.
Peace out.
Remember,
I gotta jump.
I've done everything right.
See you later.
I've done everything right.
Yeah, guys, I'm good at it as well. I will see you guys next week if we do this again.
Everybody's bailing. Okay, yeah, well, it all depends on Wally. Who knows what happens with Wally?
We'll have a great week. All right, good night, guys.
See you later. Bye. Well, yeah, we didn't solve anything, but there's still so many questions.
We're never gonna solve anything.
He's got it. Well, Wally may leave another hint. We never know. Like, he may post a picture of his damaged car. But again, I think there was no car involved.
Okay, well, listen. There's burner phones. There's fucking VPNs. Put the two together. You got a new account. You get online. You're not gonna be able to do shit other than like 15-minute videos maybe for the first little bit. But as long as you use that fucking phone, they'll probably let you live stream.
I wonder what the error message is. Like, say like YouTube did the kibosh on my phone. I go to fill out a new account. Like, what do you think? Like, do you get like a big message like you've been blocked? Like, I'd love to see what that message is.
This IP's banned or something like that. Probably. You are trying to violate our terms of service.
It's probably all the phone. They probably don't like IPs change all the time. They probably don't even keep track of that because they can't. But I bet the phone is like the But he could just be like, "Hey Esteban, do you have a YouTube channel? Do you have a plan on making one? No." Like, just borrow Esteban's phone number. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, there's 1,000 ways to get around this shit. Use your non-existent lawyer's phone.
I think Wally thinks, because he still links his old channel, I think he's like, I'm going to get money and they're going to strike down section 230 or whatever it is, and I'm going to get my channel back. I think that's what he's...
You know what all that sounds like? That sounds like a lot of fucking hurt coming up in the future. He's going to keep on finding out that that's wrong about a lot of shit.
But I feel like all his...
He's never getting that mega Ermy channel back. That's done.
All his
it's gone.
delusions,
It's erased.
he's like, he can't... I think he can't handle that truth. Like, it's too much for him. If you said, you will never get your channel back, he's like, he'll block it out.
Yeah, well, it's not possible. Once they give you that, man, that's... Even Brittany Ventney's still off.
I don't know who that is. What did they do?
A lot of stuff, but... Yeah, it's kind of a pointless thing to talk about, but... Then again, we talk about Wally every time we do this, so... What a guy. I think he tried to hurt himself.
I do too.
I think he either stuck something in his arm or fucking drove into a fucking tree. And probably there wasn't any booze involved if it was a driving thing. Unless that court was framed.
I don't know. I think I agree with what Hebrew was saying. I think he wouldn't risk the car, but he wants to hurt himself.
Yeah.
So what do you do if you're Wally? If you step in front of someone's car, they could have a video going, and then you look like you tried to. That's like fraud. So I think he harmed himself without another human being being involved, which means like he just threw himself down some stairs or something. And throwing yourself down some stairs is a good choice for those audience at home who's interested in self-harming.
He's
because
right-handed,
you could always
right?
say I stumbled, as opposed to if you stood on the top of like a playground and threw yourself off. They'd be like, "Why is a grown man in a playground? What are you doing?"
I think he cut himself.
I don't know.
Because, it's his left arm. So either his arm was flapping out the window when he got into some kind of thing, or else he's using his right arm to stick something into his left arm.
But usually the airbag goes off and you get like a busted nose.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the vehicle. My face went through a fucking window. And I have airbags in the car. I was like, well, what the hell is this? I'm wearing a seatbelt and I've got an airbag and my head still makes contact with the window and goes partially through it. I had to pick glass out of my head for like 6 months.
Was it the side window or the
No,
windshield?
the front.
Really?
Yeah, there was like a bubble in the window where my head almost went through.
Jesus.
And then when my head came back, there was a whole bunch of little tiny shards of glass in my forehead.
I was never in anything. I did a couple fender benders, but that's it. I was never like an airbag releasing accident.
And the funny thing is, I wasn't really injured. I just had like those scratches on my forehead from the window, and like I didn't get a concussion or anything. I got a rock head.
I don't know. We'll never know. Wally, come on the show. There's 3 people watching. Come on in.
Yeah, come on down.
It's just me. You could yell at me.
I won't leave this time. I left last time and I went off the rails because I wasn't there. This time I'll stick around. I'll mediate.
Well, Wally will be like, I'm being outnumbered. That's why I was like, okay, just you and me. I'll talk about anything you want to talk about.
Well, we tried that, but it wouldn't be outnumbered because there would only be the one person having the conversation.
I know how it would go. Wally would be he's all humble pie Wally now, so he would apologize for everything, and then he would dip into like how he's a messed up, flawed human being, and
then immediately start at the beginning again.
Yeah, and it would just...
And it all started with...
And it's terrible because even if Wally's like, legitimate, like you still think he's full of shit, like because he's done this before.
Well, you notice if you interrupt him, he'll start all the way back at the beginning. Like he'll have already told half of the story And if you interrupt him, he'll start all the way back at the beginning again. Not just that last sentence he was saying, but all the way back. Let me start from the beginning again.
In his mind that going to court, taking people to court was essentially making people have to sit there while he did like a presentation. Like that was what he envisioned court being. He was like, I'm not trying to sue them for money. I just want to let them know. So it's like he thinks he's gonna get people in a room and make them watch him do a live presentation of his paperwork.
That's not
like
court at all.
That's not. No one's gonna do that
unless he's defending himself. If he defends himself, even then the lawyer would show up.
He got ghosted. Who knows if that's true? But it's a great.
That's so bullshit. Give me a break. He fucking was told this is not a case. I'm not working for you, and he went with it anyway.
Oh, you think he showed up anyway?
Let's give good old America the birthday that she rightfully deserves.
And now the lawyer's going to start getting in shit.
If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell to receive notifications, and hit that like button.
Look on your face,
Smash
too.
that like button with each and every single upload. It will
like
help
a
the channel
fucking mental
grow
case.
immensely.
Look at you.
With that being said,
well, you get a better
everyone.
picture of me.
Once
Come
again,
on.
please
You
have
look
a
incredulous.
happy and safe 4th
Kevin's
of
like
July.
posing for
and
the
make sure
camera.
you're
I'm
making
just like,
yellow hamburgers too,
That's
not that
his
tree
only
bark
Mason
insect
picture
shit
from
like they're trying to
Facebook.
make us eat. You guys know that already. With that being said, it seems that Dan Edward King of the
With that
Disney
big
Star
penis
Wars
nose of his.
501st Legion costuming group, we see how great Star Wars is with children these days.
Wally, you were just saying
it's no
how
wonder
great
people like
Star Wars is
love
with
being part of
children.
these costume groups. They just love kids, maybe a little too much, and the evidence speaks for itself. And then you have Kevin Coburl of Calverton, New York, who's an obsessed cyber stalker who called my best friend,
video
calling himself
URL
Lucian
still work?
Stevenson, which I have the audio recorded, just like when Dan King called my leasing office, not once, but twice, and sent me threatening emails. And now, looking at this thumbnail, they are actively trying to conceal their sins. They're trying to conceal their crimes. The things that they have done here in the state of North Carolina are crimes. And when the time comes, it's going to be dealt with. I'm not going to say how. I'm not going to say when.
Wally, if I
but
call
I'm just
the
gonna let them
authorities
dig
because
their
I see
own
someone
hole.
breaking the
and
law,
if you think I'm going to
I
be
don't get in
silenced,
trouble.
think again. I will say this much. For any of you that want to see the videos that they're attempting to take down, click on my archive.org link. I've backed up the videos there, and I also have them on my desktop. You will not conceal your sins. You will not conceal your crimes.
I'm thinking of his
I learned my
Rumble
lesson after
account's
2 YouTube channels to back up my
What
material,
is Rumble
especially if it's
account's
been
gone
flagged.
too?
And
He
now
took it
you're
down,
trying
yeah,
to
he couldn't
cover
take
up
it.
what you've done. And that's not
Didn't know how
going to
to use it.
happen.
He
It's
couldn't
not
block
going to happen. As a matter of
people's
fact,
comments
with
and it
these
drove him
claims
crazy.
that were made with all of these videos, I have submitted counterclaims, and I'm fully confident that all of these videos shall be restored.
Incorrect.
You're not going to get away with this. I promise you that. When the time comes, I'm not going to say how, I'm not going to say when, but when the time comes, all I can say is you did this to yourselves.
No.
That's all I'm going to say. I've been advised by a good
all.
friend of mine who's sitting here right now watching me record this, a good friend of mine, also a viewer of the channel, hanging out with me for 2 weeks. He's a brother of mine, great friend. I'm having a good time with him.
Guy.
You know, he was witness to all of this when it all unfolded, and he's been giving me some good sound advice. So I'm only going to say this because he just gave me a little chit-chat before I started recording this audio for you guys.
Must have been hot.
To you two dickheads out there,
I don't remember
keep it up.
The time.
You think I'm playing games and you think it's a bluff.
Have a date up there?
I already have certain things going on behind the scenes. I got
he
all
was
the
so
time in the
buttered
world.
because I
I'm
reported
retired,
this video for
fully.
privacy. They took it down.
And
That's
I
what
can
this is
sit
all
back,
about.
I can wait, and I have time. And what's even more important is that I have patience.
Because he's
please,
probably doxing you in
keep
it.
dragging me through the mud.
Yeah,
Keep
and
smearing
YouTube
and
was like,
defaming
"Oh
my
yeah, this is a
character.
privacy violation."
Keep posting
Well, he's like, "Oh."
blatantly derogatory things about me and lies
And then he
and
loses his
slander and
mind.
libel.
He's-
Please keep doing it. I want you to. Because
Why am
when
I
the
not
time
allowed to
comes
slander
and
and
I'm
dox?
ready to strike, you're not going to like what's in store for you. And as
Ooh,
a
that
certain
sounds
Dan
threatening.
Edward King
Cobra.
said, "Oh, take it on the cheek, take the L." Fuck you, you Charles Manson plaid shirt wearing, gross, disgusting, long-haired freak. And that goes for Julia Child too.
Julia Childs. What
Both
the
of
hell
you are
did
gonna
she
learn
ever
a
do to
fucking hard
anybody?
lesson in reality. You're gonna
Oh, that's
destroy
Kevin.
me
Kevin Julie Child.
with certain things. Let's find out how you're gonna really destroy me. As I know certain things about the two of you that I haven't said yet here on YouTube. But I'm not like you. I'm not natured like you two.
Dan,
I don't do
if
what you're
Slippery
doing.
makes a
His
fucking...
his
This has been
secret
going
was
on for
I
over
have
6
15
years,
addresses.
where I've been accused
That
of being a
was
child
his
abuser and a
secret.
racist and a bigot
If Slippery
and,
makes a
and, and
cooking
a Nazi
channel,
and everything else. That I try to
it
kill
might
the mother
work.
of my kids. And,
Hello,
you know,
everyone.
that I'm sitting outside trying to
making
shoot
lemon
black people, then
chicken
calling my
today.
leasing office twice, sending me threatening emails, Kevin Colborough. Left a
Cooking wine. You
voicemail
could drink
with
it. It's
one of my
excellent.
closest and best friends here under the false pseudonym of Lucian Stevenson. I have it all backed up. It's on
That
my
was Wally's.
archive.org site. It's on my desktop. It's on my external hard drive. You
External
will
hard
be
drive.
exposed, and I will not be silent. When the time
No.
comes, I'm just saying, make sure you're ready for it, because when it comes, I'm going after you, and you're going to have a lot to answer for.
Lots.
I promise you that on the lives of my beautiful children and on my friends' lives. You're gonna be dealt the hand of God when the time comes. Anyway, I'm going
Hand
back
of
to my
God.
4th of July. Fuck these cocksuckers. Bye.
Wally, I'd never sucked a cock in my whole life.
Together,
That's Wally.
we will
Can you
make
prove in a court of
America
law that I've
great
sucked a cock?
again.
Because
Yeah,
if
but
you
have you ever
can't,
thought about it?
if you can't, that was Sifu, R.I.P. Sifu.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's like, I've been thinking about sucking dicks. And I was like, what? What?
That was a long time ago when I thought of it.
Yeah, I'm over it. That guy.
I decided against it. Yeah, it's okay. That was fucking hilarious when he said
Yeah,
that.
but there's Wally's logic. It's like if I say, like if I make fun of him, it's the end of the world. But then he'll make a video. I'm a cocksucker.
Yeah.
Like I have like he knows stuff about me.
4
That's all
hour
fine.
odyssey.
That's all fine. But yeah, well, Wally, I'm still waiting for the hand of God. Wally, it sounds like the hand of God is fucking with you. I mean, you got busted ribs, black eye. Something's going on over there.
How'd that happen?
And again, Wally, the Golden Bridge. Just don't get off of YouTube.
Well, he's not
Or
on
just
YouTube.
just
to
be anonymous.
fair.
just be like MAGA fucker 69. Wally, you could use that. You're MAGA man fucker 69.
And
go
then
on
come in
Twitter.
and pretend to be somebody else so he can come back and hang out with us.
Yeah, you go on. Yeah, it's that. You go on Twitter and you make fun of George Takei as MAGA fucker 69.
Yeah.
And like, but Wally has to tell you all about his dumb fucking life. Yeah, I called you white.
To be honest,
dumb,
George
Wally.
Takei tells us all about it too. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, but George Takei isn't crying when people tell him that he likes up the fudge tunnel or whatever.
He's like, my. Hello.
Yeah, he just doesn't care.
I love it.
Yeah, it's like,
as long as it
find
isn't
it
check.
pleasurable.
I
George
hate that
Takei.
fucking William Shatner, son of a bitch.
He got paid twice as much as I did in 1965.
It's because I'm Asian.
But I had better abs than him. Just look at them.
Yeah. He's like, I was picking up better chicks and I'm gay.
He had that when he was doing the sword business at
Yeah.
Star Trek.
I like that whenever Spock and Kirk was fighting that fucking.
There's always the Kirk would put his foot in the stomach and then roll them. That was the move. Well, the music.
Yeah, using the kick to flip them over.
They were supposed to know some advanced
the chop.
advanced fighting style.
It was all pressure point shit. Spock
Savage, don't go to
you.
Wally's house. We just saw a video. It makes him cry. Do you want to make him cry? Don't answer
Well, it
that.
depends. I mean, if it was Halloween.
I've seen Savage Cock is cammed up without a mask, and Wally would shit his bricks if someone like Savage Cock showed up. Guy's tattoos on him. like Wally would be like, "This
on
is
his
it.
face.
This is BLM. Antifa is here." He'd be trying to engage his air rifles. He's trying to break the CO2.
All
and
shaking.
His hands are shaking. He's like, God damn it.
Yeah, I can see that. I can't go to archive.org for some reason. What the fuck's going on here?
Let me see if I have the links. I think somebody created one.
I go there
It was
and
like-
nothing comes up. It's like
It
the
was like
page
to
isn't
counter.
there.
It was like to counter Wally. Let me see. Do I have it?
I don't understand this.
How do I not have it?
Where they got those big fucking things with the blades at the end of them. They're swinging at each other.
One of my Star Trek friends had the Klingon sword, two-handed sword thing. He
Yeah,
had like one of those, like on his
those are
wall.
crazy.
Like you're a nerd.
If that
Goes
thing
like,
was like operational, man, you could probably kill like 6 people
this
at the
had a
same
blade
time.
on it. It was like the whole thing, but I'm like, this is really impractical.
It is.
That's like, dude, it just looks.
Unless you're
cool,
just
you know?
gonna run at people with it like straight out in front of you, trying to chop everybody's head off at the same time.
That was always a trope on the next generation. Anytime they wanted they wanted to show that the new alien guy was really strong, they'd show him beating up Worf because Worf
Yeah.
was the strong. Like Worf would get thrown across the room and everyone would be like, "Ooh, he's stronger than Worf." But poor Worf got thrown
Meanwhile-
around like every other episode.
Meanwhile, I mean, come on. As far as Klingons go, Worf's pretty fucking weak.
Well,
he hangs
probably
out with
gets
the
no
humans too
respect.
much.
Yeah, like he cut his hair and all that jazz. They'd be like,
He's all like emotional and shit when he should be fucking just angry all the time. Like, these Earthlings have done weird crap to you, Worf. They've even changed the pattern of your forehead. It's disgusting.
Yeah, the original Klingons just looked like they were Mexican.
Yeah, and they had like
Mexican
a little prosthetic on their forehead.
Did they have anything? They just, I
Yeah.
remember they were like dark-skinned guys with black hair. They were like,
Yeah, mostly that, and then they had just like a little split prosthetic on their forehead. It was not that big. Whereas Worf's forehead, those guys have like all these prosthetics on them now. Looks better now. But it looks like they had put plasticine on their forehead. Some dude sat down on it and then got up quick. It's like a reverse butt crack. It's weird.
I haven't been to archive in a while. Let's see.
I can't get it to open.
I thought I had a link to Wally's stuff, but I don't have it anymore. I linked it in one of my old videos, but I can't find it. How did I not link Wally's archive site? No, I have. It's all sad. All the
okay.
links I have are all dead now because it's all Wally's old channels. Oh, Wally.
What the hell? Why would it be dead? They're supposed to be. The links on the pages.
Like his old YouTube channel. Like it's just the confused monkey going, "We don't know. This isn't a thing. We don't understand what happened."
That's because nobody went and clicked further down. If you had archived further down, all that shit would be there, like the videos and everything. So I guess he's not very good at using archive.org either. Kind of fucked that up. The point of that is so that if your shit disappears, it's still there.
Let me search Dan King MAGA. Oh, MAGA Army. Found it. Let's see. I remember he made a big deal, like he was trying to be like sorry, and he's like, I took down all the stuff I said about you, Dan. So now you have to do the same.
He would have reposted that within fucking 30 seconds. He wouldn't have
Well,
left
I was
that
pissed
down.
at like his original thing to me was like he threatened me, and he was like, you better take down your videos or else. And I told him to go fuck off. And then he apologized, but then he's like, I'm sorry, we're friends now. Now you have to take down your your videos. Like he made the same exact request. I'm like, fuck you. I don't owe you anything. So there's the MAGA Army. I don't see anything new though.
You've already downloaded anything that was useful?
Yeah, there's nothing here. Boring. Let's see. Yeah. But yeah, he had a folder and it was like Dan King, he can't hide his sins, and my sins were I make fun of him. like I'm right here, right? Oh, here's the other one. Let's see. The tags for the video I'm looking at were Magaman, Dogpile, Wally, Crimes, Pathetic Apology.
Oh, link me up, man. Let me see that shit.
I'm trying to find it. Like I'm looking at the video, but I want to find. How do you find the who created it? Hold on.
Are you on the video page itself?
Oh, I thought we were looking at. Hold on, I'll copy and paste it. Present screen. Oh, I gotta go back here. Hold on. I got that stupid Star Wars. Probably has a dumb name. That's that Star Wars song. But how can I find like who made this? Like who's the
Acknowledging my stalker. An apology to Dan King.
Yeah, this
What?
I have this video on my computer. This is like it's a 2-hour live stream of Wally's like he like this is Wally will tell you that he apologized to me, but it was a 2-hour live stream where he keeps on dropping my fucking name, which pissed me off. My name is in the stupid title, and his apology was telling me that we're no longer fighting and that I need to take down all my videos now.
There,
which
right
was
there.
the same threat he made to me initially. And I was
There
like,
it is, right
"Fuck
there,
you."
bottom right. Sins of
Oh,
Mega
look
Man.
at this! I don't know who did this. Let's see.
That's whoever put that video up. This is
Yeah.
out of his list. So
Somebody else is archiving his stuff.
yeah. Oh my god, it's the Purple Heart. Oh.
Take a trend apology.
Can you please copy paste that link into the private chat, please? I need this. I'm no good at searching for this. I don't know how you found it. Actually, fuck.
I just went archive and Dan King
Okay.
Dan King Magaman came up.
I don't know why this person gave me this Purple Heart.
Me
I'm not
either.
worthy of it. I don't deserve this. This is for somebody better, but they gave
Why'd
it
you
to
take
me
it?
for their reasons. I'm not going to get into it. It's so complicated. I don't even know what to say right now.
You say no, thank you, I don't deserve it, and give it back to the person. That's what-
Absolutely not, sir. Thank you for your service. Even if you have no one else to give it to.
What he got his racist rant on here.
Uh,
This is when he walks around Esteban's house. I think I have all these. There's nothing
I've been
new.
asked to protect my...
I don't know if I know this one. This one looks old.
Yeah, okay, what the fuck does make have to do
To
with
men
the
that are
name?
on disability
Oh, we looked
are
at this
not
one.
bad men.
Look at how
And
he
this is a
lined
direct
everything up.
response
Yeah.
to Della with her drink Simpai,
OCD
who went
much?
off on a tirade in one of her videos. This
Yeah,
is not a
I
beef.
think we watched this a couple weeks ago.
He's going in on fucking Della again.
Well,
And he
it's
blames
like-
and he's like giving her shit about a tirade. Like the whole reason why she laid into him is because he fucking was dropping a tirade on her.
I
of
remember the next
stupidity.
day, Wally made a video where, like, same thing. He was like upset. He's like, you know, I got a death threat yesterday, and no one's talking about that. Without telling his audience, the context was he went after Della for like 10 minutes straight.
Yeah.
And she told him, "Go fuck yourself," and he was like, "Oh, can you believe it?" Like, you expect people to feel bad for you?
I caught the vapors. See, look. MGTOW, a Costa Rican boy and his white friend. Explain what MGTOW has to do with fucking a Costa Rican
Yeah,
boy
he was just
and his white friend.
He was just tagging anything. This is
Neither
the
one
other
of them are MGTOW.
This is the
Wally
other
is
one.
not a MGTOW. Never was. And the same with Esteban. So what the fuck has he got that in his title for? That's the type of shit people get in shit for. When you put that in your title and it has nothing to do with the video, you're an asshole.
Well, he was trying to get like extra, you know, whatever likes or whatever. Like
Which
views,
is
I mean.
exactly why people hate it. Like he doesn't understand that that's immediately spotted when you do that shit. Who are these people in my home? And then he's got arrows pointed at two black guys. Like
Yeah.
you make it look like you don't like these people in your home or something.
The description is good. It says, after being accused of being a racist, Wally thought it would be a good idea to take a picture of himself next to some non-white people.
Yeah.
No worries if you have trouble spotting non-whites in a crowd. Wally points them out using giant red arrows.
Yeah. I wonder if these people knew their image.
25% of adults over 65 have lost all their teeth from receding gums and decaying teeth. All it takes.
Those teeth were like Wally's toenails.
Like, why show that?
Well, I think the guy was looking for some free work. Like, please fix.
The soy army. Well, they can't be racist.
Who's he calling the soy army?
That's me and the gang. I know. He's a black man. Ding.
My maintenance dude, though, he doesn't see how that doesn't look good.
Yes, yeah, he owns them. As Chris.
Who's that behind me in my home? I don't know. They're discolored.
And it is the same two people and another dude. Again, what do you think these people would do if they knew what Wally's doing?
I think they do, because he's saying, guys, they don't believe that I have black friends. They think I'm a racist. Prove it. They're like, yeah, okay. And then they get tired of it because you don't see them anymore.
They're using it for the free Heineken's, Wally.
Yeah. And then he's like, I quit drinking. And they're like, okay, peace out. Oh, yeah. Don't forget this guy that I fucking said was cutting himself.
Oh, Super Soigers is what,
Male feminist. Yeah, that's MGTOW.
No, Phantasma hidden MGTOW in one of the robot videos says that. Because I remember the robot was like Super Soigers. Like,
isn't this exactly what he does? Like, this is the funny shit. That's not him, but it's somebody acting exactly like him.
He loves
Oh yeah, I fucking love Star Wars!
Yeah, well, it's not funny anymore. It's too long, and now you're just creeping everyone out.
And yeah, you're being really specific with your hand motions.
Like, it would have been funny if it was like a second, but it just went on too long, and now he's like a weirdo.
Everything woke turns to shit.
And then Trump for some unknown reason. He's fucking his brains all over the place. Wally, classic.
Someone's got to get some Trump stuff and be like, catch him saying MAGA and catch him saying fucking man. And then everything MAGA man turns to shit.
Good stuff.
Oh, the mucus video.
Yeah, it's gross.
Pretends to kill himself for the 24th. Oh, these are classics. Wally says racist stuff.
Yeah. 31 views.
Yeah, we should be hooking up some views here. I know I'm going to be downloading.
This one will get me kicked off of YouTube though if I fire this up. That's the one that's really bad. It's like GOK and HEB, and yeah, the algorithm will catch up to me.
Fire it up! Oh, look at the fucking thumbnail on that last one.
This one. He's so sad.
That's like the video picked that as the thumbnail, and he's like, "Yeah, good enough."
The whole video's like that.
He's like, "It works for me." There's Esteban back in the good old days. What's that? A penis? Why is he drawing penises? Breaks the law.
Oh yeah. I didn't even notice. Yeah, he likes dicks. He likes dicks. It's like a 16-year-old.
Secretly records his pals. It's got all the good ones, man. And Wally breaks the law again.
Well, this is Wally Crimes is the name of the site, so it's all like
great.
anything Wally did something illegal.
Oh no, look at that one. Esteban pays Wally to house sit and Wally doxes the entire family.
The descriptions were good if I remember. Let's see. Wally is house sitting and decides to film himself showing his audience the inside of his pal's apartment. He then proceeds to dox his pal's family. Turns out his pal didn't give him permission to film, nor did he know about this video. Whoops, I'm sure Esteban doesn't. I sure hope Esteban doesn't see the video.
I probably emailed it to him.
I think Slippery was threatening to send this to him, but I don't know if he ever did. I think he's like leaving. As much as Slippery talks, I don't think we really want to bother Esteban too much because he's kind of an innocent in this whole thing.
Yeah, I think all of them are. They're already being affected.
I wonder if Esteban's like there's a language difficulty. I wonder if the language barrier is related to him still being friends with Wally. Like if he spoke better English, he might realize that Wally's an asshole. I don't know.
He's only friends with him to learn English.
Like he's like Wally said something crazy, but he doesn't know the translation, so he just kind of awkwardly laughs along with him, not realizing that Wally just called all gay people Nazis or something.
Here's a serious question: how the fuck did he meet any of those people?
Which the people
Anybody in North Carolina?
I think we talked about it before. Wally can turn it he can turn it off for a little bit and be a normal human being. And like that's why he could talk himself out of with the cops and everything. Like there's a video in here where the cops come and he's like Mr. Nice Guy and he gets out of it.
The cops.
Let's watch Wally get
25% of adults over 65 have lost all their teeth from receding gums and decaying teeth.
You gotta get rid of those black ones, dude.
We need Hebrew Spaceman here to look at this.
Oh, yeah, right. You'd probably be like, yeah, I've never seen anything that bad in my office. If I did, I'd kick him out.
Oh my God! Can I see? Walter Conitas.
Oh, look at him flirting.
No, that's not my last name, and you know it too.
He talks to Esteban with a cute little voice, like Esteban's a 6-year-old.
He's like, that's not my real name. You know my last name is really blah, blah, blah.
No way. What is it?
It's the cops.
What are you looking? Let me see. What are you looking at?
He's like, oh man. You see the cops come in, and he's like, oh man.
I think that's behind him. The cops just slow down.
What are you looking at? Let me see.
They're like, is that the car?
They're like, why is this Hispanic male
right here.
hunched into a car with the guy with the light on? This doesn't look right. This looks like people are doing a drug deal or something. Maybe we should go see what's up.
Who's coming, Wally? Up I hear cop stuff.
How you doing, ma'am? We meet once again.
Oh no, he knew her.
They know each other.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Just us talking on YouTube, doing our usual nonsense.
Not drinking and sitting in your driver's seat.
Just telling jokes and all that usual nonsense. You're not showing off any guns on live stream? Absolutely not. Who said that?
He gets all cross.
Showing off guns in a live stream. And you out here in the RAV4 in a live stream.
Ma'am, it's literally live right now. You can look at it.
That's why I saw it.
And you already know what
the cop's like, okay, so we have the right guy.
Guys, if you don't mind, allow me to work with law enforcement right now.
Allow me to work with law enforcement.
Look at how he's ignoring the cop to talk to his fucking phone.
They always do. And I'm about to make the trolls.
If you did that in New York, they would fucking punch you in the head.
Officer,
stop talking to that thing and talking.
Yeah, like I'm here right now, asshole.
I don't have all that good stuff. Is that okay with you? Okay. That's how you handle it.
See, this is what I mean. Like, he could turn it off and be a normal person for a few minutes.
I see the young fellow, which I recognize you right off the bat. We are going to shove it up the troll's ass, which I had a feeling this
Again, the cop is waiting
Watch
for
how
him.
Fast
What a
you guys
dick.
Look like idiots. So, if you don't mind me stepping out of the vehicle, okay.
Shoot him.
So, allow me to
tase him.
She's already got her hand on a taser.
Yeah. You know the. Like,
I know he doesn't have a gun, so.
Now, if you don't mind me stepping on that side of the vehicle, Esteban.
It's not how he fucking explains shit. Like nobody.
I love it. He's
talks
just
like
like,
that.
oh hey Mary, how's it going? Like, what the
I
fuck?
typically.
Nobody fucking talks the way he talks, though.
I remember like losing it when I saw this. I think I didn't see it live. I saw it like a day or two later. I'm like, oh, this is great.
May I reach into the back seat and grab my jacket, please? I will show you that I have identification in each of the pockets. Okay, can I now throw it into the back of the car? Like, here's all the shit that I had hiding under my jacket.
He's like, you guys have seen this before.
Yeah. Is there any reason you're driving around with all of that in your car?
Yeah.
Like, and of course she's looking because she has to make sure that there isn't an actual gun in there somewhere.
And also in the back, there's like a 16-pack of booze. So they're looking at that.
Drinking and firearm, of course. Things like that to get together.
Oh, I like the extra fucking.
Yeah, because it's real low. Yeah.
And his car is beeping.
2 grown adults. You shouldn't be sitting in your car. Which I wonder, they're in front of Esteban's house. Is Wally not allowed in the house? Like, what do you think's going on?
Most likely.
Like, why are they not in Esteban's house just hanging out?
My wife, she no like him.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you very much, and once again, I apologize for all this. You guys know us already. That right there is what they're talking about. What you've seen many times. There's nothing in the holster. If you don't mind me, once again.
She's asking why the thing isn't in the holster. Why are you walking around with the holster on?
He's such
That
a
makes
condescending asshole.
So there you go.
like
Right,
immediately
so
she's
once
like,
again, this is just some YouTube idiots trying to-
"Is it a gun holster? Because we're still looking for a gun here."
Let's go wrap this thing. Sorry, your time got wasted.
And then he's gonna get back in the car and end of live stream.
And once again, dickheads. So what we're gonna do?
They just get into the car. She's like, "Go inside." He's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get back in my car." So they're sitting around waiting for him to leave.
Idiots that are in the comments, I'm sure. So
Look at Esteban's face.
We're gonna take this. We're gonna wrap
He's
this
got the
up.
fucking.
Esteban is not happy.
With law enforcement.
He's got the shooting glasses on his head. Like,
but now
dude.
because they kind of gave us a little bit of a
Right,
directive
he has shooting glasses.
kind of
I
get
never
out of the
realized that.
vehicle because we're here doing our stuff. Everything that we have
And a
done,
fucking Detroit jersey. Ha!
I show them my weapons. Which
Ottawa
is a less
kicked the
lethal pepper
snot
ball.
out of them the last 2 days.
Nobody
That team's
had a
garbage.
gun, nobody was shooting guns.
Wally, they yelled
Once
at you.
again,
Stop trying to save face.
You failed to take me down.
Man, every one of these is
Ooh.
getting another view today.
That
Maybe
didn't,
two.
That didn't age well.
I like this. It's even 2020, 2021, no date. It's gonna be all mixed up.
Whoever's doing it, like every few days they put something up, I think.
It says, holy shit, man. Oh my god, this is hilarious. It's got all the tags as subjects in there. So if you put in black book and click on it, it'll bring you to all the videos where he's talking about his black book. If you put in Nazi, 2 of them are talking about Nazis, 2 of them are about landlords, 3 anti-Semitic, 21 hypochondriac, 25 videos about Esteban. So what, Esteban's in almost all of them? Fuck. Wife beater 25.
Wife beater. Is wife beater one word?
It's 2 words too. Crying 3. Click on crying, you get all his crying videos all at the front.
Wow. What about pathetic crying? It should be pathetic crying. Should be.
No, it doesn't say pathetic anywhere. Show and tell. Shooting an apartment. Pathetic apology.
Oh, wow.
Drug abuse.
This is fresh off the press. This is Magaman. After many heartbreaking years of having personal battles with my father, it was beyond emotional to reconcile with him. Wow.
Oh, you know what? Maybe he is
the
going
I've
to
carried
therapy.
with me, carried in me that I'm trying to rid myself of. I love my father. Well, Wally, good job, buddy. You said once that Wally. I remember posted Wally's dad was something was wrong with him. I forget what it was. It might have been a terminal thing. I don't remember what it said, but yeah. Okay, Wally.
I wonder if that's
buddy.
related
Doing
to therapy or something, or if it's just because his dad's having trouble.
Wally, don't blow it. Don't overplay your hand.
Well, if I was him, I'd start backing up from that post on and erasing shit personally.
So I reached out to a local group of board game. There's like a board game local group up here. So I went to a couple of board game groups with these guys. So there's a new bunch of people, and I'm meeting, and I'm playing stupid board games in like a comic book store. But the whole time I'm with that, like the first time I went, I brought chocolate chip cookies, like Entenmann's chocolate chip cookies, and nobody else bought any snacks or anything.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, okay, don't be Wally, don't overplay your hand. These are new people, don't freak them out a little bit, you know.
And then you're like, shit, now that I brought cookies, they're going to expect cookies every time I come here.
Well, I made a joke about that because I was like, I find it when you play board games with a new group of people, sometimes you'll play a board game where like there'll be an opportunity to like steal somebody's cards or like murder somebody, like there's some aggressive thing you could do within the board game. But when it's new people, they won't do it because they're new people. You don't want to piss them off.
Yeah,
But I
you
made a
want them to
joke.
stick around.
Because we played some game where you had to play different characters every round. Like every round there was a thief, a king, an assassin, a bishop, a warlord, and then they could do different stuff. But there was a thief and an assassin, and the assassin says they're going to murder a certain player, and if that player comes up, they lose a turn. Like the assassin can murder the king every round, and if someone's a king, they don't go. And the thief will steal like money or cards from the other player. So I kept playing those two, and I made an announcement. I said, I'm the opposite. I go, I'm the type of guy that'll murder you, like the first time I met you. I go, but I bring cookies so it equals out, and I made everybody laugh. But so I always am like aggressive when I play board. I'm the first guy to attack somebody and risk. That's me. But I bring cookies, so I made everybody laugh. But the whole time I was thinking, don't overplay your hand. Don't be like Wally.
That means you don't have to bring the cookies next time.
Don't invite these guys over to the house, and then and then say,
don't
I was
don't come
sad.
next week with McDonald's for everybody.
Where were you gaming, guys? When I was sad the other day, don't overplay it.
How long do you think you could go on not doing like crazy shit? Like, you don't want to be like going in there and be like, okay, I got everybody McDonald's this time. Like, or show up with a case of beer and they're like, we can't drink in here.
No, I used to be in a board game group like a decade ago, but everyone grew up and had kids and stuff, and it kind of fell apart. But when I did that, I used to bring cookies, and then one time I didn't bring cookies, and everybody was like, "But you're the cookie guy." What? They were like mad at me.
Exactly.
So I have to, like you said, I have to always bring. But I got the box, and the whole box went. So I'm like, okay, success. So every time I just go there with this certain brand of cookies. We have a supermarket not like a box brand. This is like a bakery cookie thing,
Show up with like super fucking cheap cookies next time. Like, oh, you son of a bitch. These are ginger snaps.
One time I went to the gas station by me and I got I think Pop'ems. They're like donut holes, and those weren't a big. Those didn't go that quick. So. But then the flip side of it is they were shy and they didn't want to ask, so I kept offering. It's like, again, I don't want to overplay. You got to be on.
You should have just dumped them on right in the middle of the board. Just grab what you want, guys.
Well, that was the other joke. I'm like, be glad I didn't come here with like Doritos or what's free, like what's the crunchy orange ones? Like, I could have came with that, and then all the cards and pieces would have been covered with orange goo. So
no, you bring regular chips, you put them in a bowl, and then you sprinkle vinegar all over them. Here you go, salt and vinegar chips, everybody. And they get all soggy.
So yeah, but that was fun. It was a new group of people,
Yeah, I thought about doing some shit like that, but I don't think people are interested in the same games I'm interested in.
Oh, board games! You're a board game guy? Let's play board games.
Well, I'm like a specific board game guy, and not too many people play that shit anymore.
Lay it on. What are you talking about?
Like Axis and Allies and shit like that.
Oh, that's an old one. Yeah.
It takes a long time to play too.
These guys were playing. What the fuck was it? It was brass hyphen something. And that was like a big. It wasn't attacking. It was more like. It was the 1800s, and it was trade routes. And like it starts with like you can only use canals, and then as the game progresses, you could use canals and railroads. And it was all about moving. You had, I think, beer was a commodity, and there was a couple others, and you had to trade, and they were like goals and stuff. But it was very complicated. It was very much like Axis and Allies, where it was like there's a billion pieces on the board.
Yeah.
And you don't know
I like those.
There's pegs in the pieces, and it's like, what's going on? Blah.
I like grand strategy games like that take a long time to play, and it's like there's a bunch of people, and it takes a long time to knock somebody out.
Cheetos, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were playing. I didn't play.
Greasy.
They were playing Dune Imperium was like that. That was like a whole building up army thing.
See, I looked around here, and in every single fucking place, it's the same thing. They all want to play like Warhammer and shit. And I've never played that, so I'm like, you got to go and buy all the little fucking dudes and stuff.
Warhammer's like $1,200 to play.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Well,
and when you look, I looked into it. It's not that interesting. I think it's like that. Like one guy you know, one guy could either like has to go up to like it's melee, so you got to go right up to the other guy, or you're like 6 inches away because it's a ranged weapon, and then it's like a bunch of six-sided die, and then you resolve it. It just doesn't seem very interesting. It looks great on the battlefield and everything, but again, you have to pay like $1,000 for the models, assemble them, paint them. It's like, oh, fuck that. And it's a 12-hour game. Well, I think you have points. I think you got to say this is a 300-point game, and that's how many points you have.
Do you think everybody sitting at that table has the $1,200 fucking set? They have like whatever they can buy once a week, and they're making a set, you know?
Well, that's actually like a Warhammer group. I went to Meetup, and I was meetup.com or something, and it was just board games. And it turns out like there's a place right around the corner from me, and they play there every weekend. And I was like, oh, this is like, it was 5 minutes away. So it was like, no skin off my nose.
I wonder if I could actually paint those fucking things, because it's very easy to do a sloppy, shitty looking paint job on those because they're so small, they're so tiny.
But some of the guys they have, what's it called? WYSIWYG is an acronym they use. It stands for what you see is what you get. And it was because the little models, like when you buy the model set, they have an arm with like a handgun, and then there's an arm with a bigger handgun, and then there's an arm with a sword. So guys rig up little magnets so they could switch the arm, and then it's like a whole level of like you got to do magnets and shit,
so that they can get through with less soldiers.
But the idea is like when you're looking at the game, whatever's on that character is the weapon that they have. You can't use a miniature and say, oh, even though that guy has a little pistol, he actually has a machine gun thing.
Yeah,
it's like, no,
you actually have to have the machine gun.
They have to have it with so it's like all of the Warhammer is too much.
Which kind of makes sense, but again, it's very expensive because there's so many pieces and you got to have them all, set them up.
The place where we were playing had they had a wall of the models, and each model is like $150 for like a fucking tank. It's like, okay, but looks great. For a while I was playing. There was a video game, Warhammer.
Yeah,
it's like from maybe a decade ago. It held up pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's pretty similar to the actual game. Yeah,
it looks like you're playing the game. It's kind of fun.
I don't think I've ever played it though.
I bought my friend a model of the he was a Necron guy. You know the Necrons?
Yeah.
He was a Necron guy, and I got him the big pyramid. And he showed me like a year later. He painted it and he put lights in it so it like glowed green. It looked really cool. Like I said, it's a cool looking game, but yeah.
I think there's actually quite a few dungeon masters still here though for Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, there was a D&D group,
but they're private.
I used to play that. It's like I can't do it anymore. It's like 12 hours around a table. It's like ugh.
And it takes so long to build your dude up.
This is like 2-3 hours, and the game's over, and they're done, and they do another game. Maybe.
Yeah, because I remember they were like, people are offing themselves because of this game, and it's like, well, not really. It was just because those specific people had worked on their character for thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, and now they have to start over. And they spent like their whole life wasted on the game. So when they kill their character, it's like, uh-oh.
I haven't played
this
in a
guy
million
might
years,
not come back.
But
from
apparently,
this.
I joined some Facebook group where it's like D&D for old dudes or something like that.
Yeah.
And they were ripping on, again, I'm not familiar with any of this, but like now they're up to 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. I played 1 and 2 and 3.5, I think. That was the last time I played. Now they're up to 5. And they were saying 5th edition, like you almost can never die. Like there's something like your character just comes back or you get reincarnated.
Like a 1-up.
But they were making it like, and everyone, the old guys were making fun. Oh, this is woke culture gone amok. Your characters can't die anymore because it'll hurt your feelings.
Well,
again, I don't know what they're talking about at all.
The thing is, it's because a few of their friends actually offed themselves.
yeah. It's like you're the reason.
It's like
why,
it's more
boomer.
your fault.
Yeah, boomer.
You should have counseled your friend, man.
Yeah, what'd they call that? Not something panic. It was like Satan something. People thought like you.
Well, it wasn't a part of that. I don't think they didn't understand why people would kill themselves. so they thought the game was like putting a spell on people or something. But no. Well, I mean, I guess you could look
That's
at
an
it
old
that way
Tom.
too,
I bet you
right?
could play that old Tom Hanks movie on your Sunday night cine thing.
Which one?
It was like Tom Hanks' first movie. He was what you're talking about. He was in a D&D group, except they didn't call it D&D because they'd be sued. And he was the guy that went crazy, and the rest of the characters were like Tom Hanks thought he was his character. Now I'm gonna find this movie, Tom Hanks.
Yeah, you got, because I'll bet you anything I probably could play it.
Okay, Tom Hanks, not IMDb.
That reminds me, what am I playing this week? I already have it set up. I just gotta fix a few things and hit the premiere button.
It might have been his first movie. Now let's see.
Here is Perfect. Well, no, not Perfect Strangers. What was the one?
Mazes and Monsters, 1982. It's not his first movie.
Mazes and Monsters. Fuck, I don't remember that.
Let's see if I can find a Mazes and Monsters. Yeah,
Did you?
I want to say it's something that rhymed together. It was like Dungeon Fear. It was like Dungeon Fear or Dragon Panic. No, Satan Panic. Mazes and Monsters trailer. But it's part of the whole like parents thought D&D were gonna make you. It was gonna make you nuts. You're gonna die from the D&Ds. Let's see. I'm gonna share my screen. Oh, I am sharing my screen. Okay, there it is.
Cut! This is Bud Hayden, live from Pequod Caverns, where I'll be reporting on the apparent disappearance of a Grant University student, the victim of a seemingly innocent game, Mazes and Monsters.
Such the dragons.
I'm Glacia the Fighter.
Mazes and Monsters is a fantasy role-playing game in which the players create an imaginary character.
I am Freelik, the Frenetic of Glossamere.
These characters are then plunged into a fantasy world of invented terror.
I am Pardieu,
Tom Hanks,
a holy man.
It's kind of a psychodrama, you might say, where these people deal with problems in their lives by acting them out.
I am the maze controller, the god of this universe.
Dungeon Master.
But in this case, there might be a loss of distinction between reality and fantasy.
Your fate is in my hands.
And possibly the loss of life in the process.
And promise me you won't play that awful game anymore.
I played a game called Mazes and Monsters a little too much.
You're kidding. What level?
Ninth level.
So am I.
You gonna
Oh my
play
God,
with us? Well,
you're
no,
ninth level too.
I can't find folks.
Yeah, what are the odds?
Well, you're gonna be there, I guess.
Why is this guy wearing a construction hard hat?
I'd like to propose a new game, kind of an evolution of Mazes and Monsters. It won't be a fantasy. It really
We're actually
will
gonna
be
kill you if
Mazes
you're a
and
character.
Monsters.
Have you noticed that Robbie's been acting a bit weird lately?
Uh-oh. Tom
Just
Hanks
staying
is
in
acting
character.
weird.
Yes, I know,
So
and
you're
that's exactly
expecting a
what I'm worried
monster
about.
at
He's
some
taking
point.
his fantasy character so much into real life that he has changed.
Come on, kid, don't worry. I don't think Robbie's turning into Pardieu.
Oh no.
Now you are ready. How long have you been in the mazes?
I don't know, years.
Can you
Is that the
tell
guy
me
from
of
Game
the
of
giant
Thrones?
dragon? On my travels here, I heard.
Whoa, watch it. I knew there was a monster.
Does he stand guard over the treasure?
This was the TV movie, I think.
Stay away from up there.
Looks like
They catch you and they'll throw you out. They don't get
I
down
could
there.
probably play it,
Hey,
but
I'm in New York.
finding a
New
good
York?
copy might be
Robbie, are
hard.
you alright? What happened?
There's blood on my knife.
it sounds like
And it's on my hands.
my
Aw,
I
arm.
think I killed somebody. I know I killed somebody.
because everybody was the
Mazes and
characters.
Monsters is a far-out game. Swords, poison, spells, battles, maiming, killing.
Hey, it's all imagination.
You forgot the drugs
Is
part.
it?
That guy's always a cop, that actor. Forget his name.
Mazes and Monsters.
Yeah, I can't believe you never saw Mazes and Monsters. Come
No.
on.
No,
Wow.
I haven't seen that.
Fire it up. Let me see.
Well,
probably
if it's possible,
It's probably just on YouTube. Let's see.
probably is.
It was a TV movie, so
But
who
it might
knows?
be
I don't know
shitty copy. Like it might be hard to get a good copy of it.
Let me see. Do I have a good copy?
A lot of the times, the best I can do is like 720.
Let me see. I'm looking at my Plex mazes.
I upscale it to 1080, but it's still 720, just stretched up.
Ooh, I don't have Mazes and Monsters on my Plex. How could that be?
So the movie I'm playing this Sunday is Dead Time Stories.
I never heard that called. That
No?
Dead Time Stories? No.
Yeah, check it out. Look it up for the
Let's see.
For the trailer.
Dead Time Stories.
It's an old
1986.
VHS classic.
I like the year. That's right in the sweet spot.
Mhm.
Mid 80s.
Anthology.
Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Hold on. Monster. Dead Time. One word.
You should recognize the movie cover. You would have seen it at the video store. Definitely. No, you can't see it.
Oop, I'm not sharing it. I thought I was sharing it. Stop sharing. Reshare.
In the dead of night, when you're all alone,
Cat Clock.
Visions of terror run wild. An insanely wicked nightmare, haunted by bizarre creatures carving their way through a maniacal
looks like an anthology. Oh, you said it was
oozing with evil magic and psycho killers.
You're expecting perhaps Janet Lee?
That's good enough. You made a happy face in the window. Uh-oh. Oh, Mega Man.
From the door to your most secret fears, all the way to Grandma's house. All your nightmares come to life.
Oh, no.
They're pumping water.
Oh,
In Dead Time Stories.
Well, I can see why that's free now to watch. Yeah, all like right in the middle of the '80s is all the good
Yeah, it's
bad
all
stuff.
the like old VHS horror stuff that never was really in the theater. It was just in the video store.
And then when DVDs came out, they're like, "We're not going to put this on DVD, right?"
I have
it's not worth it.
I have a much better copy of it than what was being played there. It looks much better than that, but still. And did you notice what I'm playing on Saturdays now? I do shows on Saturdays now.
What?
Yeah, I play in 2 episodes of In Living Color, and I'm doing them from I'm doing it.
How do you
from
not get in
beginning
trouble
to
for
end.
that?
It's all good. They don't mind it. It's kind of a crappy quality. It's not that great.
Oh, that's cool.
But then, so I like put 2 episodes of that together, and then I put like commercials in between. So I play some old commercials and shit, and
That's
then
cool.
and I stick like maybe a True Sherm commercial or a Psyche soap, and then I play 1 episode of the old Star Trek animated series after that.
I have a bunch of old VHS tapes that my brother recorded from TV back when we were watching, and they have really cool commercials in it. Like I've been meaning to like digitize them just because the commercials are pretty wild, like from like early '80s and shit.
If you there's actually a few guys on YouTube that's all they do. They get like people to send them videotapes, and they scour through and they put them on, and sometimes they just play a whole bunch of shit from whatever's on the tape, and they just cut out whatever's in between, just leave the commercials.
Yeah,
and then,
I'm pretty sure I have some gold.
And then there's some guys that do it by commercial, so it'll be like Pantene ad 1966. And then they'll have like hundreds of different videos from all kinds of time periods.
I have my original YouTube channel. I uploaded. It was a local like public access channel that had my brother and another high school. It was the 3 smart kids of the high school, and they were on this cheesy game show, and they played against. So I have this clip. My brother hates it when I play it, but I have this clip of him And they lost. My
In like
school,
the 80s or some shit.
Yeah, it was like 1986 maybe, 87, and it was Valley Stream Central. That was our school against some other school, and we lost.
What were they dressed like?
And it was a game show. And
was anybody wearing anything fluorescent?
I remember my brother said that the whole audience was the other school, and they went there. They were told to dress casual, so they looked like normal kids. But the other team was like in suits and ties. And anytime they did anything, the other audience went like crazy. And they, when our team won, they got like 3 people. Were like, like totally, like they bust in the school, and our school didn't do anything. My brother was like, "Oh, there was like a morale problem." He said. I don't even know if I have the link to my old channel.
It's like they walked into a trap.
Yeah, they would just like, what?
Got answers a question. The crowd's like, boo, that guy sucks.
I'm trying to think of the name of the show. Maybe I could look it up that way.
We're not getting any respect from this audience. What's going on? All the kids in the audience are wearing the same school uniform.
WLL. That was it. WL. Stormers Central.
Yes, if you like those old Star Treks, man, I'm playing those every Saturday too.
How could you not get trouble?
That's
with that?
okay too. Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's okay. And I'm surprised on that one because CBS is actually putting like little tiny clips of that cartoon.
I'd be paranoid. I'm like, this is gonna get yanked.
Well, it passed all the checks, and it said the copyright owner allows this to be played on YouTube. So
there's a checking system. I don't think I knew about this.
This is how I know what to put on now. Like I figured it out that if you put it on ahead of time, you're giving it time to do the searches and stuff. So you just put it on as private, and it does all the searching and stuff, and then it'll tell you if the copyright owner is okay with it, or if there is a copyright owner that they know of. There might be nothing. But the Star Trek ones I'm allowed to play. And every movie I'm usually allowed to play. It tells me what territories it's not in.
Up, and I'll thank them later. But shortly we're coming up to Brainstormers. If you want to find out how really bright our high school students are,
2 weeks from now I'm playing Highlander
hosted
2.
by Jim Reed. And thanks for calling us with your support.
Why? That's the worst movie ever. I saw that.
I like that one. It's got Sean Connery and shit. But I can't play the first one. Man.
If you prefer, you can mail your pledge to WLIW, Box 21, Plainview, New York, 11803.
Call that. Call it up.
WLIW's broadcast of Brainstormers is made possible in part by an underwriting grant from Dairy Barn Stores.
No, that
and
looks
the
interesting.
Nassau Educators Federal Credit Union.
It was like 7-Eleven, but you
offices in
drive
Valley
up,
Stream and Greenvale,
and
providing financial services to the employees and families of Nassau County's educational institutions and libraries. And by the New York Institute of Technology, where we believe education is this country's most precious natural resource. Developing that resource is a formidable challenge. NYIT, unprecedented achievement, unlimited potential.
Look at how much room they needed to have.
Meet Captain Kathy Currid and her team from Valley Stream Central High School,
yeah, we
the
have
Eagles,
stuff like this here
as
too.
they take on Captain Michael Cooper and the Golden Eagles of Bethpage High School right here on Brainstormers.
The Michaels. Oh my god. They all come in with the same fucking name. This is what? This is such a trap. Dude, they got trapped. Hostile territory, the guys all have the same fucking name.
Yeah, see, they're all in suits and shit.
It's all teachers and shit in the crowd.
My brother said this dude was chain smoking every time the camera wasn't on him.
From Central High School, Brandon King.
There he is.
His
What's up,
time
bro?
to school study, reading, and
He's
music.
like, I don't like the look of this room.
Captain Kathy Currid, an
He wasn't
avid
even
reader
smiling.
and music lover who'd like to study journalism.
He's got 8 kids
Deborah
now.
Zucker, a self-described humanist.
I remember all 3 of these guys.
Oh, no.
Of course, my brother. But they came over to my house all the time. They were friends.
And the alternate Johnny Chu.
She's a proto SJW. She's a humanist.
Today, the team from Bethpage High School. Michael
No, look at this
Trogenheim, who
smug
wants to study
motherfucker.
engineering at Columbia.
Yeah, where are they now?
Michael
Callers, look at
Cooper,
these
who's
guys.
interested in biomedical engineering.
This guy's
I bet that guy
bald now.
plays an electric keyboard.
Fortunato, winner of Social
The guy with
Studies
the
Awards,
nicest
who
haircut
wishes to
always
attend
goes bald.
NYIT.
That kid was already wearing a toupee. Look at that. That's his dad.
That's the alternate in case somebody gets sick.
He starts throwing up. Take him away.
And now, here in brief are the rules for round one. Anyone who wishes to answer a
Oh
question
man,
may
I
do
wish
so
we had
by
something like this in
signaling and
Mega
waiting
Man.
to
That
be
would be
recognized.
fucking hilarious.
Each correct answer is awarded 10 points. An incorrect answer or breach of the rules means no point deduction at all. Missed questions will be offered
If
to
there
the
was a way to
opposing team. You may not
anonymously
confer.
pay,
And now, let's
I would
go.
pay $500
First
for a
toss-up
video
question.
of Mega
Words
Man
to
in high
category,
school in his
multiple
red
choice.
leather
If
pants.
facts
Yeah,
are
that's a baboo.
ascertained,
You gotta
are
get
they
baboo on the
misunderstood,
case.
determined, or
He would have
revealed?
fucking shown it to us
All
by
right,
now.
Kathy.
Determined.
They are determined for 10 points. Election
Although he was
people, like,
clinging,
yeah.
the category.
he was
Multiple
clinging
choice.
onto those
In the
videos.
Electoral College, which one of the following states would be most valuable to a presidential candidate? Arizona, Nebraska, Rhode Island, Vermont, or South Dakota? Which one would be most valuable? You can't lose in this round.
Shit, I wasn't
All
paying
right, Michael
attention.
T.
Vermont.
No, it is not Vermont. I'll throw it over to
You
Central.
fucked up,
In
King.
the Electoral College, which of the
Someone in
following
the crowd
states
should
would
be
be
like, "You
most
fucked
valuable
up."
to a presidential candidate? Arizona, Nebraska, Rhode Island, Vermont, or South
Oh,
Dakota?
how many electoral points?
Can't lose. All right, Kathy.
Rhode Island.
Arizona, Kathy. Okay.
Ah,
no
you
score on
fucked
that.
up.
Entertainment.
Arizona, Kathy.
At which memorial site in New York Central Park did rock music fans recently pay tribute to John Lennon? All right, Brandon.
Strawberry Fields.
Strawberry Fields it is for 10.
All right,
The
bro.
category is history.
Anyway,
Our
he
first
lost.
one was
We're
made
not
of
gonna
a
watch this whole
soldier's
thing.
white shirt,
Well, he got a
woman's
fucking, what, 10
petticoat,
points?
a piece of blue cloth.
They blew it in the last
All right, the
round.
American
It all
flag. I
fell
was gonna-
apart. Everybody.
Oh,
loses.
don't tell me they got like all really neck and
It
neck
was-
the whole way.
It was the lightning round, and then things went bad.
Oh no! Somebody bet the bank.
What's going on,
Mr.
money?
Money.
Don't come in. I'm wrapping it up. I gotta go. I'm like falling asleep here.
I don't know if Mr. Money would come in.
I'll be here all night. Yeah, money doesn't like my drama. I get it. I make fun of Matt. But I learned it from you. The first live stream I was on was shenanigans. So, and I don't even have the 10-pack of StreamYard. You guys had the 10-pack. Got 10 people.
When
shouting
was
more
that,
than
man? Was that like was that during the after like the Della thing, or was it before? It was
What?
after, wasn't it?
What
Like
are we talking
after
about?
Mega Man fucking lost his shit, you went on shenanigans after that, or was it before? I think it was after.
No, I think I had been on shenanigans before that because I came on. Mega Man wasn't even on. I just popped in because I'm like I'm gonna like enter this world and see what happens. And I came on his show because like his seemed the most friendly. Like everyone was very tolerant. And like they were making fun of one another, but it was like okay, you know. So that I was like, I'll dip my toes in, and that's when Sifu yelled at me the very first like.
I remember.
And I was like mortified. I'm like I'm pissing off this old
He said,
dude.
You guys, you got beef with Mega Man.
Well, I think
Raggedy
Money was like
motherfuckers.
Money put the big screen on, so I don't flash a dick. The big question mark
Yeah.
screen. He's like, who? I'm like, I'm Dan King. Or he's like, yeah, but who are you? And I said, I'm Mega Man's #1 nemesis. And Sifu was like, that Mega Man's my friend, you raggedy motherfucker, or whatever it was. And I think that's he got naked that night. That was the first live stream he got naked. So, Money, dig up that clip of that was the first live stream I was on.
Dig up that clip. I bet you can find it. Mr. Money don't hide nothing. He leaves all his videos
Yeah,
up.
but how would you search for it? It was like a shenanigans.
Yeah, but he
I-
hasn't done shenanigans in forever.
It would have to be after like December 2020, and sometime maybe 2 or 3 months from that, it could be like a million different live streams. But yeah, and I remember like Sifu was like when he would go to sleep, but he would his room would be like a color. It was like blue. I remember his whole room was blue. And he got up, and thank God his dick was in shadow. So he just saw it was like a blue tinted Sifu with his like parts in the shadow. And it was like but everybody at the same time went like at the same time.
That was so fucking funny.
Yeah, we need. I think Money was talking about it. Like he wanted to do a clip show, but it's a lot of work. You have to go through all your old shit.
Yeah.
But you do like an hour-long greatest hits, and it would probably be worth the time to go through all the old stuff.
I think the trick is to get someone else to do it.
Yeah, but I feel like when you start doing that, you would be all into it, and you want to find you're like, oh yeah, remember when that happened? And if someone else does it, then you miss all that.
I know I can fucking dig up some gems, especially with Mega Man. I got a lot of old shit locked up.
It's probably smart. I know you have locked up. Like I was doing virtual Mega Man, and then Wally was like, "Everyone come over to my channel to watch me kill myself," and everybody was like, and I remember Duzangs reach out to me, and he's like, "I think you just drove Mega Man to kill himself," and I'm like, "He does this every day. This is like don't, it's not a big deal."
Is he got pills or is he got a pepper ball gun?
But Duzang was flipping out. He's like, "It's your fault." I'm like, "He does. He's done this for years." And I think it started out. Well, Mega Man was in the chat, and he was like, "Oh, this is kind of funny." And then I think he got upset because everybody was laughing at him, and he was like, "Don't watch that live stream. Watch my live stream." And he was fumbling around a weapon. Yeah. You have it locked up in the archives. Like I said, probably smart that you have it locked up. Cause...
I might make some clip shows. I remember I started trying to do one once. I started with I think I was like, I'm not going to do the first episode because that's too
many
obvious.
Especially you. Your shows are like 12 hours. It would be a billion hours.
Oh, yeah. Well, what was it? Friday Night Blaze, there's only 25 of those.
Get some Brian in there. Get some Brian yelling at people.
Oh, my God. I don't think Brian was
well, I mean, I guess I was thinking about money. Get some Brian yelling at people.
Oh, yeah, like you're canceled.
Mega Man yelling at Della, that was a good one.
Or old stuff. Get Della fucking laughing at Brian. Talking about she's got a fucking video of him picking his shit and eating it. Fucking picking his toenail right in front of the camera. Like you had to, you know how you sit laying back and you got your knee up and then you got your other foot up on your knee. And you can he was picking his toenail. I don't think it's possible
that I could do that now.
Well, okay,
something would break.
Yep. I can't get up. Yeah, anyways, he had his fucking foot there and he was picking it and then he fucking looked at what he picked off and he stuck it in his mouth.
Oh,
and Della's like, okay, we're going to rewind and we're going to record that. And fucking, she saved it up, man. She didn't use it right away.
She always made me crack up. I think she said she's in a relationship and she's like, I'm not doing this YouTube shit anymore. But I miss her popping in. She always made me laugh.
No, she's been back. She's actually put out a few videos.
Oh, did she come back? She must have broke up with the guy.
I don't know if it was that or if she was just spending more time in a different sector. Like she has different channels and
sectors.
she like roasts people in other sectors. So when she comes over to Miss Some Money and something like Mega Man shows up and tries to pull his shit, she's not playing that shit. She comes from a sector where she'll just make you cry. So Mega Man's not ready for that shit.
No, Mega Man just goes like the vile route. He's just like, you're fat and you're ugly and your kids smell and your face is stupid and like he's just like a 16.
All that was doing was gassing her up. She was like,
yeah, she's just like, I'm gonna make you cry now.
Yeah, exactly. I don't. It didn't take long for Brian either. When she pulled that shit out, it was fairly recent to when it happened, but she was saving it. And then he said something ignorant to her, and she's like, "Oh, okay, Brian. What about this?" And she's got a fucking video of him eating his fucking toenail juice. Oh yeah, man, it was bad.
That's like some Cyrax level shit.
Yeah,
it's like low hanging fruit. It's like easy.
Yeah,
guy starts jerking off, forgets he's on a live stream. Like, dude,
yeah. Oh man.
And then he looks at the camera and he's like, "Oh, you sick fuck," or something. He says something like that, talking to himself apparently.
Somebody's got to make a documentary on Mega Man.
It's too many hours. And ultimately, it's boring as a documentary because it's the same. It's like a circle. It's just like
but you see, you don't just play videos of him talking his shit. You do the talking, and you just deposit all the sad music, and then you put the fucking him saying a certain thing, and then you're like, and then he says this, and you show another clip of him saying so.
I think it would backfire. I think people would feel bad for him, and it would just backfire. I'd look like a bigger asshole than I do.
It all depends on the presentation.
It's true.
Because that's all part of it, right? You let them go through that roller coaster, and then when they come to the end, they're like, "Fucking god!"
Oh, I just saw this Savage Cock is the Highlander. Highlander 2 was the worst. I paid money and saw that in a fucking movie theater. I remember I was waiting online. First of all, I made like all my friends and we made our girlfriends watch the first Highlander to prepare for Highlander 2 coming out.
Oh, that was a mistake.
And then we went there with our girlfriends in tow, and somebody was on the way out, and they said, "Don't go, it fucking sucks." That's what they were saying on the way out of the movie theater. Yeah. And we were like, and our girlfriends were like, first they were pissed that we made them watch Highlander. It's totally not a chick flick. And then
now you're going to the inferior version.
So imagine sitting, like, I dragged my girlfriend like into that 2 hours of that fucking horrible movie.
Come on, man.
And I remember what's his name?
It's classic.
Sean Connery was in it for like
exactly. That's the whole point.
Because he was probably his contracts that he had to do it. You know.
He had the long hair.
I remember he appeared and he's like, "Here's the sword that everyone talks about, and okay, I'll see you later, Highlander." Like he was in it for like 2 minutes. He's like, "I'm out of this picture. Get me out of here."
I think it was more like 10 minutes. He had a little bit of part. He was fighting and shit.
And something about a guy in a flying thing. I remember that they had like flying skateboards, and the weather was bad, but the Highlander guy invented a machine to protect the planet from the bad weather, but it made the planet hot and gross and dark. That's all I remember about that movie.
Cold and damp.
The planet Zeist. I remember the planet Zeist. It's all coming back to me now.
And the whole lore, there can only be one. And they keep chopping each other's.
The first one was like, this is some like magic spirit god thing, and then the next one was like, oh, they're aliens from another planet, and it was like, what?
and you have to chop off the head of the dude, and you get his power.
But also,
until there's only one, and
they
then
were
you're the most
criminals
powerful.
on another planet, and their punishment was you're going to go to another planet and not remember anything about being criminals, and you'll be immortal. Like that doesn't sound like a punishment. That sounds kind of neat.
Well, that kind of sucks if it was Mega Man. Throw himself down the stairs, nothing happens.
Mega Man Highlander, he can't hurt himself.
Can't hurt himself. Gets in a wreck and walks away from it, no problem. Like,
he doesn't have a car, but he has no bruises to prove that because he's like he Wolverined himself back together, and now he's like,
like, were you wearing your seatbelt? Yes, I was. Let me see. There's no bruises.
I swear.
You sure you weren't ejected out an open window?
Mega Man being flying across. See, I would laugh if Mega Man was flying out of his car. I hate to say it.
With a beer belly and red leather
But if he
pants.
got ejected from the windshield, if he was okay when he felt like maybe a couple broken,
like
if he died, I'd feel a little bit bad. But if he just flew through the air,
his beer belly gets stuck in the fucking window. We wouldn't be able to fly through. Unless he had his leather pants on.
His dumb MAGA hat goes flying off his dumb head.
The MAGA hat has a fucking airbag in it.
It's like, dude, MAGA is so 2022. Like, come on. It's
2022. Not even.
2016. It's
2016.
No one's doing it anymore. Come on, MAGA. Come on.
Even
Rebrand,
Trump
buddy.
isn't doing MAGA.
Yeah, he's got to be DeSantis is your guy now, Wally, I think.
Oh, no. Can you imagine? What do you think his name should be? Sons of DeSantis.
Oh, there was something. Lori Lightfoot lost her seat.
She
I
did.
remember. I saw that, and I'm like, oh, Wally would love. Like, if he had a channel,
Yeah.
he'd be like, ha ha ha, you dumb. Because that was one of the women he was comparing to gorillas every other video.
His ass must be just itching.
Yeah,
He can't make a video. I don't understand. Can't you do video on Twitter? I thought Twitter had video.
I don't.
Where you could
I don't know
upload
what
clips.
I suspect he's doing some secret stuff, and he hasn't. Like, I think he's going to do secret stuff, and that's going to become. He's going to get a good video with lots of hits, and then he's going to out himself. That's what I think is going to happen. And then we're all going to find it and make fun of it, and then he'll go, "They've made fun of my new channel. They found it." Blah, blah, blah.
I think we should get that Gino Samuel guy.
Who's that?
He's the guy that does the Chris Chan documentary.
Oh.
He does the most comprehensive. It's like a comprehensive history of Chris Chan. It starts off from when he was born and it works its way up to like
you could
still
definitely
going.
Wally's made so much material. You can do that.
Well, exactly.
And Wally would bitch about it, but ultimately they'd be like,
you
get this on the internet, dummy.
You get the interviews with all the players. You find out how to get in touch with Gildardo. Ask him if he knows what's going on online.
I sent out Wally made a video talking shit about her dad, and I sent that to the brother, baby mama's brother. He's on the internet. Only because Wally mentioned the guy's name, so I found him, and I'm like, oh, by the way, Wally's talking about your dad. And it, like, just FYI, and then the guy blocked me. So that was that.
Oh, shit.
And I can't blame him because I bet you Wally makes fake accounts and fucks with them all the time. So they're just like, this is another, like, thing, and they just block it,
This is just Wally pretending to be this Dan King
guy.
So I bet make me watch his video. Fuck him.
I bet you he goes through great lengths to try to slip her secret messages. I bet he tried to get his mom to give them some message, and they're like, no.
He's flying kites.
he's releasing pamphlets over their house. Like the kite has a little trap door, and you pull it, and the pamphlets go out. Oh, he should get a drone. You could do that with a drone.
Oh no! Don't give him ideas like that. We'd never know he got arrested, right? Like he would just get arrested and disappear.
No, we'll just look at the mugshots. We'll find him.
Oh yeah.
But he has a very unique name, so when you search it, it's like there's not a lot of stuff out there.
Yeah, but if he was droning, it would be New York because he's trying to fucking drop pamphlets on her. So he'd be behind enemy lines, fucking.
Baby mom's in the backyard and she hears bzzz. She's like,
yeah. No, more like she's in her bedroom changing, and it's up at the window.
There's a robot like looking at the window like this.
Yeah, and it's got googly eyes.
His lights blinking on it.
Say cheese on it. Or would it say, "Baby mama, it's me"? It's got a sign on it. It's please read this note.
I know you sent me 14 restraining orders, but it's really important.
Jesus.
That would be him. Hope I woke
There's no taking a fucking hint. There's no taking a hint at all.
No, he'll make videos. He's like, in his mind, he's trying to reunite the family instead of like being a creepy stalker. Like,
thinking it's some kind of grand romantic gesture, and meanwhile it's harassment.
Yeah.
Textbook stalking. Oh, Mac. Look at you in your Snoopy blanket.
When I opened my I had some fruit slices, he got excited. Anything that crinkles, he's like, this is a snack.
You got to get him a Mega Man Comics blanket.
God, MAGA dog.
People want me to make that comic too. So like, is this a real thing? Can I get one of these? Like, oh.
What, the bedspread? What do you say?
No, you know how I made those fake comic book covers?
Yeah.
People are like, you should do that. I'll fucking buy it.
Wally would sue your ass. Is what would happen. As soon as his money changing hands, he would be like, bam, jump right on you.
That's great because I'm never monetized. It would be free. I'd put it on.
That's why I would never monetize, because Wally would just come after me for $1 billion. He gets some shady dumb lawyer.
Yeah, right. They don't show up to court, man. It's all good.
They ghosted him. Again, the only reason I think that might be true is because he described the judge as a woman, and if he made up a story, he's not smart enough to like.
I don't know, man. Do you see the story that he made up?
No, he's like, I got in a car accident. Look at my injuries. Duh. Like,
but what's this? What's this updating the info stuff? Like she didn't even update my info, and it's like, what? She probably didn't update your info because she told you had no case. Don't call me again.
Yeah, that would be great if that was what happened.
Yeah, and then now he's like at the court with no lawyer, and they're like, "Where's your lawyer?" And he's like, "I don't know. They didn't show up."
He's like, "Where this is the firm?" You? And they're like, "I fired you. I'm not your lawyer." Like,
yeah,
that's why I didn't complete anything, because I'm not working for you.
Like he's saying that the court now, the judge is thinking about fucking putting charges on the fucking lawyer. It's like, come on, man, slow down.
That's real. I was talking to one of my friends earlier on when this all happened, and they said a lawyer just not showing up is almost unheard of because you'll get in trouble. Like you'll legit get in trouble. And we live in a day and age where you could send a phone call or a text or anything and be like, I'm running late. Like the judge would just knock you to like later on that afternoon, and like you wouldn't get in a lot of trouble. It would just, But like to just not show up, that's weird. Like Wally said, Wally, come on the show. Let us know what's going on.
Yeah, tell the truth. Come and tell the truth, so help you God.
Part of me thinks he
your dad, God.
He mentioned Jesus. February 27th so much that he had to make a fake thing that happened on the 27th just to shut everybody up.
So there's no court date at all and no judge. And
there's nothing. That's a total possibility. Anything's possible with the guy.
Well, for the guy who has fucking actual filing cabinets full of fucking paperwork, it's amazing that he has absolutely nothing to prove these cases, especially on Twitter where it's all about pictures and talking about it. See, I bet you anything Twitter's not really a good spot for him either, because it's like every time he starts telling his story, it's like you're spamming. You've already told this story. These are the exact words you put like 15 times, and now you're spamming. You have to stop doing this. And
if you scroll back far enough, you start hitting. When the Super Bowl came out, he made this dumb meme. It was just like a bunch of words. I couldn't even read it. And he spammed everybody. Anyone who was just like, "Oh, the Super Bowl's today." He's like, "Whatever you do, do not stand for the Black National Anthem, and if they do, it's Marxist socialists." Like he did the whole lot, and he just every other person. Anytime someone mentioned the Super Bowl, he was like, "Bum bum 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 bum" with this. Like if you scroll back, it just keeps like forever. And like you said, like Twitter's gonna be like you're a robot or something. You're doing.
That's another thing. What's with this fucking bossing everybody around shit? Like it's everybody. Yeah. Like that's part of the character flaw right there. Like I'll bet you anything that's why he was fucking getting in shit with his ex. He's probably bossing her around and she's like, "You don't even fucking do shit." Honestly. And then the parents are like, "Yeah, like what the fuck? You don't even pay nothing. Like what the fuck going on?"
I remember talking about that like years ago. Like she worked, he didn't. And
he's
on
telling
weekends, he would be like, "You're coming to me to the Star Wars convention," and she's probably like, "I just want to like sit at home and like watch TV,"
Yeah, well, he was stalking her at work too, making sure she's safe.
And I remember he told the story.
Come on, fuck.
Like, he never talks about her like she was we used to hang out and watch TV and have conversations. The one story I remember him telling was he went to work. And she was dressed up in some slutty outfit, and all his coworkers were like, "Oh, check out who Wally's banging." Yeah. And Wally tells that story like that was a proud moment in his life. Like the day he paraded his hot wife around, and all like the plumbers, all the other plumbers were like, "Oh, Wally's tapping that. Check it out."
They're probably all going, "I bet you he's not tapping that."
Yeah, who knows what they're really saying? But that's the pinnacle. It's like
they're all bumping each other, going, "Are you kidding? He's not fucking her."
Dress her in a hoary outfit and then parade her around, so people like she's with me. Like okay.
And meanwhile, their wives weren't there, or their wives were there and not dressed like hookers.
Anytime he talks about her, it's like she doesn't have a decision. She's being manipulated. Her dad. It's like, what is she? What can you ask her?
Well,
what
you'd
she
expect that from a bossy guy like him, right? She's not listening to me. She's listening to him, and he's telling her what to do, and she should be listening to me when I tell her what to do.
He said in a video that she's being coached. That was his thing that he said that we were like, what does that mean?
It means coached. Basically what he does to every single person that he meets. He coaches them.
Ugh. Creepy groomer guy.
As soon as it comes time to something truthful might come out about him, he starts coaching immediately. Like, do not talk to that person. That person is only out to get me, and they hate my guts. Eventually, there's enough people where you're like, why do so many people hate your guts?
But yeah, if someone does that long enough, exactly, you're like, what are you doing in this world?
Like, why have two of your friends supposedly tried to hurt themselves? Why are you making cryptic hurt myself fucking type talk in your fucking Twitter shit? It's all very manipulative.
Oh, that's his MO. If you don't know anything about me, that's what he'll say. You don't know anything about what I'm saying. All right, I'm just going to stop.
I don't think he's a very good narcissist, though. If that's what it is, I don't think he's really narcissistic. I think he wants to have those traits, but he doesn't display all of them.
He's just a dumb narcissist.
Yeah.
He's not very good at manipulating everybody.
Like a low-functioning narcissist. He's not very good at masking it.
Mac is begging for attention. Mac, you're such a Wally. You're like, pay attention to me. All right, I'm going to stop now. Not going to pet him.
Yeah, and then he's like, come on. What the fuck? He's acting like Mega Man.
I don't care. He's going to start to wimp.
He's like, don't touch me. And then you don't touch him. And he's like, touch me again?
Yeah,
touch me again?
Good. I like it.
Please, once more. Just so you can touch him. Don't touch me.
All right, midnight. I'm hanging up.
Sounds good.
All right, man. Are you doing? What's today?
Yeah, I'm definitely doing one this week. I can talk now, finally.
All right, cool.
So, yes, it's happening.
All right. Thanks you for showing up.
Absolutely, man.
It's good talking.
Wouldn't miss these. Are you kidding?
Yeah. It's all up to Wally. If he was more interesting, I'd do them more frequently. Again, you don't want to exhaust your audience like my new board game peeps. You don't want to push the envelope.
Yeah, and you can't leave too many weeks in between either, or else they start losing interest.
Yes, it's a fine line.
You gotta hit them at the right sweet spot so that they actually all come back and bring their friends. Like, finally,
well, everyone was chomping a bit tonight, so that was good.
Yeah,
Wally was very exciting. Wally was like, "I'm in a car crash." No, I'm not.
He actually had some shit. Yeah.
Good stuff. Anyway, Wally, you got a few minutes? Want to come? There's one person watching. I think it may be me. I think I have a browser open in the background.
You'll know.
So no one's watching.
You'll know if he watched this all the way to the end. If he changes tyranny on his fucking Twitter page, because he has it spelt wrong. There's 2 N's in tyranny, Wally.
I know. I never noticed that.
And he's just the type to go and change that now.
2023, spell check, everybody. It's easy. I can't spell for shit. It takes 2 seconds. He's such a dummy.
Yeah, if there's a red squiggly line, it means you did something wrong.
Right. It's flat out says. Like, this is not the right word.
Keep going until the red squiggly line goes away.
I never noticed that. That's great. He's so dumb. Anyway, okay, that's it. I'm calling
Peace
it.
out.
See you, man. All right, everybody. Thanks for showing up. It's a good show. Wally, keep them coming, buddy. Anyway, that's it. I'm too tired to do an outro. No one's watching anyway. So, again, everybody who came on, thanks for watching. And we'll see you again next week or maybe the week after. It depends on if Wally goes and explains more about his mysterious car crash. Anyway, see you guys later. Bye. Thanks for coming.